parallel results as soon as possible. So the points are extremely close. I'm just being fed some information. So obviously, if after Serier's leader of the World Cup wins today, he puts it to bed, he wraps it up, and becomes the champion. But the math suggests that if Felix wins today, and as long as Arthur finishes second, then they will be tied on points.
So this is interesting. You've got the World Championships, which is the race taking place now, but you've also got the World Cup Series. So there's like 2 crowns that can be won.
Yeah, you can become the champion. So we go. Sullivan is, like I said again, absolutely extraordinary. So coming back to that discussion, in the event of a tied athlete, in the event we have athletes tied on points at the end of the World Cup, we revert back to using the most recent result where the 2 athletes race together. So for this race, this is easy. So effectively, if Felix wins today and Arthur finishes second, even though they'll be tied on points, Felix will be awarded the overall World Cup win as the result of winning today. So for these 2 athletes at the front, it really is winner takes all, which is a pretty mouth-watering proposition for us to experience. So here we are, we're on the drone camera, we're just waiting for these athletes to come back towards the town of Malvino. Hopefully we'll get some more coverage of the ladies. I'm hearing that the e-bike walk that has the bunch of was actually one following the ladies race, which is a huge shame, but not much we can do about the mechanics. So Lucas Kochar rolling through the descent, chased by Theo Dubois, who looks to be moving very quickly. We know he's a really strong biker, he's got great skills. He'll be wanting to put himself into position as best as possible before heading into that run. Quite a few amazing athletes to come on. So a little bit more of an update on our ladies race. Obviously we've had our first 5 athletes through that first split. Looking back a little bit further down the list, Maeve Kennedy has come across in 8th place, 6 minutes and 21 seconds from the lead. Samantha Kingsford is currently in 10th place, 9 minutes and 10. Emma Cora, our early swim leader, is in 11th at 9:44. So yeah, and Susie Snyder is in 13th. 10 minutes and 36 seconds back. So the pace at the front of this ladies race is honestly on.
Susie Snyder, she's not one of the youngest athletes, but again, consistently performing. She's
for Susie Oldfield.
I didn't say she's not old, I said she's not the youngest one. 3rd place at the US Championships. That was in just recently with Leslie Harrison of Great Britain taking the American Championship.
So we have our leading male athletes coming into the town of Malvino, and like we predicted, there is a small gap, and it actually looks like we may have the 3rd athlete. So Ruben may well have joined us too. It could also be the e-bike camera, remember. So we'll wait until we get a few more close shots before we decide. But here we go, e-bike camera. So I predicted Felix is leading us down, and he says after Serio is just making his way through the chicane before dropping into the old cobbled streets of Malvino,
which Conrad likes so much. There we go. This is a wonderful it was wonderful to see the original e-bike. And it was a head shot.
That's the problem. I don't think it's the images. I think poor old e-bike camera is really struggling to hang with the face of these athletes.
We've got permission to put the drones about 50-60 metres, so there's been great work with the community to allow us to put drones up on top of the mountain. We've got, here we go. Up on top of the mountain, there's not so many restrictions. As you can see, there's safety features on the side of the walls just to protect the athletes, because there is the risk of a little bit of mud and water on the ground making it rather slippery. But Felix really seems taking advantage of that descent just to put himself a little bit further ahead of Arthur as they come into T2.
So this is looking pretty good for my prediction. I'm afraid I think we might be out of this call.
I think at the moment, sorry for Jens, but it doesn't look as if it's going to be his race today. But Arthur Sevier, I would not write Arthur off at the moment, because he has something to prove. Felix as well, he was very upset yesterday that his brother Arthur is not here, having lost out at the crash that took place in the Czech Republic. So in some respect, he would like to get this. But Arthur, no,
These guys, you can see from the body language, these guys are 100% in control. Arthur's not worried about this little gap. It's not a jump. You can see the body language. They're both very relaxed. They're both.
You can just see the camera on top of the helmet there. Is that Mikhail?
That is Mikhail. So he's following these guys all the way into transition. He's now off his e-bike and he's on a regular bike.
So in case you're wondering who Mikhail is, there are two Mikhails in the Czech Republic for Xterra. There's Mikhail Senior, Mikhail Junior.
There we go. So Felix is just making the final couple of turns. The code is just cut inside. Looks like they have closed off that with So here we go. So Ruben is dropping into the select arena. So he has definitely closed the gap on the front two, but I'm not sure. Like I said, Ruben's running speed is still, to us mere mortals, incredible. But like I said, I'm not sure he's going to be able to battle it out for one of the first or second places today. Don't want to tempt fate, but I think this may well be wrapped up.
He will finish his season in a very good position. He took that gamble of booking his flight to the States immediately after crashing the bike and ruining the wheel in Tidal. And it was the right thing to do because he went out there and he took a second place at the race in Beaver Creek. That really boosted his points.
Yeah, he would. Ruben is pretty much the benchmark professional within our actor. He knows the points, he knows the score, he knows how to manage his season. So as soon as I saw him with that broke wheel in Germany, he told me he was going to fly. So he knew what he needed to do, he knew how to stay competitive.
This mountain line is there. He gets obviously leading the win.
There we go. So Felix, this is a pretty mouth-watering prospect to see these guys go head-to-head again. Like I said, we were treated to one hell of a show in Germany when they were in a similar position, and I'm expecting some pretty good fireworks right now. So again, neither of them look particularly stressed, neither of them look particularly hurried. Both of them know that this is not going to be decided in transition. They just need to make sure that they don't incur a penalty, don't have any issues.
And immediately in transition, you've got to climb up over the bridge. Then there's that section that takes them along the edge of the lake, which is very compacted, fairly solid surface to run on. And it was there that we saw Arthur just having a worry last year.
Yeah, this run course has a bit of everything and truly tests a fully well-rounded athlete. You can be fast on the flat, but really struggle on the steep. Very, very technical. So the sections here where these guys will be running sub 3-minute kilometers off-road, right away through to running 6-minute kilometers because it's so technical, so steep, and so difficult. So you really can't rely on just being a fast runner. You have to be a strong runner. You have to be technically gifted. You have to, again, run with your head. You can't just run full speed, go hell for leather because you will fall over.
There's one particular section of the run that there is a signal black spot in there, and we can't get the camera there. But the athletes have to pull themselves up on the rope. It's an incredibly difficult section. We saw some highlights that were shown in the post-production video for last year. And there are roots, rocks, and there's ropes up either side for the athletes to pull themselves up. It's incredible.
Yeah, it's not just legs. It's not just legs you need for the runs in Xterra. It's a full body experience, I think. And those woods are slick. Like I said, they have had a lot of rain yesterday. Fortunately, athletes stayed off the course just to protect not only the race course, but also the trails that are here.
There's one section though where there's a little bit of a stream. It's become a little bit more than just a stream.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a walk. Yeah, so there's a fire road section which has an amazing waterfall that goes from left to right as the athletes will approach it. And I've never seen it with any water in it before. And last night, after this rainstorm, it was waist deep. So Nico LeBrun, the professor, was out there at 4 a.m. this morning with his head torch, sending me a video with an update on the condition. And, fortunately the water level has gone down. They're still going to get wet feet, but it's nice and safe, and you can have full run course. So we're getting some amazing shots of Felix just on this first part of this lakeside track. Here we go, so currently second in the World Cup, 402 points. As we said, this is all to play for today. These points almost mean nothing, and it's only about the win, not only the Xterra World Championship, but also for the Xterra World Cup.
So Felix Forestier, at the start of the show, he was explaining how it can be very difficult life falls out here, and how it's such a great area. But he then says that he's coming here, it's been a good season, and he's coming here in form. And we're seeing that at the moment. Here he's leading the race, but knowing that Arthur is not that far behind him. These guys, they've had a great relationship throughout the season. They've had a lot of fun together, and the emotions we've seen them share in various races, they really do support each other, don't they? But on a race like this, it's just flat out battle, isn't it?
Exactly, there are no gifts given. So just scrolling my way through some of these live stream comments on our Facebook and our YouTube channel. Somebody asking, how is Bradley Weiss? So we know he's had a real crash, but I have heard that he is okay. Nothing too serious, but if we hear anything else, we will let everybody know. Where is Beatrice Ferreira? I can give you a little bit of an update as of split 4. So Beatrice is currently having a great race in 14th place.
Well, she had we had some communication in the European Championships. The family was a bit worried about where she was because they were following her on the track with something that didn't stop. It's because she too managed to smash her wheel. Yeah, great to see some crowds out there supporting the weather. If you could have seen what we had yesterday, and I took some images out of the window, it just looked bleak. It rained all day. There was very low rain cloud cover, but look at it now. The sun has come out, and for the 750 plus athletes from all over the world coming here, with the sigh of relief, because there's warmth, there's sunshine, and there's the prospect of being on the top of the podium for the one person from each age group. And the closing ceremony tonight, which we held up in Angelo, again, we sat down at the opening ceremony. Tables are big, and in the centre of the table was this fantastic selection of local meat, cheese, all sorts of nibbly things. And then the buffet, goodness.
I think I changed my body composition, but it mostly meat and cheese.
It was remarkable to see the amount of people who were absolutely plowing through the desserts. There's a whole range of things to go.
Sorry to jump in. But Felix is just about to jump down this left-hand trail. So
is that when
this is extremely technical and a very difficult narrow trail. So we do have a bit of a black spot coverage going down there. We don't obviously have to put a camera in there to
not that far.
no, it's really split. It's a handful of seconds.
If anything, I think the distance between the two has reduced after leaving T1.
Exactly. So our e-bike camera is going to stay here. Like I said, camera mounted on the helmet, so we're going to be waiting for
It should be
the athletes to come through. So like I said, it will be Ruben Ruzaffa coming through in the third place. There we go.
And then possibly Michele or someone. Federico's been out there. Quite some time back. A nice big spacious transition area as well. That's something that has been adjusted for the athletes. Ruben Ruzaffa, parked behind him.
That's a Jens Emil.
It's Emil.
So Jens Emil is, like I said, he's made up a lot of time on that last descent. He is obviously full of running as well. So the podium spot is up for grabs. Like I said, he's going to have to rely on a little bit of gamesmanship at the front of the race. I think for the two Frenchmen to maybe look at each other and slow down again. But what they come back into the race.
What the time was for getting up second lap on the side?
Or if we head to the live track report, you'll see all of the results from today, including the individual white splits for each discipline.
Because that's it was 146 off the lead. He's made up a lot of distance there.
So I'm here. We should get some images from the top of the course to a men's race. Here we go. So as I predicted, so Solenko one has crested the top of this one. She looks full of life. See, she's taking a hand off the bar, she's just having gel, putting rubbish, putting the lid back in her pocket, making sure she doesn't, disrespect the environment that we're lucky to be racing in. And she looks like she's going to go into that downhill with quite a substantial lead. There was a minute and 25 seconds at the split halfway up the climb. So we'll see what the split is back to Elise in the position at the top of the climb.
Yeah, that's Rothschild. He just started the run.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see the composition of the women's race at the top. So Deirdre Didrich has moved back in front of Sandra Knight halfway for that climb. But that second half of that climb contains all of the technical climbing. So we move away from the fire road and Sandra can look to use her skills, those marathon skills that she possesses, just to move back into that first position. So we've had a right old battle.
Yeah, but the whole 1 hour off at some point is something that it's a bit of a signature for her.
It looks like a second lady just making that right turn. I expect to see the relay see orange on the tri-suit. So she is chasing hard. So she's exactly the same as before. She's taking a gel, she's just having a little rest, and just getting set for this downhill. So I'll make a gap.
Just for a moment. Let me turn this down now. I'll talk to you.
Hopefully we'll get the full split.
And a good position to take that energy at the top, nice and flat, and ingest that. That all goes into the system on the down.
What the fuck?
Exactly.
Yo, baby, how are you? Maybe. Wow, you're really on to me. No. You're fine. I would be too. Or I would say the same thing. I don't know. Here's the thing. When I turn my camera on, no, I understand. I don't think so. I don't think I'm going to stream in there. I could. Here's the thing. Whenever I especially if I turn my microphone on, but if I ever turn my camera on, I just become a huge fucking punching bag. And so it's better for me to just sit in there and have a free advertisement in one of the biggest influencers Discord on the internet, as opposed to go in there and debate people on all kinds of shit that we're just never going to agree on, like in the Middle East or on religion. And I'll be like, look, I don't want to talk religion and politics. And they'll just be like, fuck you, Jew. I'm just like, dude, come on, let's just talk about the future and world peace and cool stuff. And they'll be just like, fuck you, motherfucker. Just like, oh, I just hear it so bad, so much, that at a certain point, it's my best interest. Well, and you know what? To be honest with you, Caspian C, I'm okay with that. I'll talk with these motherfuckers about religion and the Middle East until I die. However, here's the issue. It becomes just a screaming match in those kind of, like, when you have like 25 people talking at once. And my biggest worry is I get kicked out. And that's what happens every fucking time. Is a moderator, here's what I say about something, and they kick me out. and then I'm out. And then I have to get in with another account, and then they kick me out with that one. So I'm basically fucked just because I had like a really, impassioned argument on something. So here's what happens though. I had this happen yesterday, and I got interviewed about it in a guy's Discord. Three guys started chatting in my YouTube, and I go to my YouTube to see what the fuck is up because no one ever fucking chats to me, and they're like, "Hey, what are you doing?" And I'm like, "I don't know. I was just doing the whatever, fucking working on my robots, I think." And the guys are like, "Oh, well, do you know you were like in Aiden Ross's what do you call it, Discord?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, I could be." Like I knew I was, but I'm like, "Yeah, I could be. I don't know. I have a lot of devices in there and like a bunch of different ones. So yeah, what about it?" And they're like, "Oh, okay. So you're just sitting in there?" I'm like, "Yeah, I got a lot of devices." And they're like, "You just always have it plugged in?" I'm like, "Yeah. Do you have any other fucking questions for me?" Like, see, here's the funny thing. While it is weird what I'm doing, it's weird what they're doing too, that they're so fucking inquisitive that they found me on this weird part of the internet. And now they're asking me like if I keep a phone plugged in. Long story short, I say to them, do you have any other questions for me? You guys good? They're like, you want to join our Discord? Like, will you talk to us in our Discord? Like, yeah. So I go in their Discord, we start talking, we do a VC for like quite a long time. They ask me a bunch of questions. They add me on Discord. They want to interview me in the future when they're doing their live stream, and they turned out to be pretty cool people. So that was a positive that I got out of it. I've gotten one positive out of just keeping my name up there, and I've gotten only negative when I talk to people. I got kicked out of so many different places. And then another thing too, which is kind of, I think, stinky about this one in particular, and I've already been kicked out of this one. Caspian C, you're probably like, Rabbi, I understand, I get it. But I've already been kicked out of Aiden's Planet. I had to appeal it. And here's the big one, Caspian C. Here's the big one. You ready for this? No self-promotion. How do I even communicate what I am, who I do, anything without at least telling them that I live stream myself? Exactly. And to be honest with you, that's why I got a 3-day ban. I didn't get a 3-day ban for arguing with anybody. I didn't get a 3-day ban for doing anything but and it was like this. This was how shitty it was. Because I had just gotten banned from another TG because they said I was self-promoting. And so I was really careful in this one. I wasn't saying anything about what I was doing. And somebody said to me something like, "Hey, is anyone here a creator? If you are, let me know because I would love to review your channel on my channel. It's what I do." And I'm like, "Oh, okay. I am." He's like, "All right, well, send me a DM." And I'm like, "All right, cool. That's it." And they called that self-promotion, and I got a 3-day ban for it. And the thing is, the guy who came in, who was like, "Hey, is anybody here an influencer?" I don't know if anything happened to them because when they said that I was self-promoting, it was like 35 minutes later. It was like, "What?" They're like, "Yeah, when that guy came in here and asked if anyone was an influencer, you said that you were." Like, well, that was because I was asked a direct question that I got 3-day ban, boom, and I was gone. So I know it's like a long fucking answer to your question. The best thing I can do is just have that thing as an advertisement, have them rip on me, have them look at my social media, do whatever they want to do. But the second I even get in there and they say, "Hey, what are you doing?" Boom, I get a ban. You should be very careful about the same thing if you talk in there. I'm having trouble hearing you, Caspian. Are you near the microphone? Oh, okay. Let me see if I can turn this up anymore. I can hear you. Go ahead, as best I can. Bloodborne. Oh, dude, I got one for you, the perfect one. You got to do the monkey app. Everybody does the monkey app. It's like Omegle, but it's here. But I got to warn you in advance, dog. Not everybody's 18 on it. So, check your settings and make sure that I don't know. Here's the thing. The one disadvantage of it, or a huge disadvantage of it, I think, is you can't filter out only people who are 18, to my knowledge. Maybe you can, and if you can, please let me know. I haven't tried it. I shouldn't say that. I tried it. I got 3 people. The first one was a sex ad. The second one, it was just a blank screen. And the third one was some some guy, let's just say, who did not agree. We did not agree in the Middle East. And maybe we did. I bet we fucking did if we really talked about it. But he didn't want to talk about it. And he reported me. And I lost my account immediately. So be careful with that one, too. I mean, it's not like I got a couple warnings. No, it went, your account has been terminated. I was like, what in the fuck? And it was literally 3 people. The first was a sex ad. The second was just a blank screen. And the third was this guy just smoking. He smokes. He looks at me. He says all this shit about, that situation. And then and then I got banned. And I mean, I got banned from the whole fucking thing. So I can tell you exactly that one, there were only 3 people I saw. It's not like it was a whole bunch and I got a bunch of negative points against me. Not at all. It was one person who I actually saw face to face and they got me banned. You know what, though, Caspian? One thing that I did do, that I might do, is, can you hear me? I sang karaoke in Aiden Ross's lounge. What I did was I opened up a VC, or I went to VC1 where nobody was, and I was just in there doing my thing, singing to myself, and with like Spotify, and then like one person came in. I asked them, "Do you want to sing karaoke with me?" And they left. And then 5 people came in, And then I was like, does anybody have any requests? And somebody requested Firework by Katy Perry. And I sang it. And then I continued to sing some songs. Some people stayed. And then I didn't sing anymore. But basically, like, I have to basically have a set thing that I'm going to do like that, like karaoke, where I'm not talking about anything. You know what I mean? And people will understand. But even that is kind of risky because people could just be like, we don't like karaoke, and then ban you. I can hear you. I didn't say anything. Caspian, just for a moment. Caspian, see, just for a moment. I have to get another device. I don't know why. I can't hear you for shit. Just for a moment. What did you say, Caspian C? What did you say? What is it? What are you looking? What is this monkey app? Oh, okay, same thing. All right, same thing. I mean, same kind of deal. All right, are you streaming this? So that's what you need to do. Okay. Oh yeah, apparently there are a lot of penises. No, just be on the lookout or be careful or whatever. No. I'm just giving you a heads up. Okay, you talk to them. You do that. Enjoy.
From battery issues to flat tires to keys locked in your car, AAA's affordable roadside assistance is there for you 24/7, 365. Join now at AAA.com/member. Roadside assistance is provided by independent facilities contracted by AAA. Coverage in taxis, limousines, and other ride-sharing conveyances is excluded. Offers, terms, conditions, and policies are subject to change without notice. Visit AAA.com/member for details. Savings partners subject to change.
How easy does Apartments.com's 3D virtual tours make finding a new home? Well, I bet you can do it all. So it's like 3 hours. That's like a giant sarcophagus. That's not rhetorical, is it, Craig? I think so. I was like, man, this is a good job. If you just started, there are 2 things you can do for 3 hours.
Like how the Amex Platinum card helps you have the perfect trip. I'd like to check into the Centurion Lounge. Or how it seems like you always get those hard to snag tables.
That's 3 hours.
And how you get the most out of select campus events. With access to the Centurion Lounge, Early Priority Notify, and Amex card number benefits at select events, you'll have to share. That's the powerful backing of American Express.
Do you know who Rabbi Rothschild is? You do. You know who that is.
From the City of Angels to the Pacific Ocean,
Listen to him.
anything where
Where you listen to him.
across the nation, around the
Where you
world,
listen to him.
in order
Where
to
you listen to Rabbi Rothschild.
How the fuck do they know it like that? Impossible. Yeah, that motherfucker doesn't know this shit.
That's a really interesting reason. Really weird reason.
East-West D. A full list of affected lot numbers is available.
Wow. It's because I was talking about a rabbi. That makes sense.
What happened?
that you're talking about shows that companies' drugs reduce the risk of heart-related death by 20% in overweight people. It included more than 17,600 people from 41 countries. So, one might say being overweight in complicating heart disease has never been a secret. And finally, for the first time, we see the results of a study that give us a lot of hope. Researchers presented Monday at the European Congress of Obesity and published in the journal Nature Medicine showed that sustained up to 208 weeks or 4 years using the drug Wegovy. The study also looked at how many people maintained at least 80% of the weight loss after the initial 36 weeks. Now here are the major takeaways. The researchers led by Donna Ryan of Bennington Biomedical Research Center in Baton Rouge noted that the trend showed that participants on the medication typically lost weight for about 65 weeks or a year and 3 months before reaching a plateau, lowering the heart attack risk and damage permanently. You track Christian's work by going to myheartbook.com. Thanks, Christian. What's in the name? Apparently quite a lot of yours is Olivia or Leoma. These two names are once again the most popular baby girl and baby boy names in America for the 5th consecutive year, according to the Social Security Administration's 2023 report just released. Tech tycoon Elon Musk has made the claim that humans should be living in a city on Mars within the next 30 years. SpaceX boss took to his X platform to respond to a tweet declaring we're just a few years away from landing on Mars. 52-year-old entrepreneur says less than 5 years from the uncrewed, less than 10 to land people, maybe a city in 20 years, but for sure in 30, civilization is secure. That's the thing. Here's Kevin Randall with this week's report on UFOs. Kevin, what do you have for us?
Well, I do, George. Let me take a moment to note again the passing of Dr. Bruce Huckabee, a scientist who was fully convinced of the reality of alien visitation. He served with most of the high-profile UFO organizations and brought microscopic science to the study of UFOs. He was a great advocate for the use of science and the research of the phenomenon and followed that passion in his own research. A couple of hours ago, I heard that Representative Tim Burchett, a Republican from Tennessee, is going to introduce a bill next Thursday that will require the president to direct the heads of various departments to declassify all documents that relate to UFOs, which of course they call UAPs. The bill would not only require the declassification of the information, but would require quarterly reports that would update both the Senate and the House. He didn't say that this wasn't about flying saucers or little green men, but it's about the millions that have been spent on something they insist doesn't exist. Now, though, that this sort of enthusiasm has been expressed in the past, and in the end, we're in about the same place we have been for decades. 2 weeks ago, I reported on Republican Representative Matt Gaetz' efforts to learn more about a sighting made over the Eglin Air Force Base's training range, and was the subject of a press release by Arrow. The conclusion by Arrow was that this was some sort of balloon, more sophisticated than a regular weather balloon. I have now learned a little more about that information. Gaetz reported he had seen what he called a footage taken of the UFO, and he said that it was not of human construction. Gaetz said that after repeated attempts to learn more, he was granted access to the files. He saw the photographic evidence and said the image was of a UFO. Well, again, he said UAP. He said that he was not able to attach any human capability to it, either from the United States or from any of our adversaries. Only Gaetz, who was able to interview whoever was taking the photograph, Gaetz learned that they encountered a fleet of unidentified objects in malfunction within the radar. You can only describe UFO as an orb. I will note here, in the interest of fairness, that missions of the radar filter have not been caused by the close approach of the UFO. Others suggest the radar didn't fail because of the UFO. Such instances have been reported in the past. Anyway, we have learned a little bit more about that case. Keeping with the tradition, meaning a sighting of an orb, a witness in Lakeland, Florida reported a UFO that was caught on a Ring camera on May 1st of this year. The color was white and it was moving too fast for the airplane, according to the witness. It was about 4 or 5 miles from the camera to the south of the witness. It's an interesting piece of film. It's somewhat strange. However, I must say that the object started out small and grew and floated across the sky. As it does, there appears to be a pulsation just before flight on range of specific color. Those at the National UFO Reporting Center, where you can see the video, suggest that it's possibly an aircraft. If nothing else, this demonstrates how good the cameras are, and suggests we should be getting more footage of this falling strange object in the sky. I do look for sightings in which electronic equipment fails or animals react to the close approach of the object. On May 3rd of this year, in Clayton, North Carolina, the witness watched both of them for a time for 10 to 16 minutes. There were no flashing lights, but there was a haze around the object, no sound, and it left no trail behind it. The witness said they moved around the sky, some disappearing and reappearing, but all going more or less in the same direction. As I say, what caught my attention was the witness reporting that the birds got quiet when the orbs appeared. As the job got weird, and then the witness said he felt weird. Although the witness is what we sometimes call a repeater, which suggests an inability to identify mundane objects under unusual circumstances. Here's a report of animal reaction that suggests something out there of the ordinary. The objects were not helicopters, airplanes, or nothing else in the sky at the time. Is that correct, or is that George?
I swear, like, 38 years ago, the Space Shuttle Challenger broke apart. Just by like a moment, Adam Higginbotham after this latest Challenger. The true story of Shuttle was on disaster on the edge of space. He snaps, coast to coast.
On a dark desert highway, cool wind in my hair, warm smell of galitas rising up through the air. Up ahead in the distance, I saw a shimmering light. My head grew heavy and my sight grew dim. I had to stop for the night. Mackenzie stood in the doorway, ringing the mission bell. And I was thinking to myself, this could be heaven or this could be hell. And then she looked up the candle, and she showed me the way. There were voices down in the corridor, and thought I heard them say, welcome to the Hotel California. Such a lovely place, such a lovely place, such a lovely place. Many of them at the Hotel California.
external stimulus, like the interaction.
Sometime when you work challenges, it's your story of a disaster on the edge of space. Well, we know what the disaster was. What about the heroism? Outside of the 7 movies, were heroes for just being there.
One of the reasons I wrote the book is that I felt that although a lot of being written about challenges in the past, the fact that the accident took place in the first place was then followed a few years later by the Columbia incident in 2003. Those two things really overshadowed the achievements of the shuttle program, and one of the amazing feats of engineering was to build it in the first place. And the achievements of the 24 successful flights of the shuttle before the accident took place. And there was enormous heroism involved in each one of those flights, and indeed in the challenge flight. It took the first flight of the shuttle in April 1981. It was the first time that NASA had ever flown one of its spacecraft with a crew aboard before it had been tested by remote control repeatedly in order to verify its safety. So the two men who flew aboard Columbia in April 1981, were exhibited amazing heroism when you think about how dangerous and untested in practice the spacecraft was.
Now, we're not absent from tragedy. The Apollo 1 craft blew up, caught on fire on the pad. Remember that one, right?
Yeah, so that was before Challenger, that was the worst accident in NASA's history. In 1967, the crew of Apollo 1 were caught in the fire inside the space capsule on the launch pad during a run-through of the launch test. And the capsule had been designed with a pure oxygen atmosphere. And the hatch, which was almost impossible to open under certain circumstances. And so the three men were trapped inside after an electrical spark ignited the pure oxygen atmosphere inside the capsule. Yeah.
And of course, the almost tragedy of Apollo 13.
Well, that's true. This is really an important part of the Challenger story, which is that, by 1986, despite the Apollo 1 flight, which was then really overshadowed by the phenomenal success of the moon landings, and despite the contributions that the lessons of Apollo 1 made to actually being able to get men to land on the moon, NASA as an organization has begun to be perceived both inside and outside by the public as an organization that was capable of repeatedly achieving the almost impossible, almost as a matter of course. And so even space, like Apollo 13, which three men almost experienced a total catastrophe and the loss of their lives, hundreds of thousands of miles out in deep space, but were recovered by and saved from that by the ingenuity of NASA engineers. That is a successful fact. So they're trying with ingenuity and heroism rather than catastrophe.
And we're going to take a short break. We'll come back and talk more about your incredible challenge, Coast to Coast.
Do you have a photo that you think would interest the Coast to Coast audience? We're always on the hunt for unique and unusual images for our photo gallery. To submit your image, simply go to coasttocoastam.com and mouse over the media button on the upper navigation bar. You'll see the submission option.
Semper Solaris, your source for all your solar roofing and heating and air needs. Go to sempersolaris.com.
Ready to score big at the Grand Slam sales event this month at John Thornton Buick GMC in Carrollton. Clean up with $10,000 off MSRP on a new 2024 Sierra Denali, or slide into a new 2024 Buick Encore GX for $5,000 off MSRP, and make every player on the team happy in a new 2024 GMC Terrain by taking $6,000 off MSRP. No curveballs, only home runs this month at John Thornton Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
I like daffodils, tulips, I think Jennifer dahlias. I love being in the garden, but I'm
The Good Feet store. Call 1-800-NEW-FEET or visit goodfeet.com. Grab an ice cold can of Celsius Sparkling Orange and experience the delicious taste of essential energy. Celsius powers active lives every day with refreshing fruit-forward flavors and proven ingredients. Find Celsius Essential Energy drinks at a retailer near you or visit Celsius.com to learn more.
John Gordon Chevrolet is knocking prices out of the park this month during the Grand Slam sales event. Hey, it's Christy Gates. Step up to the plate and take $12,000 off a new 2024 Chevy Silverado LT or clean up with savings on a new 2024 Chevy Corvette C8 by taking $8,000 off. They're hitting nothing but homers during the Grand Slam sales event. John Gordon Chevrolet on Thornton Road in Lithia Springs, online at johngordon.com. John Gordon Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Something big is here. Something so big it couldn't fit in the can. It's crazy how you attack this. Healthy Burst. A sparkling water beverage bursting with so much fruit flavor. Alright, that was the boss. With six sensational flavors, no added sugar. New member of the Bubble Bowl. Because it was so like the colorful Bubble Burst bottles. And they had a burst of fruit flavors. Oh, you know that. Bubble Burst also not shit. Snag jobs where America goes to hire because Eva's talent pool and hourly hiring with access to over 6 million active hour workers. Snag jobs is the all-in-one solution for hiring high-quality employees that can cover all your needs. On demand, it's up to hire part-time or full-time. You name the position: warehouse worker, retail associate, grocery store clerk, fitness trainer, baker, stylist, bellhop, podcast producer. Yeah, Snag-a-Job's got a worker for that. Their fucking house platform. They're able to posting to fill available positions quickly. And dedicated customer support teams provide all the help you need along the way. Kind of nice knowing you have a talent pool like that in your own backyard, right? Snag-a-Job is the partner you need to keep your business running smoothly. So visit snagajob.com or text snag to 42424 to talk to an expert. Snagajob.com, where America goes to hire.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it clearly now. There's no cure for HIV. There are effective treatments that, if prescribed, help you live healthy with HIV and get and stay unaffected. We know the virus is so low in the epidemic of outcome. To live with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
You're listening
podcast network is up and running. And
I'm national. It sure is. We might need to join you on this. Listen to podcasts on your phone. Just download the iHeartRadio app. If you prefer a computer, just go to iHeartRadio.com and search. Put in Coast to Coast AM. All the shows will pop right up. We'll have a show next week. Captain contact our UFO show. Go to coasttocoastam.com right now if you care. So you can read a little bit about it. So please listen in and see iHeartRadio.
You can't get poison ivy. I'm a mute. Yeah, I'm a mute. If we find someone, put it on me.
Why did they stop?
changing the protocol, rebuilding solid, redesigning solid rocket joint. And then they went back to flying the ADA. that almost 2 years between the accident and the return to flight.
Was it difficult to search the block for Challenger?
Part of the problem was simply tangling with the vast amount of information that there is. And that has occurred in the last eyewitnesses or were directly involved in what happened.
Were there some people who did not want to talk? Go on record.
I mean, in a project like this, you've always got to sort of expect a certain hit rate. You want to talk to a huge list of people, and some people may simply not respond. Some people will decline, and usually the majority of people will agree. There was nobody who, I don't think there was anybody who really said, I'm not going to talk about this, I'm not going to talk on the radio. Everybody that I spoke to was pretty open about it. I did spend a long time preparing my own knowledge of what happened so that I could make sure that I understood how best to approach people, in what obviously for many of them is extremely sensitive subject.
I'm saying all the vehicle rings malfunction.
Well, there was a long history of malfunctioning the O-rings because the solid rockets were one of the reusable parts of the system, and once they burned out, they would fall on parachutes back to the surface of the ocean, and then 2 ships would go out and recover them. And the rockets would then be brought back to the slip, taken out, and carefully disassembled for a post-flight examination. And almost from the very beginning of the launches back in 1981, the technicians from all cycle began to find evidence that there was what they called erosion, which was these hot gases effectively drilling holes in the rubber gasket. So they'd already had a long history of problems with the rings. And forensic examination of the wreckage led them to the conclusion, as well as everything that they learned from the information that was telemeters to the ground during the 73 seconds of flight.
With all the shuttle flights, we were probably lucky that the O-rings only had to have it on the Challenger mission.
Yeah, there were some very close calls, specifically with the solid rocket in the 24 flight before this happened. And in fact, one of the things that was uncovered by the Rothschild investigation was that initial statistical analysis of the risk of catastrophic failure in the rocket during the ascent phase was actually around 1 in 27 on a separate rocket. But that statistic was initially brushed aside by NASA managers long before the first shuttle flew.
Did you come across anybody, Adam, who may have said at the time, don't launch?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the group of engineers from Molten Fire who built the Delta rockets, and specifically Project Rothschild, who was the one expert on solid rocket seals, who had uncovered a potential link between cold weather and leaks joints almost exactly a year before the Challenger launch took place, was one of the engineers who helped bring about late night teleconference on the eve of launch, right at the night before launch. And he and other local engineers initially put forward a recommendation that NASA should not launch in weather as cold as it was, because there were record cold temperatures came from but over the course of the teleconference, his managers at Molten Fire chose to ignore
Tell us about Judy Reston.
Well, Ruth is a very interesting character who was an excellent electric engineer. She was the second woman in space. But it narrowly cut down on being the first woman in space. Given that she or, I should say that not that obscure, she's one of the reasons that she herself being the first person woman in space. And that Sally Rowland was because she was such a private person, she really descended from public relations parties and job. And the case that is better about that, no one was sure of the case. But just that kind of amazing leadership and really fascinating.
How many men you were? Challenger blew up. Secondly, just asking a question or two about what we've been talking about. Truly, it was an amazing moment. Sad, but amazing.
Yes, I mean, and I think really, for anyone who's lived through it, it's hard to imagine how even seeing that was happening. You know, there was really a sort of time before the way that NASA and the human spaceflight generally
show his face as he's free.
was changed in that moment. Because up until that point, nobody had ever imagined something like that could really take place.
There were 4 moments in my history that I'll remember until the day I died. That was JFK's assassination. I was 13. Landing on the moon. The tragedy of 9/11. The Challenger. Those 4 episodes are the first time I was there.
Yeah, I think that
Next person, Jensen.
The Coast website is now streamlined for mobile devices. We want to enjoy our website on your phone. Visit
Just apply
tornadoes touched down in Georgia last month. That is serious stuff. Hey there, it's Chrissy Gates. Think about it like this. You're just a storm away from losing power or possibly more. So don't wait for the next storm. Prepare for it now with my friends at Brightbox. Brightbox Electrical is a trusted member of the Coolray family, and they are your go-to for storm response services. They keep you safe with whole home and AC surge protection, and Brightbox is also easy to call for a whole home generator. This month you can save up to $3,000. So find out more and schedule your visit at coolray.com.
Why is our community abandoning Joe Biden? Because Biden made big promises and he hasn't delivered.
Just look around. We're struggling because everything costs more. Gas, rent. Our families are having to cut back on basics. You can forget about buying a house or paying off your credit cards. The truth is, under Trump, we can get loans without high interest rates. And Biden will do that.
You know who he is letting go? Joe Biden. Illegal immigrants. Biden's open border is letting Mexican cartels flood our neighborhoods with drugs and crime. Worse, he's helping pay rent for illegal immigrants with our tax dollars. While our families struggle to make ends meet, he gives handouts to these people.
Wave check.
Biden is worrying about everyone else. Things were better before Biden. And the truth is, Trump. Biden let us down, and he's not even my vote. If you never go to give me or responsible for the content of this advertising, otherwise, like, you can't do it.
Why choose Sleep Number Smart Bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Whenever I want. And with Sleep Cool Bed, Sleep Number does that. Cools up 8 times faster than what you choose your ideal comfort under your side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. GE Power rates Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattress score. And now see 50% of the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Limited time. For GE Power 2023 award information, visit gepower.com/awards. Find a store near you. Visit sleepnumber.com.
Grab an ice cold can of Celsius Kiwi Guava and experience flavor with essential oils. Celsius powers hot products every day with refreshing fruit-forward flavors and ingredients like Celsius drinks and
For most of the people that walk in our store, it's been an ongoing, non-stop issue. They're searching, they're grasping at straws because they've been trying other products and they bought something that they thought was going to help solve their problem, and it didn't.
From listening to that, I heard support specialist at the convenience store.
A client came into my store last year that has had plantar fasciitis for 30 years. He literally walked in with a handful of products and said, "This is what I've been wearing." I looked at him, I said, "Are you kidding me? I've been here for 14. Where have you been?"
For over 20 years, we've been helping people live the life they love. We're not letting nothing get in the way.
I'm just sad that he spent so many years with so much discomfort. I helped relieve a problem that's plagued him for 30 years. I mean, how do you not go home and talk about that?
See what we can do for you with a free personalized nurse support fee. The Good Feet Store.
The Good Feet Store. Call 1-800-NEW-FEET or visit goodfeet.com. Audible is your prime suspect for thrilling and mysterious audiobooks, podcasts, and originals. Get your adrenaline pumping with the latest shocker from James Patterson, The Justice, and Big Brother with a full cast, full take of Orwell's 1984. Solve a murder in the champagne room with desperate, deadly widows. Suspense, secrets, tension, twists. It's a killer lineup on Audible. Go to audible.com/killer to listen now.
Something big is here. Something so big it couldn't fit in a can. Introducing Bubbly Burst, a sparkling water beverage bursting with so much fruit flavor we had to put it in a bottle. With 6 sensational flavors and no added sugar, the newest member of the Bubbly family is worth smiling about. So look for the colorful Bubbly Burst bottles and add a burst of fruit flavor to your day. Bubbly Burst, coming to a fridge.
That's fair. I just kind of was like,
Snag a job is where America goes to hire. This town cool and hourly hire.
yeah, I mean, that's pretty good for you.
Get active
I was
hours work.
working on that shit.
Snag a job is the all-in-one solution for hiring high quality employees that's going to cover all your needs. Hiring, hire, part-time or full-time. You name the position.
No, it should be
Housework, retail associate, grocery store clerk, fitness trainer, cyber developers, podcast producer.
Just straight come
Yeah, Snag a job's got a worker for that. With our easy-to-use platform, you're able to seamlessly post
So
your available positions
the whole
and dedicated customer support teams provide all the help you need along the way. nice though when they have a towel like that in the backyard, right? Snag Job is a partner of So visit snagjob.com or text snag 242424 to talk to an expert. Snagjob.com, where America goes to hire. There's something about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that take an extra stride and get you to stay untouched, which means the amount of dollars is so low and you can't do anything about that. If you're dealing with HIV and not on treatment, talk to us about treatment. Learn more at HIV.com. That's the sponsor by Gilead. American Vision Windows, no houses, we are here at Generation Windows and Doors. AmericanVisionWindows.com. Real estate can crash like it did in 2008. Economies don't let them off the debt and fall serve our country and communities, and GovX delivers unbeatable deals that you've earned. GovX.com is the only site built exclusively to honor your service. Members save on thousands of trusted brands, tickets, travel, and more. See if you qualify. Visit GovX.com to join for free today. Use code RADIO15 in the shopping cart to get an extra $15 off your first order. GovX, savings for those who serve.
And welcome back to Coast to Coast. We are with you, Adam Big and Bob from this what we're talking about tonight. Challenger, true story of heroism and disaster into space. Oh, it just came out, Adam, didn't it? Yeah, it was on TV. Available everywhere. Yeah, Amazon, you name it, right? Yeah. What do you think about that? Sure. Is there anything you came across that bothered you? Bothered me? I don't know. I mean, I think that the broad outlines of the sort of institutional failure that led to the accident. I think the most troubling and startling things I came across were the instances of human frailty and failure and human error that contributed towards the accident. So I think that the most extraordinary one was, I mentioned earlier that, there were the balloon experiments of the investigation that the Rothschild Commission conducted after the accident. Among those were transcripts of interviews with each of the 34 men who were present on the launch teleconference when they had the decision to reverse the recommendation from a no-go to launch to go. And when I was reading through those, I realized that more than 5 volunteers that decision was only taken after a unanimous vote for senior managers. And what was described from various viewpoints by a number of people who were present in the meeting is that 3 of the senior managers fully agreed to reverse their recommendation. And then it came down to one individual who was the head of engineering at the time. And it was clear that he really didn't want to reverse his recommendation. And there's a terrible moment described by a number of the people that were in the meeting when he sits and looks at that story. He didn't take his engineer and nobody said anything. And then he stops to get up and wipes the hand across his face.
Again, I will be apology for the night.
He just came in.
I'm going to abuse you. I don't think that's how it works, right?
Okay, I agree. That's fine.
That's what I've been seeing and hearing. And if they really like you, they're really trying to, right? I got the time machine. You feel so self. Just like
That was the astronauts ever say so at all? By that time, the astronauts don't have a things going on in his life. He just said, he had wanted some point of saying, I don't want to launch. He had no visual. I still have to do that.
said no. And after that data, it's always positive. But I appreciate the book. And look back, you're just a sad time. But you'll do very well. I just got that to review it. The SDS1 launch. John Spencer is your first one. These are all the Pablo. Like, missing control sort of triggers around it. Great to see that. Yeah, a lot of time. Because that's why a lot of good for the country. But we did have the series there. Again, thank you very much for your work. Thank you.
Polish descent first, and then you
Yeah.
And in Ohio, take it away. Hey, Matthew, go ahead. Matthew, what is
So it's fresh on your mind, so you decided to coach and test that show.
Thomas, Wisconsin? Hey, Thomas, go ahead, sir.
I just remember watching that moment in the 86. I was apparently housed in our house. I had just been a car. It was crazy. I was in the 40s, I was 6 years old. And we got people who had a place for an hour. I took 2 or 3 seconds cat.
If you're going to have a serious problem, I guess. I mean,
And many friends had a talked about this.
I don't have a favorite. Kemper would be my. KEM.
And you know, as I say, people from my generation, our generation, all remember it very clearly.
He was a super genius.
What time is it?
Only person and his brother on record. He's more like a 185. Like a 185. Perfect.
One of the issues is
Eastern, right?
exactly, yeah,
That's a lot. That's very high. But his brother. But they didn't believe him. Everybody said
pushing to
he
suggest that
missed questions on
even if they
purpose.
just delay it 24 hours, if they delayed it a few hours into the afternoon,
Like he
yeah, the temperature might rise
how smart he really was.
for the overheat warm
He
up.
let himself get a 185 on the test.
Even that,
So I mean, I'm
something
not
that
saying he's my
the
favorite
mathematics
serial killer by
They
any
knew the
means.
overage was a serious problem.
It's fascinating if someone's like,
they knew that they had a problem with it,
I
but
really don't want anyone to know how smart I am. I got this couple that used to
the way
get
that
85.
that it was hard at the time, the way the course committed the finding,
That's
you're easy to get the impression that the manager, that the marshal state like that, that was just the headquarters of the natural rock killing. Those are the managers who were ultimately responsible for the decisions that were wrong. Easy to get the impression that they were cowards and they were knowingly gambling with the lives of the National.
It's like,
So I think that if you look at the way they behaved at the time, and what they set up, both during the investigation and then the interviews they gave us,
just like, yeah.
the truth was that they were just overconfident and arrogant, and they thought that they were making an accurate assessment
Just like,
of potential risk,
he was almost not
and they thought they understood how the US worked, and they understood the engineering,
Well, he was
and
just
they were wrong.
he was a big fucking
They find all the astronauts.
genius who killed a bunch of people and then
They found remains of all seven people, and they eventually recovered the crew bottom from the ocean several months after the accident.
it's crazy.
While in Indiana, the Rockets.
Israel, Jesus, yeah.
Hello, George.
I don't know about that.
And hello,
I don't know about that. I know Israel was
Rothschild. I'm not sure if Rothschild was saying, but first, are any of your books on Audible? They all are, yes. They are great.
I think I thought that Israel
was supposed to be on a previous flight, and he got about transgender James Arn.
that's not even Israel.
He was actually assigned to two previous flights, flying with 2 previous crews.
I do mean Israel.
The official
I don't know. You're saying I say it. I don't know what I say it.
James Arn was
I go to Israel, Jesus, like this.
problem was the gulf between the way in which the engineers and the astronauts understood the shuttle and its function, and the way that it was represented to the public. So what happened is that they flew 4 initial flights in the early years of the program, and once those 4 flights were completed, NASA officially declared the shuttle operation, which is a designation that's usually given to those who get results in most labs or others flown thousands of test flights. Not simply 4 flights of experimental vehicles. And some engineers I spoke to who worked on the program found that they laughed when they heard it being declared operational, because they understood very clearly as the astronauts that it was still highly experimental. In no way be regarded as a kind of airline state. And yet that's the way that the public was allowed to think of it.
This was a very diverse crowd as well. African American, women, Japanese Americans. They had a variety of all kinds of issues.
Yeah, it was one of the most diverse groups in NASA history. And I think that, as well as the addition to the crew, but of course, one of the reasons that the catastrophe struck a chord with people from countries and hit people so hard, because, in a way, it represented a kind of ideal version of American society. And also, having heard the call of the citizen in that stage, she carried with them the dreams and aspirations of anyone who thought that, one day they would all be able to go.
Boston, Mass, we go down to another church.
If you fucking break up that entire distance, is it really
Time of year, any time of year, you can find it here. They're chirping and twisted. She got the Mercedes Benz. She got a lot of pretty friend boys. She called friends. Little dance in the courtyard. Sweet summer sweat. Some dance to remember. Some dance to forget. And so I called up the captain. Please bring me my wine, he said. We haven't had that spirit here since 1969. And still those voices are calling from far away. Wake you up in the middle of the night just to hear them say, welcome to the Hotel California. It's such a lovely place, such a lovely place, such a lovely face. Living it up at the Hotel California. What a nice surprise, what a nice surprise. Bring your alibis. Mirrors on the ceiling. Pink champagne on ice. And she said, we are all just prisoners here of our own device. In the master's chambers, we gathered for the feast. We shared with their spirit eyes, but we just can't kill the beast. Last thing I remember, it was calling for the door. I had to put the passage back to the place I was before. Relax in the night, man. We are programmed to the sea. You can check out anytime you like. but you can never leave. Play that air guitar, baby. We're singing karaoke. We're taking karaoke requests. This is Hotel California. And I'm in the middle of a kick-ass guitar solo. Thank you, baby. Hey, any requests? Keep on playing. Hell yeah. All right. Next up, we're going to play some Kool and the Gang. Because Kool and the Gang kicks ass. And we're going to play Celebration. Because this is a celebration, bitches. Woohoo! Woohoo! Celebration. Woohoo! Celebration. Celebrate good times. Come on. That's great. Celebrate good times. Come on. Celebrate. There's a party going on right here. A celebration to last throughout the years. So take your good times and your laughter too. We gon' celebrate. I'll party with you. Come on and celebration. We all celebrate. They have a good time. Celebration. We gon' celebrate and have a good time. It's time to come together. What's up to you? What's your pleasure? Everyone around the world, come on. Woohoo! It's a celebration. Woohoo! I'm gonna hook you up, dog. Celebrate good times. Come on. I got another device. It's gonna come in here. It's gonna blow your mind. Celebrate good times. Come on. Celebrate. Party going on right here. A celebration together throughout the years. So bring your good times and your laughter too. We gon' celebrate and party with you. Come on, it's celebration. We all celebrate and have a good time. Celebration. We gonna celebrate and have a good time. This time, It's up to you. What's your pleasure? Everyone around the world, come on. Woohoo! It's a celebration. Yeah. Woohoo! It's a celebration. Celebrate good times. Come on. Let's all celebrate. Come on now. Celebrate good times. Come on. Let's celebrate. Let's have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's alright. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Hey, there you are. It's alright. Celebration. It's alright. Celebration. It's alright. Woohoo! Woohoo! Celebrate good times, come on. Celebrate good times, come on. Celebration. Good times. Celebrate good times, come on. Celebrate good times, come on. Celebrate. You are my universe and I just want to put you first. You are my universe and I look at you. Rolling in eyes. And then you go down. Yeah, what is that fucking thing?
This is Jack. I'm a ghost designer and I love the show. I'm going to replay the show.
All right, gentlemen. I want you to repeat.
With the show archives. All of the guests are very important and super entertaining. So
That's how I do it.
besides today, you'll be glad you did. Shout out.
Hi, you little bitch. What is this circus trick? Never ending, never, baby. You are my universe, and I just want to put you first. You are my universe, and I'm your heart way up inside. Together, because I'm from different sides. You are my universe, and I just want to put you first. You are my universe, and I'm a heart right inside. My universe, my universe, my universe, my heart right up inside. Circus stuff. Garbage. This shit on the billboard. No, but this is. They just talking. What is this bullshit? Baby, you are my universe, and I just want to put you first. You are my universe, and it's my heart right up inside. Oh, cool job. Dooby dooby doo boo. Da 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 da. Never ever, baby, you are my universe. You are my universe. Joe Rogan. Na 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 na. Dooby dooby doo. Na 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 na. Never baby. You are. Check it out. The Joe Rogan Experience. Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
Oh, cool. You know her?
Yeah, I know her pretty well.
Boy, her theories are very, very, very interesting.
Yeah.
She's a strange person to talk to because you start really considering some of the things she's saying. It's just all the UFO stuff. I go back and forth on the UFO stuff from it being complete bullshit to like maybe there's something there.
Right.
I fluctuate throughout the day.
Yeah. Well, we can talk about that. You know, I'm peripherally involved with.
Jim, you making noise over there? Show you my phone.
Yeah.
You're peripherally involved
with the Galileo Project at Harvard and the Soul Foundation at Stanford, which are like the two academic UFO research groups that are out there. Avi Loeb is running the one at Harvard, and Gary Nolan is running. You had Gary on your show, right?
I have not, but I've been in communication with him.
Okay.
I've talked to him quite a bit.
Yeah. So
very fascinated by his work.
I'm happy to talk about UFO stuff where it overlaps with simulation theory.
So how did you get involved in this whole theory in the first place? Explain to people your position, if you don't mind, on simulation theory. What do you think is going on?
Yeah, well, so first question, how did I get involved in this, right? So, I was a video game developer in Silicon Valley, and then I became an investor in the video game industry. My background is in computer science. And what happened was after I sold my last video game company back in 2016, so we're talking 7 years ago now, 8 years ago now, and I put on a virtual reality headset and started playing a VR ping pong game. Right, now these headsets were even bigger than they are now, and they were wired, so there's no mistaking you're in virtual reality. But what happened was that the ping pong game was so realistic that for a moment my brain forgot that this wasn't a real game of table tennis. So much so that I tried to put the paddle down on the table, and I tried to lean against the table, but of course there was no table, so the controller fell to the floor, and I almost fell over. I had to do one of these double takes, like, oh wait, I'm just in VR, right? So I started to think about how long would it take us to build something like the Matrix, something that's so immersive that you would forget, right, that you were inside a video game. And so that led me to this idea of the simulation point, which is a kind of technological singularity. But then I started to research things like quantum physics and some of the mysteries around the observer effect and quantum mechanics. And then I started to look at all the world's religions, and I realized that they're all kind of saying the same thing, which is that there is no physical universe. And so, that led me to the conclusion that we are most likely inside some kind of a computer simulation or a massively multiplayer video game, depending on how you look at it.
Where did that computer game, where did that simulation come from if we are inside of it?
Well, that's the big question, right? And there's two versions of simulation theory. And, I teach a class on this at Arizona State University. It's probably the first college-level class about simulation theory, and it kind of pulls in science fiction, religion, philosophy, and technology. But one of the key distinctions I tell my students to make, because it's not talked about a lot with simulation theory, is what I call the NPC versus the RPG versions of simulation theory.
Okay.
Right. So NPC, as you probably know, means non-player characters within video games. So those are the AIs in the video game. The bartenders, the people you're beating up, the opponents, all of that stuff. But basically, they're just code and they're AI. Then there's the RPG version, which is that we are actually doing a role-playing game, right? So you exist outside the game, and then you have a character or avatar inside the game. So it's just like what we would consider an MMORPG today, right? Except with more sophisticated technology. And so in that case, you get a little bit of a different answer than if you talk about an NPC-only type of simulation, right? Because that's just running on a computer, and we're all AI in that case. Now, the two aren't mutually exclusive, right? In a video game like Fortnite or whatever, World of Warcraft, you have NPCs and you have PCs, or player characters, right? So you've got both of those things going on. And so depending on how you look at it, you might come to different answers about who's outside the simulation, which would answer the question of who made the simulation, right?
Yeah.
So in the first case, you basically say that if we can get to the point where we can build these simulations, what I call the simulation point. So I call that a kind of technological singularity. Now, we've heard the term singularity mostly because of AI and super intelligent AI, right? AI is going to take over the world. But the guy who defined the term was actually a computer scientist who became a science fiction writer named Werner Vinge. In fact, he just passed away like a month ago or something. He was a real pioneer in science fiction and the cyberpunk kind of subgenre or so. And so he said the singularity happens when technology increases exponentially to the point where everything will be different for humans after that point. Now, he gave 4 different ways we could reach the singularity. Most of us talk about only one, which is AI starts to become super intelligent and it grows exponentially and everything will be different. But I think this idea of the simulation point where we can create simulations that are indistinguishable from reality. And I lay out 10 stages in my book of all the technology we would need, including brain-computer interfaces, in the Matrix, right? So
Or Neuralink,
right? We're getting there, right?
Yeah, we're very close.
We're at the beginning of that whole
thing.
And so that's stage 8, stage 7 and stage 8 on the way to the simulation point. And being able to read, but also then being able to write memories as well. And then so the definition of the simulation point is being able to create a virtual reality that is indistinguishable from physical reality with AI characters that are indistinguishable from biological characters. So you wouldn't be able to tell you're talking to an NPC, basically.
Right.
We're getting closer to that already, right?
Yes.
Yeah, there's companies out there doing smart NPCs now inside video games.
Right, but what would be the difference between looking at what is possible in the future and making either a hypothesis or suggesting that has already taken place?
Right, so that's kind of the leap, right, that you need
Right.
to make, which is to say that if we can do it, now let's imagine a civilization that was 1,000,000 years ahead of us, 1,000 years ahead of us.
Yeah.
Even 200 years ahead
Right.
of us, right? But certainly 1,000 years ahead of us. So where will computers be in 1,000 years? They would already have created these types of simulations,
Right.
right? Because if we can do it, now 50 years ago, we didn't know if we could do it. We didn't know if computers could get to that point,
Mm-hmm.
right? Today, we're pretty sure we can get there. In fact, I'd say that I'm 70% sure that we will get to the simulation point, which means I think there's a 70% chance we're living inside the simulation. And so the point is, if they already got there, they created a whole bunch of simulations. Okay? And you can't tell the difference whether you're in the real world or a simulated world. Right? So there's 99 of these. There's one of these. But you can't tell the difference. So which one are you more likely in? Just statistically speaking now, we're not even projecting the technology forward. We're just saying it's more likely you're in one of the 99 than the one because there's so many more of these. Right?
It's sort of.
If you can't tell the difference. Right?
If you can't tell the difference. But there's so many things you have to think about, right? There's so many things you have to take into consideration. One of them is we don't have a straight linear line from the moment that we're born to the moment that we exist in currently. The reason being is that we go to sleep every night.
Right.
It's a weird thing. We shut off every night. And we wake up intermittently, and you go back to bed, maybe you have to pee, maybe you're thirsty, go back to bed, and then you wake up again. But when you wake up, you are just waking up. Like when I woke up this morning, I don't know if this is the life I've always lived.
Right.
I'm assuming it is because I have all these detailed memories of the past. I see my dog. He reacts the exact same way he always does. You know, I see my wife. I see my kids. I see my house. It's the same house that I remember. But I'm not sure. I just woke up.
Right.
I'm a little foggy already.
It just
Right?
exists in your memory.
It just exists in your
Right.
memory.
And so
This might be the first day of my life.
right, if suppose that you can implant false memories, right?
Right.
So this was a popular topic for Philip K. Dick, right?
Yes.
Movies like Total Recall,
Mhm.
and even in Blade Runner.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I interviewed his wife while I was researching my book,
He was a
and
wild boy.
he was an interesting guy, right?
Yeah.
And he said some interesting things. In fact, all the way back in 1977 in Metz, France, at a sci-fi convention, he said, there's a pretty famous quote. He said, we are living in a computer-programmed reality, and the only clue we have to it is if some variable is changed, some alteration occurs in our reality. Right? And that's become kind of a famous quote in the simulation world.
Mm.
But if you listen to the rest of the quote, he says, well, we would basically rerun the same events and we would change some variables, right? And we would have a sense of deja vu, like maybe we've already done this, right? Maybe I've talked to you before
Right.
in a different run of the simulation.
Mm-hmm.
And this idea, like after I wrote my first book on this topic, Simulation Hypothesis, this idea wouldn't leave me that, well, if you can run one simulation, you can certainly run it multiple times. In fact, that's what we would do, right? If we were running a simulation of the weather, we wouldn't just run it once. We would run it multiple times, and if you're doing a simulation of whatever, right? Pandemic, anything, name it, we would change the variables, and we would go forward. And so, when I interviewed Tessa, Phil K. Dick's last wife, she said that he came to believe this was really happening, right? That someone was altering with our reality. They would change a few variables and rerun the simulation forward. So now we're getting pretty deep in the rabbit hole. So this is the topic of my second book, which is called The Simulated Multiverse. This idea that each of these timelines could be like a different run of the simulation itself. So that gets a little weird at that point, right? Because now we're saying that time isn't the same thing, right, that we think it is. So with the simulation hypothesis, we're saying that space doesn't really exist. It basically gets rendered for us, like a video game. And then with this second idea, we're saying that time doesn't really exist, because what you remember could have been either implanted memories or it could be a specific run of the simulation, right? So if you run it again, maybe things are slightly different the second time you run it. So Philip K. Dick came to believe that his novel, The Man in the High Castle, which was turned into a pretty cool series. I don't know if you've seen it. It was on Amazon a few years ago. But in the novel and in the series, Germany and Japan won World War II. And so you see in America that's been divided. Like the East Coast is run by the Germans, the West Coast is run by the Japanese, and you see this kind of fascist type world. And so, he later came to believe that this actually happened, and somehow the simulators reran it again, and the current timeline is one that was allowed to go forward. further forward than where that one might have ended. And so he says that at some point, all these memories came flooding back to him of this other timeline. He called it, he used this Greek word, it's called an anamnesis, which means a loss of forgetfulness, right? So he said he might be able to remember these other runs of the simulation. So anyway, that gets us into, this whole idea of, is the past what we think it is, right? That's, I think, the question you were asking, right? Because you're like, if I just remember X, Y, Z, is that what actually happened? Or is it just a representation of the past in the present?
Yeah.
And so when I started looking into the quantum physics side of it, I found something really weird. And we can talk about the observer effect, but this was like even weirder than that. And it was something proposed by John Wheeler, who was at Princeton with Einstein, and he was a bit younger than Niels Bohr and Einstein and all these kind of forefathers of quantum mechanics. And he came up with several things that we're talking about, but one of them is the delayed choice experiment, or the cosmic delayed choice experiment, which puts into doubt this idea of the past. And since we're talking about the past, let's go into this now, if you don't mind.
Okay.
So imagine there's something like a quasar, and that's 1 billion light years away from us, right? And the light is coming from that quasar to here, so it's going to take 1 billion years to get here because it's 1 billion light years away. And then suppose there's something in the middle, like a black hole that's in the middle, or a galaxy, something that's very gravitationally big. And so suppose the light has to go to the left or to the right of that object. And suppose that object is like 1 million light years away from us. So it's a lot closer, but it's still 1 million light years away. So the decision about when the light goes to the left or to the right would have to be made when? It would have to be made in the past, about 1 million years ago, because it takes light from that, let's say it's a black hole. It's 1 million light years away, so it takes 1 million years for the light to reach Earth. And we can measure whether it went to the left or to the right. Well, it turns out that decision is in the past, as we think of it, but what the delayed choice experiment tells us is that that decision is made now when we measure that light. When the little telescopes, suppose we have 2 telescopes. One picks up on the left, one picks up on the right. And it's when we do the measurement. And until we do that measurement, both of those possibilities still exist. So we have these 2 possible paths. 1 million years ago, right? The light went to the left or to the right. But which one happened isn't decided until the measurement is done today. So this is like Schrodinger's cat on steroids, right?
I'm not sure I totally understand this.
Okay.
Why is the decision made when you measure it?
Well, that's what the experiment, kind of showed with quantum mechanics. Just like, okay, let's start with Schrodinger's cat, because it's a simpler version. So Schrodinger's cat is this experiment where there's a cat in a box, theoretical experiment. Nobody's killing any cats. And there's some poison in there. And there's some radioactive material that has a 50% chance of setting off the poison. And 50% chance that it won't, let's say, after an hour or so. And so after an hour, the chances that the cat is dead or alive is 50%. It's a 50% chance. But what the observer effect and what quantum mechanics is telling us is that both of those possibilities exist. The cat is both alive and dead until somebody looks at that box, right? The observer in this case. And so until then, the cat is in the state of superposition. Okay. And this is what makes quantum mechanics so weird, right? This is why Richard Feynman, Nobel Prize winner, said nobody understands
Right.
quantum mechanics. And Niels Bohr said, if you're not shocked by this, then you haven't understood it. Okay, because to us, the cat has to be alive or it has to be dead.
And we don't know until we see.
We don't know until we see, but it's only one. In common sense tells us it's one of those, right? But quantum mechanics, through the double slit experiment and the observer effect, says both of those possibilities exist in the present until the time when someone looks and someone measures that result. So then we say the superposition, which is 2 states, comes down to 1 state. So the cat is both alive and dead. And then when somebody measures it, it's either alive or dead, and we're in one of those states.
Right. I kind of understand what you're saying, but isn't it really just that we don't know until we open the box? And it's not that the cat is both alive and dead. The cat is either alive or dead. We just haven't figured it out yet until we open the box.
That's what it would seem like, right?
Right.
That would be like common
Logical.
sense point of view, right? But
Right.
what all the physicists have been telling us now for almost 100 years, right? Going back to the 1920s when quantum mechanics first started to get formalized, is that that's not actually the case. That what happens is you have this probability wave, and that there are different probabilities of the cat being alive or dead. Now, of course, they weren't talking about cats. That
Right,
was
the cat is maybe too simplistic. It's like a placeholder. You know what I'm saying? Like
it's a way for somebody to think about this at a high level. So
Right.
Schrodinger, who was one of the founders of quantum mechanics, through his wave equation, he basically came up with this because he thought the whole idea was ridiculous. He's like, look, you can't have a cat that's both alive and dead. Right?
Right.
So this is a ridiculous experiment, except it's become the way in which we explain this weird effect about quantum mechanics.
And the weird effect of quantum mechanics is things can be both moving and still at the same time, which is superposition, right?
Right, or they can be in two different states,
Right.
which could be moving and still, could be alive or dead, or they're really talking about particles. So then they
Right.
could be like left rotated or right located or right rotated. So you've got all these properties, but they can be in different states. And this is the basis for quantum computing, by the way. And you probably heard about
Yes.
new quantum computers. That
I
are coming out.
have, but I totally don't understand it.
Well, so it's the same thing as Schrodinger's cat, whereas we have a bit of information, right? So what are the values that a bit can have? 0 or 1. That's it. That's like the basic unit of information. And the bit can only have one of those values. Like on my iPhone or my laptop, if you look down all the way down into hardware, you look at the registers. Like when I was at MIT, we actually built a computer in class from scratch. You'll see there's some voltage that says this is a 1 or this is a 0, right? That's it. All the computing, everything we're doing with video streaming, like all that stuff, comes down to having a bit that can be either a 0 or a 1. It has to be one or the other. It can't be both.
Right.
So quantum computing has these things called qubits. Okay, Q-U-B-I-T-S, qubits. Which a qubit is like Schrodinger's cat. It doesn't just have a value of a 1 or a 0. It is in superposition. Superposition means a superset of all the positions that are possible. So how many possibilities are there in a bit? 2, right? 0 and 1.
Mm-hmm.
So a qubit is a superposition of a bit, which means it has both values, 0 and 1, until someone measures that bit. And so theoretically, that's what allows quantum computers to solve problems that grow exponentially, that are really big. And we're still in the early stages, but if you think of an exponential growth problem, like cracking encryption, it can be done by a regular computer. You can set up your laptop to crack. It'll take like 1,000 years or something, right? Because you have to go through every single possible value. So if you have 64 bits, that's like 2 to the 64 values, which is huge. In fact, there's an old story about the Indian king and the wise man who played chess that illustrates the story of how big that number gets when you have exponential growth. So there was a king who liked to play chess, and no one wanted to play chess with him anymore because he kept winning. And finally, there's this wise man. He's like, "Please play chess with me." And the wise man says, "Okay, I'll play chess with you if I win. For the first square on the chessboard, you give me 1 grain of rice, and then the second square on the chessboard, you double that, 2 grains of rice, and you double that to 4 grains of rice and 6 grains of rice. So we're doubling in each square, right?"
Mm-hmm.
King's like, "Okay, sure, no big deal. It's just a bunch of rice." Right? And so it turns out when the wise man won, by the time you get to 2 to the 64, because there's 64 squares on the chessboard, that basically it was more rice than would fit in all of India. Right? That's an exponential problem. It just grows so fast, and the reason it grows is there are too many possibilities. Right? But now this new thing called a qubit is coming along, and the qubit has both possibilities at the same time. So if you have 64 bits, and you take all the possible values of those 64 bits, you've got the same number of possibilities as the grains of rice we talked about. It's 2 to the 64. It's a very big number. It's 18 quintillion, right, is the number. There's a game called No Man's Sky. I don't know if you ever played it.
No.
So it became famous because it was one of the first games to have an almost infinite number of planets.
Oh, is this the game where it just creates a universe?
Yeah,
it does kind of boring, I heard.
Yeah, it was kind of boring at first. I mean, I haven't played it in a while. I just kind of looked at it. But it procedurally generates everything for you. Because there's no way a team of, like I was in the video game industry, right? There's no way a team could create 18 quintillion worlds. And it turns out that's exactly the number of worlds they have in that game because that is, 64 bits. That's the biggest number you can get if you use 64 bits.
All right.
Okay, so come back to that's exponential growth. It's too big. And so with a quantum computer, theoretically, and these are pretty new right now, right? Amazon has one, Microsoft has one, IBM has one that you can actually program online. Google has their own. Everyone's trying to figure out how to make these qubits stable and work. But the basic idea, and I don't know what number we're up to. For a while, it was like you could only have 4 bits qubits. Kind of like going back to the old, when we were young, the Apple II or whatever came out, and before that there were these small 8-bit processor-based kits that people would assemble, and they just couldn't have a lot of data because they just couldn't keep track of that many bits. And that's where quantum computers are today. But the idea is if you can have 64 qubits, you can instantaneously solve a problem that is exponential because you can explore all of those at the same time, and then when you measure the result, it's all now. Nobody knows exactly how this works, but the 2 explanations. Okay, coming back. Sorry, I know I'm kind of wandering a bit. Coming back to Schrodinger's cat, we say there's 2 possibilities, right? So with 64 qubits, there's 2 to the 64 possibilities. If they're all in superposition, they have all the possible values of it. And so basically, when you measure that, it brings it back. And so physicists call this the collapse of the probability wave. So the probability of all these possibilities, and then it comes down to 1. And that's sort of the best, one of the accepted ways that people think this whole thing works. But nobody totally knows. So another guy who was John Wheeler's grad student at Princeton came up with another idea. And we've heard about this idea from the superhero movies, right? And this is the multiverse idea, right?
Yeah.
And so basically he said that if you've got Schrodinger's cat, what happens is you're splitting the universe into 2 different universes. In one of them, the cat is alive. And in another one, the cat is dead, right? So that's the multiverse idea, is that when we measure it, we only see one of those 2 because we're in this universe. But if we happen to be in this other universe, the cat would have been dead. Right? The cat is alive here. And so that creates a whole series of possibilities when you think, which are being used now in superhero stories all the time. Right? You've got your different versions of Batman, your versions of Superman, Spider-Man, the famous Spider-Man meme where you have there's the Spider-Man all kind of pointing at each other. Yeah. Right, and they have the different actors. So that idea has started to catch on now. It's what I like to call, it's past the 10-year-old test. And the 10-year-old test is when a scientific idea gets out there so much that even 10-year-olds can kind of understand it because of superhero movies, or because, like in the 1930s, when people, they were trying to explain Superman, like how does Superman get his powers? You say, oh, he came from another planet. He came from a planet called Krypton, right? So even a 10-year-old in the 1930s could have understood that. But in the 1730s,
Show by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Oh, cool. You know her?
yeah, I know pretty well.
Boy, her theories are very, very, very interesting.
Yeah.
She's a strange person to talk to because you start really considering some of the things she's saying. It's just all the UFO stuff. I go back and forth on the UFO stuff from it being complete bullshit to like maybe there's something there. Right. I fluctuate throughout the day.
Yeah. Well, we can talk about that. I'm peripherally involved with
If you make a noise with it. Sure, my God. You're peripherally involved with
the Galileo Project at Harvard and the Solar Foundation at Stanford, which are like the 2 academic UFO research groups that are out there. You know, Avi Loeb is running over at Harvard, and Gary Nolan is running. You have Gary on your show,
I
right?
have not, but I've been in communication with him. I've talked to him quite a bit.
Yeah. So
Very fascinated by his work.
I'm happy to talk about UFO stuff where it overlaps with simulation theory.
So how did you get involved in this whole theory in the first place? Explain to people your position, if you don't mind, on simulation theory. What do you think is going on?
Yeah, well, so first question, how did I get involved in this, right? So, you know, I was a video game developer in Silicon Valley, and then I became an investor in the video game industry. My background is in computer science. And what happened was after I sold my last video game company back in 2016, so we're talking 7 years ago now, 8 years ago now, and I put on a virtual reality headset and started playing a VR ping pong game. Right, now these headsets are even bigger than they are now, and they were wired, so there's no mistaking you're in virtual reality. But what happened was that the ping pong game was so realistic that for a moment my brain forgot that this wasn't a real game of table tennis. So much so that I tried to put the paddle down on the table, and I tried to lean against the table, but of course there was no table. So the controller fell to the floor, and I almost fell over. I had to do one of these double takes, like, oh wait, I'm just in VR. So I started to think about how long would it take us to build something like the Matrix, something that's so immersive that you would forget, right, that you were inside a video game. And so that led me to this idea of the simulation point, which is a kind of technological singularity. But then I started to research things like quantum physics and some of the mysteries around the observer effect and quantum mechanics. And then I started to look at all the world's religions, and I realized that they're all kind of saying the same thing, which is that there is no physical universe. And so, you know, that led me to the conclusion that we are most likely inside some kind of a computer simulation or a massively multiplayer video game, depending on how you look at it.
But where did that computer game, where did the simulation come from if we were inside of it?
Well, that's the big question, right? And there's two versions of simulation theory. And, you know, I teach a class on this at Arizona State University. Probably the first college level class about simulation theory, and it kind of pulls in science fiction, religion, philosophy, and technology. But one of the key distinctions I tell my students to make, because it's not talked about a lot in simulation theory, is what I call the NPC versus the RPG versions of simulation theory. Okay, right? So NPC, as you probably know, means, you know, non-player characters within video games. So those are the AIs in the video game. You know, the bartenders, the people that beat up your opponents, all of that stuff. But basically, they're just code and they're AI. Then there's the RPG version, which is that we are actually doing a role-playing game, right? So you exist outside the game, and then you have a character or avatar inside the game. So it's just like what we would consider an MMORPG today, right? Except with more sophisticated technology. And so in that case, you get a little bit of a different answer than if you talk about an NPC only type of simulation, because that's just running on a computer, and we're all AI in that case. Now the two aren't mutually exclusive, right? In a video game like Fortnite or whatever, World of Warcraft, you have NPCs and you have PCs or player characters, right? So you've got both of those things going on. And so depending on how you look at it, you might come to different different answers about who's outside the simulation, and which would answer the question of who made the simulation, right? Yeah. So in the first case, you basically say that if we can get to the point where we can build these simulations, what I call the simulation point. So I call that a kind of technological singularity. Now, we've heard the term singularity mostly because of like AI and super intelligent AI, and you know, AI is going to take over the world. But the guy who defined the term was actually a computer scientist who became a science fiction writer named Werner Vinge. In fact, he just passed away like a month ago or something. He was a real pioneer in like science fiction and cyberpunk kind of subgenre.
Yo, baby.
And so he said the singularity happens when technology increases exponentially to the point where everything will be different for humans after that point. Now, he gave like 4 different ways we could reach the singularity. And that's what I talk about only one.
What'd you say? Dude, I don't want to talk about that person. That person's not a good person. No, I know. It just, you know, that person is a very hateful person. I don't know, but there's some definite mental issues there. He sent those to you? I was just, those were, you took the words out of my mouth. What did you do? Okay, so if you want to know what happened, let me tell you. And if you don't want to know what happened, I don't care. Here's what happened. Just one moment. I'm going to go on another device so I can talk to you better. Okay, so as you know, he's been dragging me along with this mevbot for like a month. And I did everything that he wanted me to do. I got him access to his girl. I answered his questions when he got challenged on not one, but not two, not three, but 4 different occasions. And then he came into this chat the other day and he was like, hey, I want that robot that you have. Give me that robot. And I'm like, dude, don't you say please? Like, how about you give me the mevbot and I'll give you this? I mean, it's been enough time. He's like, no. How are you going to do that to you? Now, this robot isn't anything that I created. It's not like I put a lot of work into it. It's just a piece of software that I have. So I was like, fine, here's this mevbot. But then I went to my message. I said, why do you need this? Or here's this robot. I said, why do you need this robot? He's like, I need it for the mevbot. But then I checked my messages and I saw that he had said that he didn't need it for the mevbot. He needed it for his job. So I went back to him. I was like, oh, dude, you're fucking lying to me here. You said that it was for the mevbot that you've been telling me. Like at one point you were like, it's going to be here on Friday. And then that was like a month and a half ago. Like and now you're like, it's going to be a month and a half to 6 months. Like, dude, these are joke answers you're giving me. So I said to him, I don't like this. I don't like what you've been doing. All you do is keep asking me for stuff. And then you keep telling me that this mevbot's going to be here and it's not. I feel like you're not being honest with me. He's like, what do you mean I'm not being honest with you? What do you mean? I'm like, dude, I'm sorry. You're scamming me. And I don't like it. And he's like, what do you mean? Now he blows up. And I'm like, dude, you know what? I'm going to tell people I don't want to do business with you. I don't think it's good for other people to do business. Then he makes that meme up. Or that, it wasn't a meme. He took a false criminal record of some other person. He's supposed to be a graphic designer. I would think a graphic designer could do a better job than that. And he posts it all over. He's lucky he doesn't get arrested for doing that. Honestly, I don't want to be anywhere around that person because I think that they have such issues. And I think any reasonable person can understand. And for him to be mad at you, you didn't do anything at all. So I don't understand that. To be honest with you, as much I could hear you say to me, look, Rabbi, I told you what was going to happen. So you can't come and be like, oh, this is a surprise. So I know that, like, we've been joking about it, but yeah, so he fucked you. Big deal. You didn't lose too much out of it aside from your time, and no big deal. But I want you to know that I'm not going to ban him from my Discord or my Telegram just because that's just not how I roll. And I could understand that as well. I could understand a whole lot of scenarios here. What I don't understand is why Joe would be mad at you. Oh, can I tell you this as well? Joe thinks that I am Jared from Subway. How the hell could I do that? Like, what kind of, like, we were literally in the same conversations with each other. You think I can throw my voice like that? Well, I'm kind of in agreement with you, and but for him to do what he did to me was like, dude, I don't know any person who would ever do that if they didn't. Like, that's the meanest thing that you can fucking do to someone, basically, on the internet. That's not illegal, and well, I just don't want to be around him. So any groups where he is, I'm not fucking with him. No, but here's the thing. I have enough sway here that I can just be like, all right, if you want to fuck with me here, I just leave. And then the entire community is like, dude, where's Rabbi? And then I tell them that there's this asshole in the fucking Discord or in the Telegram. And then they're like, dude, get out of the fucking Telegram. You're fucking ruining Rabbi's shit. And then that person leaves. Well, I mean, the things that he made up about me, and the reason is that he's just very, very jealous of, I don't want to say that's the only reason, but like, he, without going into his relationships and stuff, it's just, I can see, look, when he told me, I'm not kidding about this, and if he were here, I would tell him this, and I almost want the world to hear it. When he told me, I was one of the first people on earth ever to go through high school without going to a school. I only went to school online. I was like, oh, this person's going to have some social issues. Like, I just knew they were going to have some social issues. I didn't know how big of the social issues they would have, but it's like, basically, they're in a situation where if they're not able to buy a girl's love, no girl is ever going to love them. Like, there are some guys in the world who have some affluence, but they're just incredibly, incredibly depressing. And the only reason why they ever get any girls is because they have some money, so they have a place where that girl can stay, basically. And that's kind of the future I see for that person if he doesn't get his shit together. Well, that's the other thing too. He'd be like, I never knew what I was going to get with him. I'd be like, hey, what's going on? He's like, I broke my foot. My dad's about to die. My grandfather's dead. Like, I'd be like, okay, well, did all these things happen the same day? Yes. Be like, oh, okay. Jeez. Like, oh, and then here's another funny thing. It's not funny. It just pissed me off, but I say it's funny. This motherfucker was like, I spent $10,000 on this Mezbot. I'm like, what? What are you talking about? He's like, I spent $10,000 on servers and other things. I'm like, do you mean you gave Jared from Subway $10,000 and you're counting that as like to the cost of the Mezbot? I should have really said to myself, this person told you everything that you needed to know when you introduced them to Jared from Subway, and they dropped you immediately. They were like, oh yeah, I can't talk to you for 6 months. I'm like, what? Oh, I'm going to be really, really busy on a project. Like, dude, what in the fuck are you talking about? Like, I mean, you saw it happen. And then Jared from Subway fucks him out of 10 grand. And then he comes crawling back, crying. Like, there was one night, the night that it happened, there were other people who were contacting me saying that, like, they were really, really worried about him. Like, I'm not someone who calls the police on people or, like, authorities if you're going to be suicidal. I kind of let you deal with that on your own. But it was one of those situations where I think other people would have called somebody on him. But then he comes over and he's like, well, this pissed me off. It actually made me happy, though. There's someone in here who always is in here, but they're like, how do I want to put it? They're always in. No, they're in here often. Who are they? I don't know. They change their name a lot. But anyway, yeah, exactly. Joby's Printing Bags was fucking bashing me in front of that person, and that person was like listening to them, and it kind of pissed me off. I'm like, wasn't just listening, and they're typing to them. I'm like, oh, I know. I'm like, what do you mean you know? I didn't do anything fucking wrong. You would, if anything, you're a witness to it, you asshole. So that person go suck a dick. Crazy town, man. Crazy town. How are you? How are you? Excellent. Well, what did you do to Joby Printing Bags? Why is he mad at you? Well, I'm sure you did. Wow, I just hear that and I think, what a loser. Dog. Look out, dog. Just fear him. Because he sucks? I don't get the third floor joke. That's what I thought you were getting at. Well, he does have some issues. I can tell you that is I mean, I don't know. I tried to help him as much as I could, and then it got to a point where I'm like, you know, I mean, I was fine. I was too nice to him, but I figured, all right, well, if he's a real coder, he's got to know about macro software. But I'm getting to the point where I don't think he really knew anything about coding. No, you did. You nailed that one. You nailed that one. I think I should have been aware when he was like going to me for code, and I'd be giving it back to him, and then he'd give it to another coder. It's like, well, then you don't really have a role in this. This thing was done from the get-go. Oh, you told me that. Here I am talking about an unlimited money machine, and everybody's going to retire, and this motherfucker's over here like, hey, I'll code something for you if you give me a date. Hey, Reverend Ass Munch, do you know Caspian Sea? Oh, well, I'm glad you got a hold of me. I would have to agree. Hey, Ass Munch, do you know that I have a sky cam now? I put a cam on the ceiling. That's a good. That's a good fucking. How could I get it so that you could see? It's on YouTube. I'm like 99% sure. Let me see if I can get this shit for you. Just one moment. Just one moment. Just one moment. Just one moment. Let's see. Dog. This shit's gonna blow your fucking mind if it works. It might be the coolest shit of all time. I'm trying to think of the coolest shit of all time. And this. Oh yeah, but I want you to be able to see it down. Oh yeah, you can definitely see that. You see it? Did you see it? No one can see it, anything, because his fucking phone sucks. Him. Him. Yeah, I got it. Yo, dog. Hey, you want to know how to find it? Yeah. Oh, shit. I was just screaming. And I thought it was muted. Oh, fuck. Son of a bitch. Type. I'll just send you the link. You're welcome. You're very polite. You're like extremely raunchy, but you're polite. You're welcome, dog. All right, there you go. Do you know who Benny Blanco is? How I what? How I what? Oh, can you see it? Hold on. No, it's that one. You want to know how I did it? There's a vent, and I put a magnet on it. How smart is that? Well, can you see there's like a heating vent? And so I just put a magnet on it, and it just connects. I know, I should be. I think that's a good idea. Magnets, I feel, are very underrated in society. It's never too late for a magnet. Oh, yeah, no, definitely. That's true. Doug, I am an engineer. I'm a software engineer. I didn't say I was a MevBot engineer, but I did more than any other person on that fucking project. Shut up. You know it's true. That is true. And you were really good at it, dog. Your exact quotes were, "This is never going to get done. Why are we wasting our time with this? Let's do something practical. Let's do something that'll actually get done. Let's talk about some things that will get done. Of all the things in life that are ever going to get done, this is not one of them, so let's stop talking about it." Those are exact quotes. Thanks, big dog. I mean, of any person I've ever heard who, it was like this. Hey, do you want to create a MevBot? Yeah, that sounds great. And then immediately Ask Munch was like, this is not going to work already. I'm just telling you guys. I know you guys just met, but this is not going to work. Well, now, you want to know who Jared from Subway really is now that I can tell you? Yeah, do you really want to know who they are? I have no fucking clue. So if anybody thinks that I had some kind of huge plan to defraud Joe of $10,000, I wish, but I'm not that fucking smart. I did not have. I mean, I could see how somebody could think that, but I really don't know who Jerry from Subway is. I always thought he was. To me, he sounded Asian, but I have no idea. I can tell you what he wasn't. Legitimate. I should have known something when I was asking him questions about Subway, and I, as a person who don't go to Subway, knew more about the place than someone who had worked there for a year. Because like I've seen commercials and stuff, so I'd be like, "Oh, dog, do you ever make the meatball sub? And do you ever make the ham and cheese?" Just like naming shit, and he's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Oh, what kind of bread do you offer?" And he'd be like, "White and wheat." And I'd be like, "Don't you have some kind of like cheese bread or something?" I think they have a cheese bread or something. Like, I'm trying to think of everything that I knew from Subway without being a person who goes to Subway, and I still think it was more than what that person knew. And exactly. That's 100% right. But you invented it? I don't. What is that? Oh yeah, now I remember that. I agree. What the fuck was that guy's issue? Who's the purse? I don't remember that person. Oh yeah, now I know who you're talking about. Dude, he was so pissed. He was so pissed. He's like, "Joe," he's the person who contacted me that Joe was like going off the deep end. He's like, "I don't know what to do with him." Yeah. Joe's your best friend. Dog. I don't know what his issue is. It's true. Word, Mockingbird. What's your favorite episode of Joe Rogan of all time? That's tight as fuck. Is that like a fantasy of yours? Are you bisexual? No. Are you heterosexual or bisexual? So you're all talk basically. No, you just remind me of how I was like in, I don't know, like sophomore year of high school, where, but the thing is, I wouldn't talk about like being gay, but I would talk about like, I don't know, I was just really sexual, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, I was just really sexual is all I would say. But like, I was really sexual, but like, then if you were but I never like held a girl's hand. When I was a sophomore in high school, no, probably not. Had I ever held a girl's hand as sophomore? No, I had dated a girl in like 8th grade. Let's see here. Was it 8th grade, 8th, 9th grade, something like that. So I had held a girl's hand. But yeah, allegedly, I didn't have my first kiss until the night of my high school graduation party, and it was a whole softball team. Yeah, I was I had my high school graduation party, and I wasn't 21, and I was driving someone home who was they're like a friend of our family, and so I dropped them off at their hotel, and it just so happened down the hall there was a whole softball team was staying, and they invited me over, and they're like, have you ever, they asked me all this stuff, and I was like, no. And then I kissed probably like 15 girls that night at once. It's like a guy's fantasy, yeah. There was one really hot girl. So they didn't live in the same town where I lived, and they were traveling softball team, and we ended up doing something that night or the next night, I think. We did something the next night. What did we do? I don't really remember. I just remember I was in the back of they had like an expedition or something, and I was holding the girl's hand in the front seat, and I was in the back seat. No. There was nothing like that. But I did. I was 24. Yeah, I was old. No, it is bad. I was old. I've been blown more times than I could count before then, but I just never pulled the trigger. I think I've been blown by chicks more than any guy on earth. By more chicks. That was my thing. I would just fucking get blown by chicks all the time.
Did you ever blow them?
Oh yeah, all the time.
Okay, you were a fucking fellatio guy.
Hell yeah, dog. More like cunnilingus, dog.
You were the cunnilingus. Wait, is fellatio regular sex?
No, fellatio is oral sex with a man.
Oh, really?
On a man. So, like, to perform fellatio is to give a man a blowjob. You don't perform fellatio on a woman. You perform cunnilingus on a woman. That's correct. No, it's fine. People don't know this stuff. It's good to learn. I am a sexologist. I do consider myself that. Hell yeah, baby. And I slang dick. What's your favorite cartoon of all time? Dude, I love you so much. Yeah, dog, I was going to say the same thing. It's the best. I do. And it's funny. Dude, I was like, please say fucking Family Guy. Don't say some kind of shit anime no one's heard of. Thank you. Word, dog. It's hilarious. It's so colorful. I love the colors of it. I watch The Simpsons and I feel sick. I watch Family Guy and I'm happy. The Simpsons to me is just with the yellow skin on everybody. Everybody looks like they got jaundice. I'm talking about the whole thing. Everything about it. It's just like, I'm not saying it's a terrible show. It was a cool show when I was like 14. But now, if I want like funnier content, I go to Family Guy.
I watched The Simpsons up until I was about 16, and then I never seen it ever again, even to this day.
I still like. Okay, here's what I don't do. I don't watch TV, so I don't sit there and watch like one Family Guy every single week. But once the season is done, I'll go on some fucking some what do you call it, like illegal streaming site and watch all of them in like an afternoon. And they're absolutely hilarious. And then I watch them again. And what I normally do, this is like almost like an annual thing. I think I've done it like 3 years in a row or something. Is where I will watch. I don't know. They're on season like 23 or something. I'll watch season 23, and then I'll watch 22, 21, 20. I'll watch them in reverse. I don't know why the fuck I do that. I've watched them. Yeah. That's crazy.
Yeah, I watched it on 1, 2, 3 movies.
Hell yeah, dog. Same here. All that shit. And then I'll watch them like almost in reverse order. Because you can watch them like there isn't like a real plot line that is consistent except for like I don't know that one like like all the characters they don't die. So you can watch a season 16 and a season 21 and not really know the difference. Like the only thing that changed in the whole show was like Cleveland moving. So they went from 4 guys to 3 guys for a little bit. And then like that one Diane, that lady died who was on TV. Like that's about it. And I don't know, like Quagmire's dad doing like a transition. Aside from those things, but he kind of always was like that. I don't know. Oh yeah, that's it. Joe's wife had the baby, and they had a son. Like exactly. Those are the only. I'm not saying they're the only inconsistencies, but like they're not even inconsistencies. I'm saying they're like they will allow you to know where in the show you are if you're just picking up a random season. If you pick up a random season and you see Joe's son, you know it's an earlier Family Guy as opposed to something more recent. But aside from those little nuances, they can just show random shit, and I sit there and I watch it, and I'm like, this is the funniest fucking TV show. I don't know why everyone isn't in love with this show. Right. And I understand, well, anime's gotten to be so big now. I'm just not into it. I still honestly think I'm too cool for it, even though I know like it's really big and especially in the future. But I'll watch some of this anime. I have like people who are like, you have to watch Cowboy Bebop. You have to watch Cowboy Bebop. And I'll be like, okay, I'll watch it. And I watch it and I'm like, I'm sorry, that sucks. And like, what do you mean? This is like the Oscar-winning anime of all time. And I'm like, none of it was in English. I don't know what the fuck they're saying. I don't want to have to read in like vertically, and it's just a lot. You know what I mean? If you're gonna show me a cartoon, it has to be like in English, and I have to be able to like focus on it, and I can focus on Family Guy. I hate to say it, this makes me sound like a stupid, like low intelligent American, but you know what? That's what the fuck I am when it comes to what makes me laugh, because that shit's funny. You know what isn't funny? When I have to fucking translate something and it's like a cultural difference, and I have to be eating sushi to understand it. I don't get that shit. Now, I'm not saying that I don't like anime of any kind, or that anime is not cool, or that people who like anime aren't cool. No, I think that they very much go against the mainstream, and they are cool. Though there are some huge losers in that community. There are some really cool people too, but they just have to understand that in order for anime to go more mainstream, it has to be more like Family Guy. There you go. And Family Guy, especially with AI now, they don't ever have to like hire writers again or animators. They can just do all that shit with computers. That's why I've heard, at least from Fox, they're never going to cancel The Simpsons and they're never going to cancel Family Guy because they make too much money. Also, they don't need to hire these people, the voice actors. Like, once the voice actors die, they can just AI their fucking voices for the rest of the time. If they want. Exactly. And I'm almost cool with that. Like, you could seriously give me a universe where there's just like an AI that generates new Family Guys all the time, and I would just leave that on loop. I mean, that's like a fucking, that's exactly what I want out of like a piece of media. You make me want to watch Family Guy right now, dog. Hey, it's your Friday night or whatever, like you said. We could watch what do you call it? I want that OJ one. Hold on, I'm working on some stuff. Just one moment. I thought it's Friday night and I'm feeling fine. Oh, what a night. No, that's ladies' night. Join the club, dog. What are your thoughts on aliens? Ask Lunch. Yeah. You don't think they're here? Did you ever do any research on whether that stuff really exists? Word, dog. That's a common theory. That's the Drake equation. Oh, dude, I think they visit us on a daily basis. I think there's an alien abduction program. Dog, Dwight D. Eisenhower, he was the 34th president of the United States. His great-granddaughter was on Coast to Coast on, like, within the last week. It was Friday night, and I think she was amazing. She talked about how her great-grandfather, had there was this treaty that was signed in 1954. He first met them at Edwards Air Force Base, and then the treaty was actually signed at Halleman Air Force Base in exchange for alien technology that we got. There's an abduction program that we okayed. It was fucking fascinating, and I even know the name of the treaty. It's called the Greada Treaty. Yeah, I mean, I'm serious, Ask Munch. If you're not into aliens, in my mind, you're kind of not cool. The people who I can't stand the most, oh my God, the people I can't stand the most are the people who are like, that's been debunked. I want to slap a little thing. Any person to me who ever in a million years ever says that has been debunked is like, sounds just like an asshole to me, because it tells me that you no longer want to accept any kind of research on the subject. Exactly. Dog, did you see Bart Sibrel on Joe Rogan? Yeah. Oh my God, I listened to it no cap, as the kids would say, no cap. I listened to it, I think like 19 times in like 48 hours. Hold on. I can't. No, that's not even possible. I listened to it at least 11 times in 72 hours. I listened to it that's probably more accurate. Now I've known of Bart Sibrel. Bart Sibrel and I are very connected, and I'm happy that he got this large audience to be able to speak, because of any history event of which I think like the majority of people are duped, it's that one. Like, there are people who are like, "Oh, you're so stupid. You believe they faked the moon landing." It's like, wait, what world am I fucking on where that is the mainstream? There is a quote of a CIA director, and I think it's Colby, but I could be wrong. His quote is this: "If we will know that our disinformation program is complete when every fact that the American public knows is a lie." So they're literally trying to make 2 + 2 = 5. Word, dog. Right, and if you mention that like you were skeptical of it, they're just like, you are the craziest motherfucker on earth. It's like, it's not such a weird thing to think that this might be kind of, fake. Well, he rarely did interviews after the whole thing, which is really weird. Like, if you were on another fucking planetoid, you'd have your own TV show. You would be like the biggest fucking, like, literally no actor in Hollywood would ever have shit on you. They'd be like, every fucking year you'd be the biggest person ever. You could start your own religion. And I think that I would fucking join it. I'd be like, well, at least this motherfucker's been to another planetoid. Nobody else has talked about that. Well, but that's the accurate astronomical way to put it. Have you ever seen the Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, Michael Collins press conference? Yes. As Joe Rogan said, those guys look like they're at their mother's funeral. He said they look like they're in front of a firing squad. He's absolutely right. They do. Those assholes look like they're in front of a firing squad. And everybody has to suck their dick. Every fucking person in America has to suck their dick. And it's like, if you've ever heard Theo Von, like, I hate to say it, like, but Theo Von is like a pretty low IQ individual that has a platform, but I like it that he's, I don't know, maybe he's not low IQ, but he doesn't come across as the knife of the drawer. And he's like, I've met Buzz Aldrin, and I don't believe that he's going to the moon. Like, just how he gets this vibe off of people. And I kind of actually believe that vibe a little bit. Like, I don't know, if somebody's been to a planetoid, I feel like they'd have a fucking glow about them. It wouldn't just be like, this is just like a regular ass human. I mean, I know they wouldn't, but I don't know. So when I hear about fucking them talk about, like, yeah, we're going to go, Elon Musk talked about it, I think today, like, within 30 years we'll be back, but, like, he's talking about being back with humans in, like, 2 years. I'm like, yeah, I'm very much skeptical on this. Like, I'll believe it when I see it. We're either going to see a really, really good AI and we won't even be able to fucking tell the difference, or it's just, or what I really think is happening is perhaps there's a secret space program and they can do all that shit, but they just don't make it public.
I don't think we'll ever go to Mars in our lifetime.
Well, if mind uploading technology is a thing, we might.
Yeah, I don't even think the Mars rover is fucking.
Oh, that thing, dog. What in the fuck is up when they're like, hey, they have like a side-by-side shot of the Mars lander, and then they have like a picture of the outback in Australia, and it's like the exact same picture. And it's like, well, I mean, these are the same fucking pictures. They even have done this. I've seen where they've tricked people into saying like, yeah, these are Mars lander pictures, and they're really just pictures of someone's vacation in Utah at sunset. And they're like, oh yeah, that's definitely like here's the thing. If you don't know what another planet looks like, how the fuck are you gonna know any different? Well, it's kind of like, I feel like this is what they thought. All right, we fake it. Nobody's ever going to be able to disprove it. And then once we have AI and shit and like computer stuff good enough, we'll just fake it again. And then once we're actually able to do it, maybe in like 100 or 200 years, then we'll do it and everybody will believe it. So basically when they say that they're going to land again, I'm just expecting an elaborate AI video. Exactly. But it's now fascinating to me that it was, and that so supposed person who was the director, Stanley Kubrick, was like, that makes him like the greatest director in history. No, he didn't do that, dog. No, he was dead by then. Unless you don't want to believe he was dead. No, dog. If you know anything about his death, it was weird as fuck. It was like within a couple days after having produced the final version of Eyes Wide Shut. And apparently there was a part in Eyes Wide Shut where they, I don't know, I'm not making this up, but I'm saying like I read it on a forum, so I don't know if it's true, but it was like the uncut version of it, or the director's cut version of Eyes Wide Shut, the full length one supposedly involved a child sacrifice and a rape, and they didn't want that part shown. And the one thing Kubrick said that he wanted on the project was carte blanche, meaning he did not want anyone to be able to cut anything. And so Warner Brothers, I believe, who distributed it, and they said, we don't want you to have it with us, whatever, these certain scenes. And Kubrick was like, well, I want to have them anyway. And he was dead a few days later. You know what they don't talk about a lot is the heart attack gun. They talked about it at the church committee in front of Congress in the 1970s, and they don't talk about it anymore. It's the only time I've ever heard anybody talk about it in the mainstream. This is a gun that you could shoot at someone and had a little bit of poison that caused a heart attack, and the bullet was made of like ice, so that when it went into a person, it just melted and there was no bullet to be found. Dude, and that was in the 1970s. So whenever I hear about any like person in the media or something who dies of a heart attack, I'm always very skeptical of it. Yo, what are we watching on Caspian Sea? Shit. It's the loading screen to what? I'm gonna sneeze. What is it? Do you like Star Wars? That's a no. It's like you're not obsessed with it. It's not like your religion like some people make it. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think I've ever fucking seen it. Yeah, and like I'm at a certain point where I don't look. I'm gonna tell you what. I've watched it on this stream, but I've never paid attention to it, and it's just like a thing that I want to watch in the theater, or I want to really fucking pay attention to it so I can take it in and become a super fan. But every time I fucking try to watch it, it's like, dude, I got like 18 hours of fucking movies ahead of me, and I end up going on my phone and end up like not paying attention to it. That's how I am with that's how I am with movies nowadays. Like when I was a kid, since I didn't have a phone, I would watch a movie and like especially in the theater, and it would make such an impact on me. I'd want to go and like play out all of the people that I saw and do all that shit. But now I watch a movie that's like, fuck, it's like a distraction from my phone. But then my phone just becomes what I want to check out anyway. Yeah. Dog. Oh my God. No, it is. You know what is really enjoyable though? There's this Reddit group that is called, I don't know exactly what it's called, but there is a Reddit group that takes all of the Lord of the Rings movies and The Hobbit and condenses them all into one movie. And it's a really good movie. And it doesn't have any of the fucking walking. Like if you remove the walking from the Lord of the Rings movies, they're only like 2 hours long. There's not that fucking much going on. But there's just so much happening, or there's so much walking in the movie that, and the same with The Hobbit. So The Hobbit turned into 3 fucking movies, and it's really fucking long. They condense them down to 1 movie, and I've seen the 1 movie. It's very, very good. I like The Hobbit. That's like a book I always like. Yeah, so they do it with a bunch of movies too. These fucking long trilogies usually, like that are just too long for anybody to fucking watch. They condense them, and then they're really watchable. And there's also something to it too, where like they're actually putting these out as their cuts. So, and they become popular on like LimeWire and Napster and all that shit, all those fucking torrenting sites. Because if you're like, hey, let's watch a movie. What do you want to watch? You want to watch Lord of the Rings? No, because it's like 4 hours long. But if I were like, hey, we're going to watch The Hobbit, and it's all of them, and it's 2 hours, it's a normal movie, do you want to watch it? Yeah, that sounds cool. Because there's going to be a lot of action in it, because it's three movies worth of action, and they're going to cut out all the bullshit. It is. I'm surprised it hasn't caught on more. Oh, here's another thing that I think in the future will be done, especially with old movies. If you watch old movies, it's like they're painful to watch. If you tell me we're going to watch a 1930s black and white movie, even if it's a talkie, even if they have words, it's like, this is fucking painful, dog. The fact that there's no color is just like, dude, I'm not paying attention. Anyway, It's a Wonderful Life. Well, I'm not saying that there aren't good black and white movies, but it's like they're kind of fucking boring. And It's a Wonderful Life only gets good in the last like 3 minutes of the movie. Everything else is just like it's actually also kind of hard to, I don't know. I always think it's kind of hard to see because it's like only white and black. Exactly. So exactly. And sometimes in these movies there are like nuances that a modern watcher or modern viewer will not understand. Like, oh, this person walked into a place and didn't take off their hat. That's a huge sign of disrespect. Well, like in today's age, it's not as much. And so like people won't understand a lot of the nuances. So in the future, I think there'll be some kind of service that allows you to watch all those movies colorized, and also they speed them up so that they're more exciting. Because I think that there's a huge opportunity because there's so much old film out there, but it's just basically unwatchable because to the modern viewer it's so boring. But if you were to say, hey, we have a 2-hour film that we got it down to 55 minutes and it's all action and we colorized it, do you want to watch it? I might do that. And then I could say, I've seen this movie that's like a really popular movie. I've checked it off the list, but then I didn't have to watch all the boring shit. Yeah, I'm all about that. And I think that will be a service in the not too near future because basically there's so much of a catalog out there, especially in like free, what do you call it? Public domain films. It's like do you know who Buster Keaton is? Do you know who Buster Keaton is? But Buster Keaton. No, that was fucking Michael J. Fox. No, okay, so Buster Keaton was like the king of the silent movie era. And a lot of his movies are now in public domain. And so they're becoming more and more popular. And what I'm saying, Mickey Mouse just went into public domain. Yeah. So a lot of really popular things now, because it's been like 75 years or 90 years for it to be in public domain, they're now available. Winnie the Pooh is in public domain. There's a Winnie the Pooh movie when it went in public domain that it's a horror movie that debuted in China. And it's like, I don't know, it's like Winnie the Pooh's a serial killer. And the thing is, Disney couldn't do anything about it because they no longer have that copyright. I think it's interesting as shit. So what are we watching here, Caspian Sea? It looks like a movie. It's Star Wars. Is that a game or a movie? Are you the blue guy or the red guy? Is it the Mandalorian? Did you watch Narcos? Did you like it? Oh, I gotta see the Mexican one. I thought the Colombian one was phenomenal. Have you ever seen Mad Men? Yeah, it's like one of my favorite series of all time. Dog, it's so good. It's like one long movie, but it's so beautiful. Like every scene in it, you could literally just pause, and it's like a piece of art. You could literally cut it out and put it on your wall, and it would look like 1960s retro art. Everything is so cute, beautiful. The actors and actresses, they all do an excellent job of staying true to those 1960 roles. They do a phenomenal job. I gotta say as well, the actresses in that show are so beautiful. They're like, in my opinion, probably the prettiest cast. They're like, it's like pretty close to being the prettiest, but it's fucking January Jones, Allison Brie, that one big titted redhead, what's her name? Christina Hendricks. They're just they're just a really hot cast. And dude, even Flo from fucking Geico's in it. She has a serious acting part in it. Yeah, she's a telephone, like a switchboard person. But when you see her in the show, she just looks like a normal actor. Yeah. Please do. They're all spectacularly gorgeous. I mean, okay, so you've got like a hot blonde, January Jones. You've got a hot redhead, Christina Hendricks. You've got a hot brunette, Allison Brie.
Why do you gotta give me so hard like that?
And there are a bunch of other hot chicks. Dude, there are so many hot chicks in it. Like, those are fucking, what's his name? Don Draper, the fucking guy. I forget who plays him. I can't think of his name right now. He gets to hook up with so many chicks in that movie or that show, and they're all dimes. Type women of Mad Men, and just look up the chicks. Aren't they all hot? I know. And they all dress like 1960s. You know, it's like a 1960s show. They all look super cute, and I don't know. There's something about that era that's really cool. Dude, that's my chick. I love her. Dude, in that show, you look at her, and she's the closest looking actor to like Grace Kelly that there is. She's gorgeous. Yeah. Anyway, it's a show that it's a phenomenal show. The reason why it didn't go longer was it was really, really expensive because everything was retro. So, you know, like if you're going to do a shot on the street, it's not like a normal shot that you do in LA. You have to get a bunch of retro cars, and like all of the people have to be wearing retro clothes. You know what I mean? It's like really expensive to do anything. Or if you show an office, it can't just be a normal office. All of the like lighting fixtures have to be changed. All of the telephones have to be all retro. And, you know, that may not seem, I mean, I know that's the kitsch of the show, but when you do that season after season, it apparently can get very, very expensive. I would agree. So that's why when you see it, you're not going to see anything like it, or you will not have seen anything like it before, and you probably haven't seen anything like it after. I mean, there are something. Do you remember the show The Wonder Years? It's kind of like that because it's like a retro show. It just shows what the 60s were like, but the music of that of Mad Men is so fucking amazing. Like the girls are amazing, but the music is like really where it's at. I know. I sound like I'm trying to twist your arm to watch it. Anyway, do you watch The Office?
I'm interested for sure.
Dog, it's amazing. Do you watch The Office? How about Parks and Recreation?
I haven't seen that one as much, but I've seen a couple.
They're both good. Yeah, but Mad Men definitely good. What else is good? You've been to Scranton, Pennsylvania? That's amazing. Dude, you know what else gets really good? Is when you watch a show and then you listen to the podcast. I've really gotten into that. Where it's like for instance, The Office. I fucking love The Office. I could literally, and I'm not alone here, be one of these Americans or international people, anybody, it's not just American thing, where you just have The Office on 24/7 and it's just in the background and it could just play for the rest of the time and you'd be fine with it. It's a very I don't know, it's like a comforting show. A lot of people find comfort in it. So I'll listen to the podcast of it to learn all the backstory stuff. And well, I haven't been to Scranton. I have been to where they shot The Office. I have pictures of me of myself outside of it. well, it's not the real one, but it's in it's in actually Santa Cruz Street in Panorama City, LA. Yeah. And it's small. It's like a lot smaller than you think it's gonna be. Yeah, I mean, you look at it and it's like, wow, it's gonna be like it's 3 stories and it's gonna be like huge. And yeah, it is. It's all the same shit that you see on camera, but it's like much smaller. What's your favorite series, or what are your favorite series? And don't name shit. If you name shitty TV, I'm turning you off. Oh, you were one of those kids? Weren't you in New Jersey? Word. Have you seen my robot? No. Yeah. Cool. Did you see that thing I posted when I did my unboxing? I did an unboxing the other day. Yeah, but I did 2 of them. I did one like 2 weeks ago and one like 2 days ago. Well, I posted it in your chat, dog. Go to pinned stuff. It was pinned. I've only ever pinned 2 things, I think, in my entire, maybe 3. I pinned the March Madness tournament. I pinned. What do you think of that fucking camera being magnetized to the ceiling? That's pretty fucking smart. I'm a software engineer. I'm a certified project management professional with a huge cock. No, dude, what are we watching? I would show it to you, but I'm on too many cameras. I get banned. Dude, that really pissed off Joe. Okay, can I tell you? I gotta tell you this story. I gotta bitch about him for a second. It actually pissed off a bunch of people. All right, so. All right, so I was, I don't know, like 3 years ago, I was online and I was living my life where I would be like naked online. I was living my life like a native in the jungle where I would just, if I were naked online, I would be naked online. It was like I was on National Geographic and I got a bunch of my accounts banned. Anyway, there was one video that didn't get banned. It was on Instagram. You've seen it, where I'm allegedly flat tapping. You know what I mean? It's world famous. All right, so this is long ago, and I was in a conversation. This is when I first met Ducky, and people were talking about it, and she's like, "Wait, there's a video of you doing this online?" I'm like, "Yeah." You want a video of it? She's like, or you want a copy of it? She's like, "Yeah." And the girls find it super hot. Anyway, or they tell me that. They're like, "Yeah, that's pretty hot. I'm not gonna lie." Anyway, that was like 3 months ago. And then I meet Joe like 2 months ago, and Joe finds out that I had sent that to Ducky, and he got really mad at me and called me a public masturbator. It's like, dog, that's not what public masturbating is. Public masturbating is when you're in public and you're masturbating. If you are, if you have that online, then you have a sex tape. Those are two different things. Anyway, I don't think he understood the difference. What, baby? Please do. Oh, that's a beautiful thing. Yeah, man. Send me a copy, too. Oh, yeah, dog. I don't think I've ever talked about moving to New Jersey my entire life. I kind of don't really remember that, but I've never said I was moving to New Jersey. I'm not against it. One day, maybe. No, it's not that. Potentially. I know. Cool, dog. Dog, I'm first. What? There you go. Yeah, he got really upset about that. It was like, dude, it was before you even knew who she was. What right do you have to like this chick that no one can have a relationship or anything with her before you knew her? That's when I started to find out, like, wow, this person's kind of not right in the head. That they're obsessed with her. I'll tell you, like, it was starting to worry me. Just for a moment. It was worrying me, particularly when he was sending me drawings of them holding hands. I was like, dude, you're a little too into this chick if you're like sending me drawings of you two holding hands. And I'm gonna be honest with you, dog, they're shitty drawings. These are like, I don't know, 15-year-old kid drawings. So, yeah, so I don't know. I just felt like he was in love, but not, I don't know, not even. I don't know. Like, what do you call someone who just, a serial crusher, I think is what you call them. Someone who just crushes on anyone they meet. Well, that's what it seems like, but I'm pretty sure he has. Well, I can tell you that he's definitely the kind of guy to cry afterward. Yeah. So, can you tell me, did he actually break his foot? You know who Baked Beans is? I actually blocked Baked Beans, and I never block anyone, so that should be a feather in his cap. Because he kept sending me pictures of Joe's feet, and I was already pissed at Joe, and then I gotta fucking see his feet. No, we're done. Get that shit out of here. He's absolutely right. He did. And you can tell him that he did, and you can tell him why. Because Joe's an ass, and then on top of that, I didn't want to see his feet. I'm going to sneeze. Good. Pardon me. Don't you fucking love to sneeze? Don't you like to sneeze? Dude, oh, hey, I have an idea. Or like, I think this is amazing, and I think it might be possible. Okay, do you know how like a sneeze just like comes out of nowhere, and it's like, wow, that felt good. And like, you can poop and it feels good, and you can orgasm and it feels good. You know, these are like kind of like random things that happen to you, that can feel good, that like if you'd never sneezed before, you didn't know it was possible. Anyway, I'm wondering if there's anything on the human body that we can do like that we haven't discovered yet. Like what I'm saying is like if we could like put like a vibrating wand on our genitalia and have like a super orgasm or something. Dog, I'm full of them, baby. My goal, exactly. A like probe that can hit your prostate and immediately make sure you come. I've heard that exists. Well, I mean, that's how they fucking probe people in alien abductions. Yes. 100%. Yeah, I want to fuck a hybrid. No, I'm raw dog. I want to have a child with a hybrid alien. I've stuck it in worse, baby. Actually, I haven't. I only have sex with really high class women, but still, nevertheless. That guy pissed me off. I'm like, here's the Anatoly show. Hey, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna do all this. What'd you say? Can you hear me now? Okay. Everything was about him, and I couldn't. We would like. Well, this is when Jared from Subway was there. Everything was about him, and he said okay, this is every fucking conversation I ever had with him. It would be like this. Yo, hey, I was thinking of going to Hawaii or Puerto Rico. There's this girl I could see in Hawaii, but Puerto Rico, I mean, it's got these like beach flies, and I don't know. What do you think I should do? Okay, I would tell him, go to Hawaii. If there's a girl there, then just do that. He'd be like, okay. Next person would come into the telegram. Hey, I was thinking of going to Hawaii or Puerto Rico. I really want to know what you think about it. And they'd be like, I don't care about that. Hey, Rabbi, how are you? You'd be like, okay, well, but what do you think about it? Like, there are these sandflies that are in Puerto Rico. I mean, do you know anything about them? And the person would be like, no, I don't know anything about sandflies in Puerto Rico. They'd leave. Next person would come in. Exactly. And I told him, dude, if you want to be friends with me, you have to understand that I can only hear you ask someone a certain question like a half dozen times before I become sick of you. And and honestly, you already asked me my opinion and I gave it to you. And then here you are asking me another day about what you think you should do. And he'd be like, no, I forgot I asked you. And I'm like, dude, you're not even paying attention to me when I'm talking to you. Honestly, Anatoly, I'm going to be honest with you. If you want, you can have this place, but I don't want to be here. And then I left. And I left for like 4 days or 5 days. And because he just wouldn't leave. And then everybody in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Enid group was like, dude, get the fuck out of there. That's where Rabbi goes. And you're like Wish version of Rabbi. Why the fuck are you in his spot? And then he fucking left and I came back.
I remember when you weren't there and he was just sitting in there for like a week.
Exactly. And those were the days. Hey, did you see my ceiling cam?
Yeah, the magnet.
Oh yeah, you did. We talked about it. Wait, but did you see it from above?
Yeah, I went to the YouTube.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Good.
Yeah.
Very, very cool. I appreciate it, dog. You know what sucks? Do you know who Aiden Ross is?
Yeah.
I don't know how the fuck everybody knows who these people are. Anyway, yeah, so I'm in his Discord, and if you try to fall asleep in his Discord, they put you in the away from keyboard area, so that sucks. He's not, but I don't know. These mods get it in their fucking head like they need to act like fucking drill sergeants.
Yeah, that's fucking stricter than the army, bro. Hey, what's your thoughts on Andrew Tate, sir?
Dude, I don't have any fucking thoughts on that dude.
Yeah,
I don't really even know who the fuck he is.
yeah, really?
I don't follow him. All I know is he got arrested in Romania. He has a brother. He's bald. He has a fucking beard. He's supposedly like a red pill kind of guy. But I'm gonna be honest with you, he's kind of a loser in my opinion. I don't want to say he's a loser. Hold on, I don't want to. There are a lot of people who like him, and they're fine if they want to like him. I know why. I know why I think he's a loser. I remember. I think he's kind of immature. Like when you go to his Twitter, and I don't know a lot about him, so I'm the wrong person to ask this question. But when I went to his Twitter, I saw what his bio was, and it was like LGBTQ plus. It was like pro trans. It was like all the stuff that he's not. And I get it that he's trying to piss people off, and I think that he's a good troll for that. But do I like? I don't know. I've heard some bad things about him too. Didn't he? I don't know. I don't want to make up things about him, but here's what I do like about him. He doesn't seem to me like he's a mainstream figure. So he's trying to go against the mainstream, which I think is cool. And I bet I agree with him on a lot of things. So overall, do I have a positive? I don't really know enough about him to be positive or negative, but I just think that he can be immature a little bit. There's something that tells me that could be too. Yeah. Do you remember Milo Yiannopoulos? Exactly. To me, it's kind of like, I don't want to say he's an actor either. I'm saying that everybody needs a role. And like they needed like a gay conservative, so that was that guy. And they need like a I don't know, like a red pill conservative, and that's Andrew Tate. And they need like a preppy conservative, and that's Tucker Carlson. Like everybody has like a role to fit out the rainbow of the politics. Yeah. Exactly. And then when one of them, they'll cancel one of them, and then somebody else will fill their little spot. Like Bill O'Reilly was like the big conservative guy, and they canceled him, and then it became Tucker Carlson, and they canceled him, and now it's going to be the next guy. Hey, do you ever watch American Dad? Word. I think his wife is hot, and firstly, if you had to ask me if I had to hook up with a cartoon character aside from Jessica Rabbit, it'd be that bitch. And then, yeah, well, and then I was never like, I never really got the whole alien and then fishbowl thing. Like that was kind of weird to me, but like what? There's a Nazi inside the fish. Honestly, if they didn't have that alien and they didn't have the fish, I think it would have been a much more popular show. Yeah, and if it was just like a normal American Dad show where he was just a conservative and he had like liberal kids, and it was, I guess it would be a lot like Family Guy then. But that's fucking basically what it was. Anyway, yeah, that show. Exactly. You're 100% right. The alien is Brian with the fish. Or I'm sorry, Stewie's the fish. Or something like that. There's some kind of like arrangement like that, and then anyway, did you know what show I really liked actually is the Cleveland show, and they got rid of it, which I understand, but it was like I went through and I watched all the Cleveland shows, and they're to me almost or just as funny as the Family Guy. You know who needs their own show is Quagmire, but and after Me Too, but like that's the one, the Quagmire show. I think would be more popular than Family Guy. So I have heard that in the future, programming will be similar to Fox's Sunday animation sensation or whatever they have, where it's like just all the programming is cartoons, but what they'll be able to do perhaps is make it a new cartoon every single night. I mean, it'd be pretty easy with AI. I'm down as well. So anyway, they got that going, which is tight. Jackass the movie. Yeah. How about you? Okay. I have. I watched it. That's with McLovin, right? Yeah, everybody fucking loved that movie. That's the one with that bitch Emma Stone, right? She's beautiful, that movie. Yeah, I've seen it, and I don't really like. Who is the guy? Who stars in it? Yeah, I think he kind of sucks as an actor, but yeah, but he plays that role pretty well. He was good in The Wolf of Wall Street. I'll give him that. But every other movie, he has just stopped talking. But you watch this, The Wolf of Wall Street is going to be one of those movies that like is really popular in 30 years, and Jonah Hill will be just able to live off that movie. Like, I'm trying to think of a movie that's like that now, almost like, I don't know, like I hate to say like The Big Lebowski or something like that, like where those guys could seriously go to Comic-Con just dressed up as the fucking Big Lebowski people and make money for the rest of the time. In the same way, Jonah Hill could make money off of that movie. Hey, do you know who Sexy Red is? Do you know who? Yo, Doug, do you know who Ice Spice is? You like Ice Spice? Is Ice Spice your favorite of the Spice Girls? Who's your favorite Spice Girl? Who's your favorite Spice Girl? No, dog. There's Sporty. There's Posh. There's Scary. There's Ginger. And there's Baby. Who's your favorite Spice Girl? You know who doesn't get any love? Is fucking Sporty Spice. No one gives a shit about her. Okay, Jerry Hatcher or Jerry Howell or whatever. She's a redhead. She's Ginger. And then there's Posh, who's the black and the black. And then there's just one moment. She's in a little black dress, LBD. Then Scary, I think, is in a leopard thing. Sporty has like blue pants on, and in the middle is, I think, baby. But yeah, I think, yeah. I couldn't see from the picture, but yep, I identified them all. And then Ice Spice is not related to any of them. She's just like a newer star who I don't know why I think she's hot. Oh, Jerry Howell or whatever, and fucking Victoria Beckham. There you go. All right. Do you know who the first Spice Girl was to break up, or who left first? Shut the fuck up. You know who the Spice Girls are. Dude, shut the fuck up, man. What were you doing in the 1990s? Dog, you know who the Spice Girls are. Dude, you know who the Spice Girls are. Do you know who's that Beckham guy? Yeah, do you know who David Beckham is? Yeah, his wife is Posh Spice, Victoria Beckham. Yeah, that lady. She's hot as fuck. Victoria Beckham? Dog, you've heard the song. Dude, type in Spice Girls Wannabe. If you want to be my lover, you got to get with my friends. Making loves forever, but friendship never ends. Dude, type in Spice Girls Wannabe. Well, that's what they sing, dog. Why were you like, I've never heard of these people? Dog, are you fucking me? How the hell don't you know who the Spice Girls are? Word, dog. Word. I probably like them both now more, anyway. I bet they're better cookie makers now. Dude, she did like 6 days, nothing. Dude, for her kid to go to USC, fucking free ride, all she had to do was do fucking like a month in jail. That's nothing. In like their jail, which is like, I don't know, in fucking Ventura County picking strawberries. Yo, you wanna have a lot of fun? She can get it too. She's beautiful. Yeah, that girl. Isn't it amazing though that all those kids got their fucking college degrees, and like under normal circumstances, these parents would have went to jail for a long time, and the kids would have been expelled. And when I say under normal circumstances, I mean like if we weren't run by like fucking lizard people or whatever the fuck's going on. Lori Laughlin's daughters. Hold on, your computer's got to load. Just spectacular bitches. Yeah. They're hot as fuck. Calm down, dog. Good for you. Dog. Do you know? Dude, I don't want to look at hot chicks right now. It's not my thing. I shouldn't say that. It is my thing. It's my thing too. I don't want to say too much because that makes me sound like obsessed. I like looking at hot chicks, but I don't like looking at hot chicks if I know I'm not going to fuck them right now. So. Dog. I said Spice Girls. Who would you rather take down, Ice Spice or Sexy Red? Yeah. You don't even know what Sexy Red is. Then Ice Spice? Look up Ice Spice. You don't even know what she looks like. Look up Ice Spice. I like Ice Spice's hair. I want to use it as a mop. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. She just has like 50 wigs. I like it though. She looks like Raggedy Ann. Do you know who Raggedy Ann is? Dog, do you know who Raggedy Ann is? She looks like Raggedy Ann. Oh shit. What up, pimp? Oh, Ice Spice. I see that shit. You love it. What'd you do with Caspian Sea, slut? All right. What is his, what are we watching? Is that a background? I don't think anyone knows. Do you know about my spam bots? You would love them more than anybody. Dude, you should hear how people react to me. Yeah, I've got 1,000 of those, dog. All right, I got some. Just one moment. I know. I was gonna fucking upload shit, but that's a lot of work. I have to edit it. So I'm gonna say that I'll wait on that for right now. What am I looking? It looks like a cityscape of Caspian Sea. Is that correct? It's really cool. It's like moving. Yeah, but it doesn't look like a movie. It was like a movie would have had a cut by now. It's like a screensaver. Oh, that'd be a tight-ass screensaver if it always looked like a different city or like a different part of a city and it just kept going. I've wanted that. I created one of those. It went around the Earth like that. It actually went from the Big Bang. It was a big deal. Yeah. It's like 12 minutes and I condense it down to 2 minutes. And so it's the Big Bang and then it flies into Earth. Like it's the Big Bang and you fly through space and you go past a bunch of stars and then you get into the solar system or the Milky Way, then the solar system, then past like Pluto and Jupiter and Mars and past the moon and then it zooms in into Earth and then zooms in onto my logo. Yeah, I think so, probably, but I can't prove it. I guess we can somehow. I don't really know how they do, though. They're like, oh, well, we just have to check this quirk, and this mathematics works out to be like, and I'm like, I just don't know how you know that, though. I think God is energy. So whatever is the energy of the cosmos that keeps us all going, that's God. And I think I can get everybody in the world to agree on that. Well, if we can all just say that and stop saying that it's like really specific shit, then I think we can agree on other things in life.
Like we could agree on like who we're gonna jack off to tonight.
Dog, everybody knows it's Rabbi Rothschild every night.
Well, that's most nights, but now you're making me decide which one of the waffles.
Lori, dog. Lori.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah. Come on. You got me thinking about jacking off in a full house, Rabbi. That's fucked up.
Well, you picked the hottest chick on it.
Yeah.
Have mercy. Probably. No, dude, it's the Olsen twins when I get older, if you want to count that. Oh, no, it's Judy Sweeten. That girl, have you seen that girl's chest? Jesus. She got a huge meth problem or something, but man, did she fill out. Jodie Sweeten. Now that's a good looking dude. I know. So what are we watching? Who's that bitch? Oh, hell yeah. Well, I just love how she had all this fucking Full House money and became like a huge meth addict who was like a lot lizard and then turned her life around. I love it. It's a great story. All American story, rags to riches. Cinderella story. Exactly, that's what it was. Exactly. I love those stories of people who had it all, lost it all, and gained it all back. That's right. As opposed to people like myself who never had it, still don't have it, and don't have it in the future, which is the story of 99% of Americans. Dude, it's so fucking bright. It's like a corona. It's like the Aurora Borealis, dog. Hell yeah, look at those boobs. Yo, dude, there's this girl. I can't believe I'm talking about it. Hold on. I think you could probably look her up, and you should. Let me see if this is her. She's sweet Asian girl on Kick. Her breasts are so big that I don't think they're. I think that she literally has like. You just have to see it. Yeah, not that girl though. That's a different chick. I know that chick. That girl's hot. But that North Korean chick. No, this chick is just like she has a face mask on. Hold on. It looks like they cut off a fat chick's tits and put them on this little Asian chick. It's fucking crazy. It stopped me in my tracks. Hold on, I'm gonna see if I can find it. Sweet Asian babe, she's online. Yeah. Oh, look her up on Kick. Look how big this girl's chest is. It looks fake. Like something's wrong here. Look at this. Do you see this? Do you see this? It's like that's not even fucking real, is it? No, it's in Kick. You gotta look her up on Kick. Yeah. Dude, you can't look at it for it that way. Dude, you're never gonna find it. You have to go to Kick and type Sweet Asian Babe. Yeah, no, not all these are normal looking chicks. This girl looks like she has 2 muskmelons that grew on her chest. You deleted it? Yeah, you need to re-download it, dog. Well, I'm telling you, I was in the middle of singing a song, and that girl came on, and it made me stop singing. And like, who the fuck is this? Well, it's just because it's like not something you'd see in nature. That's like beyond like our creator. Creator did never made anything like that. No. Dude, doesn't it look like she has on like a prosthetic chest? Like she has a really small chest, but she has like a fucking fake chest on. Thank you. Thank you. I know. She's gotta have the biggest tit to body ratio of anyone on Kick. Not in a million years. Isn't that amazing though? If you were a girl, all you had to do is buy like a huge bra and some padding like that, and like you can just get fucking people to watch you. Dude, I can see you doing that. Are you on Kick? Okay, you know what you need to do? Start asking people if they know who Rabbi Rothschild is, and you will get banned immediately. Like, that's how well known I am on this website. If you mention my name, a lot of people already, they won't let you type the word Rabbi or Rothschild. It'll just come in as asterisks. I'm serious. I know you don't believe me. Just start asking anyone on, it has to be in just chatting though. Don't ask like random ass like gamers. Or, I mean, you can ask them. I guess they might know. But the people in just chatting, the IRL streams are like, oh, that fucking asshole sucks. No, but dude, when I go in there, all they do is say, fuck you, Rabbi. Fuck you, Rabbi. Like, that's so funny to me. It's under IRL. And it's got this picture of this woman's mouth that says just chatting. All right, just ask. Now, beware, you might lose your account. But just ask anyone in any stream, do you know who Rabbi Rothschild is? Now, I say this, and it's like, you watch it, won't fucking work. But I think it will. Yeah, just ask anybody. We'll see. We might have to go to a couple of them, but I'm that confident. And you got to understand, I've only been doing this pretty hardcore for like a few days. And when that many people know about me, that's a big fucking deal. But you're like, I haven't seen anybody. You have, which one are you in? That guy will know me. No. You're typing. Just type in, do you know who Rabbi Rothschild is? Now, make sure you save it before you hit send, because you're going to want to ask other people. Just select all and copy. I hate how fucking shitty the copy and paste is on phones, but it sucks. And it doesn't always save. Like, if you did it like 5 minutes ago, it'll forget. It won't save for you. Okay, so ask that question and see what your response is. Now, this one's really hard because it's moving so quickly. But, what up, A? We got A in the house. Dude, do it. That's what I do. That's literally what I do. And people find out who I am. Right quick, dog. All right, go to another one. Go to another one. Obviously, they don't know or they're not paying attention, but they will. Trust me. Sure. Just ask in the chat. Same shit. Suspended. I think this guy's in Spanish. Yeah, there's a reason why. Because assholes like me, like myself, go in there and fuck them up. Yeah, that guy hates me. But I think he's like 4 hours too. Check him. Maybe not. Maybe not. 1 hour. They change them. For the next one. Yeah, they'll be able to talk to you. One Sonic IRL. Yeah, but he won't answer you if you said, go for it, ask. But I've spammed this guy more than probably anyone on here. Just because he's Sonic and I have Sonic everything. Do you know who Rothschild is? Oh, they said something back to you. Oh, thank you for the follow. What did they say? Hold on. Oh, there. Somebody said something back to you. Thank you for the follow, Ask Munch. Okay, so I didn't say anything back yet. No, you're good. You'll know it when there's a lock next to your name and it says you have been timed out or you've been banned. Try another one, absolutely. Try one where the person is looking at the camera. That guy could work. No, not that lady, just because she won't see it. Oh, that guy. Wait, go to that guy. His name is, the other guy. His name is, on the town or something. Downtown or something. Hold on. Crazy Town. Yeah, that one. That guy hates me. Spam that guy, and you'll get blocked really quickly. The thing that I usually post is so fucking funny. I'll read it to you in a second. In fact, I might just go and spam it myself. Just one moment. I will. Yeah, I see it. All right. Here we go. I'll just go in there. I'll show you what I do.
Okay. So I just stay in this one and watch the chat or what?
Yep.
Okay. I'm in.
Cool. Crazy Town. You ready for this shit?
Yes, sir. It's deleting this shit automatically. And it's deleted my moderator.
Okay, so here's what they've done. I have that, okay, so here's what it says. World famous pussy eater Rabbi Rothschild takes karaoke requests on YouTube 24/7, 365 for world peace. Type Rabbi Rothschild and Bio Rabbi in any search engine. Please share to be a trillionaire. So that's perfect that I know that they changed it. Now I have to change it just a little bit, and we'll see.
It'll let me say Rabbi didn't come on your screen, right?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Oh, dude, if I change it just a little bit, just the slightest bit, their shit doesn't work anymore.
Do it.
Watch this. No wonder. I was wondering why the fuck aren't people?
I'm timed out.
Oh, there you go. They got you. Okay, so watch. Oh, I got timed out as well.
Damn it.
Dude, shit happens.
Damn, we're getting somewhere there, dude. Fuck.
Well, you just made me aware. All I have to do is change my thing just the slightest bit, and it fucking communicates through to them.
Yeah, interesting.
Totally interesting.
Hey, let's go to this guy until I got 166.
Which one?
It says just harmonious Yuri.
Go to him. Ask him what's up.
You got 1 hour.
Yeah, most of these people you have to wait now. You didn't have to before, but
Yeah, it's because
I spammed the shit out of them.
You broke fucking kick, bro.
You know it's pretty good that when I go to spam them, they're already ready for my message.
We can go to shop time.
Go for it. Here, go to let's see here. Well, go to whatever you want. You have to see these things are taking over.
Can we go to pools, hot tubs, and bikinis?
Go for it. You're gonna lose it in here though.
Oh, little Jerry bomb, bro.
That girl's hot. She knows what's up. I want a pair of scissors with that bitch.
Those tits are nice. I'm already getting censored. Fuck.
There you go.
Man.
They hate me.
Wait, hold on.
It's so funny to me now. All I have to do is change my little message just slightly, and then it comes through.
She's hot. This girl's pretty hot. Her lips are fake, though. That's weird. She sounds funny. Where's she from? Texas or something? Wow.
You're in live.
Yeah.
Good for you, dog. I'm glad you found someone.
I found this girl that lives in New Jersey that I'd never met, and I drove a picture of her.
Dude, she's unlike any girl that you'll ever be able to find anywhere. This girl doesn't exist literally ever. Like, there's never been a girl like her. Why? Because she likes cosplay. It's like, you mean there's no one who likes cosplay in all of Southern California? No, you don't understand, though. She gets me. Huh?
Oh, shit. You know how they say there's like only like one perfect match for you or something, right?
Right.
I think there's like fucking like you really could be fucking compatible with anybody, really. You know what I mean?
I think so, too. If I put you on a desert island and said the only way that you get off this island is if you come to really good terms with the person and you end up fucking and then you get off the island, you'll fucking end up having a great relationship with that person and fucking them just so you can get off the island.
Absolutely.
That's why when people are like, I'm not gay, it's like, you're just never been bored enough to be gay. But if you really understand, if I put you on a desert island and you had nothing else to do but fuck a dude, and literally there was nothing else to do, and you had to fuck a dude to be able to get off the island, you'd be fucking a dude by the end of the day.
Oh yeah, it'd probably take an hour and fucking 5 minutes.
Exactly. What I'm trying to say is everybody's got a price, and everybody's got like a point where they'll do something. You just have to find their breaking point.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. You ever been married, Rabbi?
No.
You ever been in a long-term relationship?
For some years, but we weren't really looking at marriage. We was just fucking, baby.
Really?
Yep.
What was she like?
She was like twice my age.
Looks like a
We're yeah. I used to say we played house a lot. I learned, you know, what it's like to be married without being married, and it was a lot of work. I mean, I don't want to say a lot of work, but like at a certain point, you just kind of want to be alone. And with that, I didn't really find that. I mean, I'm not saying I didn't. She gave me my space, but still, there was just something nice sometimes. I mean, it's like, it's nice to have somebody there, but then it's nice to not. And you kind of want both at the same time. It's like, and you can't have that. It's like, man, I would really wish somebody else was here right now. And then when they're there, you're like, oh, I wish I was alone.
Yeah. That's like everything in life.
Exactly. And I don't mean it in a negative way by any means. She and I got along really well. But at a certain point, it was like, well, do I want to marry this person? Like, I'm fine where we are, basically. And it was like, I don't want to get married. And that's the next step. So.
Yeah. Do you still ever talk to her or not really?
Yeah, I did call her when at least on friendly terms. Yeah. I never have cheated on any girls. So, you know, the reasons why I've ever had to break up with a girl is usually because I moved somewhere. And you were married, but you still might be married. You don't even fucking know.
Fuck yeah.
I still think you're married.
Fuck it. Might as well, huh?
Hell yeah, dog.
I'll take it. This girl playing with her cat, though, is pretty exciting. Rabbi, come spam this girl.
Just a moment.
Oh man, Rabbi.
Dog, I'm getting all my accounts ready.
Come on, baby. You need the name of her thing or no?
Yeah, what is it?
Her name is. Why is it blocking this shit? Oh, there we go. Okay, what's her name? What the fuck? Where did Rabbi?
Dog, you are sucking so much cock right now. It's unbelievable.
Why in the world? Where do I see it? Oh my god, dude.
You dropped the ball. I was going to check her out until you dropped the ball.
Her name is 2 capital G's, G-G-I-N-E. Oh, fuck.
Dog, this thing's over. Come on, man.
What?
You're not even talking words.
You see the name?
G-G-I? N-A-S. Okay, it's Gina sound, dog.
Yeah.
All right, you ready?
Yes, sir.
Oh, shit. I fucked up. I just typed V.
It just says V, sir.
I know it does. Sorry. Hold on.
You're good.
Is she gonna block me?
No, you're good.
Does it say my whole message? It's pretty fucking hilarious.
I'm gonna start with her for you, but
Thanks, dog.
hey, you got damn quick, bro.
Dude, that's the story of my life, baby.
Hey, she said my name.
Isn't that cool when they do that?
Yeah, she said thank you, Mr. Ass Munch.
Do you subscribe to any bitches OnlyFans?
No. Do you?
Fuck no. Why the fuck do I want to pay for porn?
Yeah, you can just Google fucking naked lady.
Who's hotter than that bitch?
Yep.
You know what I think will be a thing in the future? You have to pay for porn, you'll have to pay to masturbate, and you'll have to pay to use the toilet.
Oh, I bet.
Word, dog. And sex will be absolutely illegal for anyone who's not of a certain class.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the poor can't do it anymore.
Sad.
Alright, I give up on this bitch.
Well, guess what? There are a shitload of them to also try.
Yeah. I was asking her to marry me, Rabbi.
What do you think she would have said?
I don't know. I got one.
What would you have done if she said yes?
What would I have done if she said yes? I'll drop my number in the chat. Okay.
Do you know what Monkey app is?
Wait, you really quiet for some reason about that.
Do you know what Monkey app is?
I think maybe you were talking about that.
It's like Omegle.
Oh yeah, it shows you random people, right? You got banned from the guy that was like fucking
Yep.
being all anti-Semitic and shit,
Word.
right?
That's absolutely correct. You're 100%
Or am
right.
I thinking of Camp Frog?
I didn't get banned from Camp Frog.
Okay.
Well, I did, but not for those reasons. Yeah, Monkey app. You're right. So that's a fun app if you want to be on it.
Is that
All the people on Kick are on it.
really?
Yep.
You talk to bitches on there?
I've only talked to that one guy, and I got banned. But a lot of guys talk to girls on it. They shoot their shot with shorty. You know how it is.
So you're telling me they used the website they got banned from? I don't think so, but
Dude, I've been banned from Facebook. I tell you to use that. I've been banned from YouTube. I tell you to use that. I've been banned from Snapchat. I tell you to use that. I've been banned from TikTok. I tell you to use that.
yeah.
I've been banned from Kick. I tell you to use that.
The only ones of those that you listed that I have is Kick. I don't have Facebook.
You have YouTube.
I don't have Snapchat.
You have YouTube.
I don't have an account though.
You do. You have a Gmail.
Oh, do I?
You have a Gmail account, dog. Everybody does.
Oh, everybody with a Gmail has a YouTube.
They're linked.
Oh, what the fuck, dude? Well, I'm gonna have to figure that out and I'll give you a follow on there or something.
Cool, dog. How's Lori Loughlin doing?
I don't have Snapchat, I don't have Facebook, I don't have
Watch you have like a ton of fucking requests in there for like collaborations with huge creators, and you're just like, fuck it.
I don't know about it. I wish. What were you saying about Lori Laughlin? You gonna fuck her tonight?
Yeah, she's like the most vanilla ass bitch I've ever seen, but she's beautiful.
Yeah, she's so basic that it's fucking hot.
Exactly. That bitch is so basic that it's hot.
Same with their daughters.
Dogs, they're like fucking clones. Have you ever seen fucking Cindy Crawford's daughter? Same shit.
Oh yeah, I've seen her. She's hot.
Yep.
Oh man, Rabbi, you're always trying to get me so hard right before bed.
What do you mean trying? Successfully.
Oh yeah, that's true. You are making me hard before bed.
What else do you think, dog?
You're gonna make me edge until I bust.
Dog.
You ever done edging?
I'm the king of it.
Really?
Word.
So, check this out.
I'm checking it out. Go ahead, baby.
I used to drive from Oakland
O-Town.
to
S-Town.
and I would edge the whole way there.
Wow, that's fun. That's something that I didn't ever want to hear in my life. And then would you just explode at the end?
Yeah, so you get home, right? You go inside, and then you fucking come, and it's like fire.
Been there, dog.
Really?
Oh, for sure, dog.
You're fucking with me.
I'm the king of that shit.
I never edged the whole way home. I was just fucking with you.
You're not fucking with me. You're totally telling me the truth.
Yeah. That's why Grandpa isn't allowed to drive anymore. But I am just fucking with you.
You aren't fucking with me. Who's making these sounds?
Me?
Why?
Because you make me laugh.
Cool, dog.
You're funny.
Appreciate that. What's your favorite color?
What's my favorite color?
Yeah.
What color is your sphincter?
Pink.
Okay, my favorite color is pink.
Cool story, bro.
What's your favorite color?
Black because it's all the other colors combined.
Oh, that's a very Dwight.
I think that's an exact quote of his. It's pretty close.
That sounds like a Mr. Shirt, sir.
Do you know how cool I am?
Would you live on a beet farm in fucking Pennsylvania?
In a heartbeat? Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Rail out that little blonde every once in a while on the DL.
Oh, Angela.
Yeah, yeah, no.
Really?
Yeah, she could get it.
What made you like MILF so much?
It's a power thing. They're very powerful, and they're at the peak of their power when they're still fertile and they've had the most amount of time in their life to get experience and wisdom. So they peak at like 45.
Yeah.
That's all fucking genius alpha that no one's gonna teach you in life.
Yeah. That's an interesting take.
It's not just an interesting take. It's fucking facts, dog.
Yeah. I've never tried it, to be honest with you.
Well, you're missing out, dog.
I'm not against it. I'm down. I just never tried it.
Word. And then they tell you whenever you want, you go over their house and fuck them. That's where it's at, and they'll pay you. That's where it's at, dog.
They pay you?
Yeah, you're a gigolo then.
You got paid?
Multiple times, I've been paid by individual women, and I've been paid by couples.
Really?
I'm not kidding. Yeah, that's serious.
Like male, female couples or what?
Yeah, but I don't do anything with the guy. I'll just let him be. Oh, I fuck his wife.
No, you let them watch.
Yep.
You cut them.
Yep.
Rabbi cut them.
You got it. Yeah, they absolutely cannot touch me or anything like that, or else it doesn't happen. Like basically, they have to be like 6 feet away from me.
Yeah, that's kind of close still, to be honest.
6 feet, whatever, 10 feet. I don't know. They have to be in that fucking cup chair in the corner of the fucking hotel room.
Oh my god, you're fucking too much.
It's true though. It's happened many times. I can't say that like I was somebody who was able to like solely rely on being a gigolo, but it definitely was an unexpected little surprise amount of money that I get every once in a while.
Yeah. Did you ever hear about that homeless guy in New York? And he went like 2 years just fucking finding girls at bars and staying at their house.
No, I didn't, but that sounds genius.
Yeah, so he didn't have to pay rent, you know, just find a girl. Oh yeah, welcome over, sure.
I know the opposite is very common for girls and eating. Basically, they're able to solely get all of their food by just going out with guys and using that as their meals. They'll go on 2 dates a day with a guy, and that guy will provide for lunch, and another guy will provide for dinner, and they don't have to do any grocery shopping.
Wow, that's pretty smart.
I agree. And I've read about some girls are like, yeah, I never fucked a guy. I just see how long it'll go, and I always tell them I'll call him, and I never do.
Really?
And if you're in a place like New York City or LA, you can basically use those and fucking do whatever you want with them.
Wow.
Now, if you're in a small place, I'm sure it wouldn't work because there just aren't enough people, and everybody would be like, dude, that's the fucking whore who only goes out with guys and never does anything. I fucking took that girl out last week, and somebody else is gonna be like, I took that girl out last month. That girl sucks. But you know, if you're in a bigger place, no one's ever gonna know.
Yeah, you can't do it in like fucking
Small town. If you're in like Kansas or fucking Michigan or Indiana or some shit. Yeah, exactly. But if you were in like LA, that could work. New York, it could work.
Oh yeah, it would absolutely work in fucking New York, I'll tell you that.
Exactly.
The thing about New York too is like since nobody drives, there's a lot more opportunity to bump into people, you know?
Right.
Yeah. So no doubt, bro.
I was gonna say there are so many different restaurants in New York too that it wouldn't be like, oh, this is that bitch who always comes in here with different guys and just is a serial dater. I mean, not that that fucking would really matter, but.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Like you'd have to mix up the restaurants too.
Right. You couldn't just, you know, because if not, it's like, dude, this girl is here with a different guy, you know, a few times a month. What's up with this? Like, does she always ask to come here or something?
This girl has a different guy by her Arby's 3 times a fucking day.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of had the opposite of that, but it was kind of different. I mean, when I was in college, I would go to restaurants, and there was one restaurant that I really liked to go to, and I would bring tons of different girls there. And I really liked to date back then. So I wasn't like someone who was going there to just hook up with chicks. Like maybe we hooked up, maybe we didn't. But I really liked the date. I was getting experience of how to treat a woman and how to, you know, be mature in a relationship and those kind of things. And my friend's little sister, who was the hostess there, one time my friend's little sister was like, yeah, we just thought you were a serial dater, that you would just come in with like a different girl. And they would say a really pretty girl every single time. And then when you would come in with the one, they said this one girl would come in more regularly, we would be like, oh, he doesn't have a side chicken today, which they had no idea what was going on in my life. They were just bored working at a restaurant, commenting on the clientele, and they didn't know that I would eventually find this out. But I thought that was funny.
That's funny as hell.
It was like Seinfeld. If you ever saw Seinfeld, Jerry Seinfeld never had like the same chick come in.
Oh yeah, Jerry Seinfeld's fucking fire, bro. The show.
Dog, do you like Curb Your Enthusiasm?
I've seen a couple episodes.
Yeah, I do. It's pretty good.
Is it fire?
It isn't Family Guy. Now, is it fire? It's. I honestly think it's overrated. But just here's every fucking episode. Larry, who this is why it's fucking ridiculous. Larry David is worth like $750 million or some crazy amount of money. Yet he's complaining about having to tip when he's getting a cup of coffee. That's an entire fucking episode. It's like, dude, this isn't even a realistic episode. Like, you're not like so cheap that you're pissed that you're having to fucking tip at a fucking, like, it's just ridiculous things. Like, Larry David will be driving his car and he'll get pissed off because like someone fucking keyed it or something like that. Okay, yeah, you get pissed off, but you're worth $750 million. It's like you could buy a whole new fucking car. It doesn't matter. And in the show, he's supposed to be the same guy that he is in real life. So it's like,
I see.
so like these little people problems, like, well, the tip is supposed to be 18%. Well, this they didn't do a good job. I'm going to give them 13%. How are you going to do that? Like, these little people problems are just like ridiculous to these people because there's a lot with the show I don't like. Another thing I don't like about the show, and it doesn't make any fucking sense. There's absolutely no what do they call it? Like cinematic continuity. Okay, why? Every single season, they have a different house, and they never explain why. So it's like, you know, in Seinfeld or any show, Cheers had a bar. Seinfeld had an apartment. Like, The Office has an office. There is like there's a consistent environment for the people in the show. In Curb Your Enthusiasm, what ends up happening is they end up buying a house in like the Hollywood Hills, and then all the neighbors end up complaining about it and they can't use it for the next season. It's happened now like 7 different times. Does that make sense? So every single year they're in a different house, but it's confusing because it's like, why did they move again? And they never explain it in the show. And that's just supposed to be like, you're not supposed to pay attention to it. Like, there are other shows that do something like this, like that I think are cool. Like the show Louis with Louis C.K., his wife or his ex-wife in the show or something was black, and they had a white child, I think, and they never mentioned her race in it. And I think that's cool. It's like, okay, they're moving past that. You're not supposed to pay attention to that. That's cool. But when it's a show like Curb Your Enthusiasm, and it's like, wait, he had a garage in the last season. What the fuck happened to his garage? Or like, you know, like their bedroom isn't located there. There's some weird shit that happens in the show that there are some parts about it that I like. I think, like, I don't think they use they don't have a script. So what they do is they just improvise everything. They just say like, all right, Larry is going to go golfing today, and then just improvise what he would say while they're golfing. And then the actors will improvise, and they're all comedians, and they're all basically able to make each other laugh. And they're able to make it a funny show. Fine. But there are other aspects of it that are just completely unrealistic. And like, what would be one of them? When Hurricane Katrina happened. So here's what happened. HBO said, hey, Larry, you've got a hit with Curb Your Enthusiasm, but there aren't enough minorities on the show. So then what did they do? They had this like completely fake like thing happen where Hurricane Katrina hit, and Larry, out of the goodness of his heart, adopts a family, and the family goes to live with them, and they were in Hurricane Katrina. And then they're only there for like one season, and then like one of the people stays, everybody else leaves, but that's how they get like more minorities on the show. It's just like, I don't know, to me, it didn't have to be so over the top that these people had to come from Katrina. It could have just been like Larry meets someone and is friends with them, as opposed to like, oh, now he's got like a housemate. And so now in the show, Larry has had a housemate from Hurricane Katrina there for like 10 years.
Yeah, it's like they could have just made like a neighbor, like
Exactly. Just who, and they became real friends, and that's a character. It didn't have to be so like over the top. Like, it was almost like when Larry David heard that the executive said that you had to have more minorities in the show, he was like, all right, I'm going to go above and beyond and just make it ridiculous. And I don't know. The thing that really bothers me in the show is how wealthy the people are, but the issues that they have are little people issues, and they don't realize there's a disconnect. Like, you don't like the people who are watching the show, first and foremost, are either basically in New York or LA, and they're paying for HBO. That's not most people. And then on top of that, they're usually wealthier and, you know, more affluent. So like, what are issues that Larry has? Like the things that I've explained in the show, like if you're worth $750 million, you don't give a shit about like I don't know. Oh, here's one. He had to, okay, so he has like a maid and he has a gardener, and he gave the gardener $10 more for like a holiday bonus than the maid. And it's this huge issue that he gave the gardener more than the maid, and he's trying to justify it like, I don't know, something like, well, she's inside and he's outside. And it's like, dude, you're worth $750 million. So just give the maid $10 extra or whatever. And then this isn't an episode anymore. I understand. I'm like coming to the solution of all his problems, but it's like, you know, it's kind of fake.
Yeah, absolutely, it's fake.
So when people are like, do you like Seinfeld? Yeah, I fucking like Seinfeld because Seinfeld was tight, meaning it was like, it had like an A plot, a B plot, a C plot, and they all came together at the end. But it was like, I don't know, the problems that they had there were more realistic problems of the 1990s than what Larry David's doing, where it's just like, you know, it's just ridiculous stuff. They'll have like, there are some cool things about it though that I really like where they go in LA. It's an LA based show, and it's so, you know, they're driving around. It's cool. But, and I'm not saying that it's not a show that I can't really, really love, because I do like it, and I think there are aspects of it that are really, really funny. But that, like, perfect example, Larry's got an assistant, yet all he does in one episode, the whole show, is try to return shoes. It's like, dude, you have a fucking assistant. You're not going to be returning shoes if you have an assistant. Like, what is this person's role? You know, I like shows that are like realistic, and it's just, it doesn't seem like some of the shit is that realistic to him.
No, fuck no.
And it's one thing to me if they want to make it like not realistic and they know that they're just being stupid about it, but there's another aspect where they actually think that, like, no, this is something, like Larry would be like, oh no, I've really run into this issue where I wanted to return these shoes and I wasn't able to return the shoes and it took up my whole day. And then it's just like, well, dude, you're like a neurotic person then. If you're worth all this money and you're wasting your time, like, dude, just do a cost benefit analysis. How much time is it going to take me to fucking return these shoes, or just buy a fucking new pair on Amazon? That kind of shit. Anyway, I don't mean to keep complaining about the same fucking show, because I do like it. Exactly. But yeah, what's your favorite show? Well, more importantly, why didn't you have a TV growing up?
I don't know.
What'd you do with Caspian Sea?
What did I do with him?
Yeah.
He's in my freezer right now.
Cool, dog.
Yeah, he's cut up into pieces. No, I don't know. Is he still sleeping? Yell into the mic.
Caspian Sea.
Baby, come here. Yeah, my favorite show, I don't know.
Why didn't you watch more Parks and Recreation, dog?
Do you want me to watch that?
Yeah, it's a good show.
I'll check it out.
Right?
Oh, Daddy. How are you still awake, Rabbi?
Dude, I slept for like 8 hours.
Yeah, I kept coming in during the day-to-day, and you were asleep.
It was a very weird day to me. I woke up at like 4 in the morning or something, and So the whole morning seemed like, I was like, man, it's like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I look and it's like 10 in the morning. I'm like, oh shit, my hours are fucked up. Anyway.
Fucked up.
Fucked up. You know how it is.
Yeah, baby.
All right. I'm pissed. I fucking keep trying to program these robots, and they work, and they work, and they work, and then they don't. And it's just annoying to me that they don't always work. And I don't always know why they don't always work.
What, your cake pot?
Yeah.
Maybe you should ask Joey. He's a good coder.
He's one of the best. Dog, he'd be printing bags.
You should probably message him right away so you can get help.
I should have known when the coder is coming to me for coding advice. That should have been my first clue.
Yeah, kind of a red flag, huh?
Yeah,
A little bit. Just a tiny bit.
right. Do you think he's a good coder?
Hey, you're funny.
I know,
You're funny.
but do you think he's a good coder?
Do I think he's a good coder? You know my thoughts on that, Bubba.
You told me before anybody.
Oh, yeah. Cheater, killing me. Do I flag? So, they say that it's 3 months away now, huh?
That's what started to piss me off. I mean, I'm not. I'm.
Now it's 3 months.
I mean, dude, I'm not stupid, and I've run projects before. It's what I do, and I know when we have delays in a project, I get that. But you never, ever, ever go from a day where you'll have delivery like 2 or 3 days away, or maybe next week at the worst, and then all of a sudden it goes from 3 to 6 months, and then a month to a month and a half. That just doesn't happen.
Yeah, no, that's like backwards of what makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. You might have a situation where you might think it's going to take a month and a half, 3 to 6 months, and then something occurs and you no longer have to do that. But it's not like, dude, we're about to fucking deliver this thing, and then all of a sudden, oh yeah, it's a month and a half or whatever, and nothing arose. It's like, what happened? And he's like, oh, well, one of my coders got fucking evicted. Okay, well, I mean, you're telling me you can't find another coder to do that? Aren't you a coder?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Those are my thoughts exactly, sir.
I know. So, I don't know. He's printing bags. I can tell you that. He had this one night where it was his best night. I've got to say, it was an impressive night that he had. I was in here and he was in here, and Ducky came in and he talked the whole time to her. And I mean this, he wasn't like being a loser. And at the end, I was like, I listened to them for like, they talked for like 3 hours. It was like, oh my God, he really likes her. And by the end of it, after she left or whatever, he was over the moon. I literally thought I was talking to like a 4th grader. And I should have known at that point, and the promises that he made, he's going to buy Jacob a Mevbot, and Ducky's getting a Mevbot, and Elle's getting a Mevbot. For some reason, you were never getting a Mevbot, and you were here more than almost anyone.
Oh, yeah, me?
Yeah. I know, but he was promising everyone a Mevbot, but at no point did I ever hear him say, oh yeah, and Asmunch is getting a Mevbot.
Yeah, it's because I said it wouldn't work from the beginning.
Exactly. I think you're right.
Yeah, because right when you first said, I'm like, hell no, that's not going to work. I don't want that shit.
I know. I just want to go back and tell the story of when we met Jared from Subway. And this is exactly what happened. Jared from Subway comes randomly into the stream, And I had told Joe that if Jared from Subway ever comes in, I'll make him aware. Joe asked me to. So Joe is about to get in the shower. I fucking texted him. I called him. I left a message. He comes into the stream. He's like, oh, like a huge big deal. He talks to Jared from Subway. And then the next day I say, he's like, dude, Jared from Subway, he texted me. I can't believe he texted me. And then I was like, okay, great, dude. Like, are we getting this Mevbot or whatever? And he's like, yeah, I'm going to be out of commission for 6 months. I'm like, what? So at that point, it was like, oh, this guy's dropping you like a bag of lead. And that's what ended up happening. But yet I still gave him another chance. And if I have a regret, it would be giving him the software that I gave him. But it's pretty easy for him to get that software. It's not like I created it. It didn't cost me anything, so whatever. But yeah, I would just tell you this. I don't know if he doesn't understand what printing means or bags, but he's not doing either of them.
Somebody else a bag in the streets.
Word Mockingbird. Word Mockingbird. Who's your favorite of the people with whom you've ever known to be printing bags? Who's your favorite person?
Printed bags?
Of all of the people that you've ever known who have been printing bags, who's your favorite?
That I knew in real life, or like Elon Musk?
No, just people who you've ever mocked their decision making by changing your screen name to Jared from Subway.eth. What's up, Geraldo? Dude, is Caspian Sea snoring?
I don't know. I've had it muted for a long time.
Caspian Sea. Caspian Sea.
He's awake.
Yeah.
What's up, buddy?
Caspian Sea. We weren't been talking to you. Caspian Sea, can you hear us?
Was that him talking or
Geraldo, was that you? Oh, that was Geraldo. How you living, Geraldo?
I'm doing good. I just joined up a little bag from the DCA and see what's going on.
Hell yeah, dog. I stream my life live 24/7 in this VC. I've been doing so for a year. I've been live on YouTube for 3+ years. I have more data on the internet than any person in global history. Pleasure to meet you.
No way, man. That's awesome.
Yep, I stream my life for world peace. I don't want war anymore.
That's fucking cool. I noticed you got all of them are getting merch, man.
Word, dog.
Every single piece.
Absolutely. I am a walking, talking, merchandising machine.
It's awesome, man.
I even have a Scroto sleep mask. Look at this bad boy.
I was looking at those pillows. I kind of wanted one of the hoodies.
Dude, the hoodie's where it's at. The hoodie is the crown gem of the merchandise.
Oh yeah, that is badass.
It even has a target.
Limited, or are they gonna keep making more of them?
No, it's an NFT to my knowledge. Dude, the box for it alone is worth it. It is the nicest. It's a very nice setup.
I kind of want to get two.
That-
Get one to hold on to and then just get one to wear.
That's a good move. Yeah, they're really nice. And the quality of it is the nicest clothing I think I've ever bought.
So how is it? I know this is old because I'm trying to decide it. Like I normally wear 2XL hoodies.
Yeah, I would get a 3XL.
I don't think they have 3XL in there.
Then I get a 2XL and just know that the getting your head through the hole, it's fine. But if you have a hat on or something, it's a little tight. But I'm making an exception. You shouldn't be putting your head through a hoodie with the hat on. So I mean, I'm just telling you, like, if you have a super huge head, you might run into an issue. But aside from that, it's a really good fit.
I put my head through hoodie holes and hats on occasionally.
Yeah, you know how it is.
Yeah, baby.
So We're in here all the time if you ever want to watch. I'm also live on YouTube. I'm live on Kick. I'm live on Rumble. I'm live on Twitch. I'm live on Twitter. You name it, we're live. On 5 different streams. Actually, 7 different streams. I even have a ceiling cam. Look at this camera I have on the ceiling. Yeah, dog. Hell yeah, baby. So, what's your story, Geraldo? How did you find out about Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10? You knew?
I've been in the space for about, I don't know, since 2021, so I was one of the idiots that did the top 21. And I kind of got stuck after that, and then I'm super OCD, ADD, and I kind of suck at trading too, so I'm trapped.
Dog, what the fuck does real motherfucking what cheese mean? You know how to change it? Real motherfucking cheese. I don't know. Normally people put their Twitter handle in there. No, it says real motherfucking cheese. Reverend Assmunch, what do you see? That's cool. That shit happens, man. Sometimes I do shit on the internet and I'm like, I don't even fucking remember typing that. Excellent. Well, it doesn't always update immediately, but I'm sure it will soon enough. Well, very cool, Geraldo. You're in the best community on Twitter and in the crypto world. Literally, I mean, there are people who come in here 24/7 from all kinds of countries, including Armenia, Greece, Spain, Germany, Africa. We're huge. Well, that's in a country, but we're huge in Nigeria. We've got people in here from Australia, and of course, the United States is really big. So we've got a global impact, and we really do things to help people. I know that people think we're a meme coin, which we are, but we have bought the jerseys of several sporting teams in Nigeria for youth soccer, which is really cool, and also built wells in Africa. Not every meme coin can say that they've done that.
For sure. I like that, man.
Definitely.
What, can you guys tell me anything about this this Bitcoin chain thing that I see?
I don't know anything about it.
You don't want to talk about it?
No, I didn't say that. I said I don't know anything about it. Let me ask, is it who's running it? Do you know?
Who's running what?
The Bitcoin chain?
So I don't know what I'm saying. The tweet that I seen, the recent tweet from the account.
I don't know which one you're referencing. I don't know anything about it. If you do want to know more about it, I suggest you message the chat and you'll get an answer almost immediately. So all you would say is, hey, I noticed that there's a tweet in whatever from the main account. Can somebody elaborate? A couple things. You don't want to send links in the chat, and you definitely don't want to send a Telegram link in the chat, or you'll get banned. If you get banned, let somebody know and we'll let you back in. You can say whatever you want, basically. It's the links that get you auto banned. That's what I should have said. It's not just a ban, it's an auto ban. So like I can tell you this. I had a link a link to the Harry Potter Telegram, and I posted it in the Harry Potter Telegram, and I got banned for it. It's like, this is the link for the fucking Telegram. And so oh yeah, it was. Well, it's just a bot that does it, and they just don't want people to put links in there to perhaps drain people's wallets. Yeah, so if you want to know, which you probably don't, but I'm just going to tell you overall, though, I'm going to go viral very soon. And if you're like, well, how? You've been doing this for 3 years nonstop and literally no one gives a shit. I created 4 robots that automatically spam on a platform called Kick. And I'm getting some traction now that people hate me because I'm the world's biggest troll on this fucking platform. And little by little, they come into my chat, they find out about me. Like literally, this is what I say to people. This is what I spam to them. Just one moment. I'm gonna see what it says. It's so raw. Here we go. Dun, da, da, da. It says, world famous pussy eater Rabbi Rothschild streams karaoke request 24/7 on YouTube for world peace. Type Rabbi Rothschild and Rabbi in any search engine. Please share to be a trillionaire. Like, nobody else is just coming out of the gate with a world famous pussy eater. It gets your attention, baby. And then here's the funny thing. People ban that message because it's so raw. And then all I have to do is like delete a space from it and it all pastes again. It's hilarious. And I have 4 of these bots that go 24/7. Here, I'll show you what they fucking look like. Here's one of them. It's doing its adjustment. You should see this pink cursor or pink pointer. Do you see a pink pointer that's moving without my hand? So it's gonna come over here. It's gonna post this fucking thing. World famous pussy eater, blah 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 blah, and it's just spamming them. Do you see it just going spam, 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 to the point where it won't spam them anymore because it's done too much. Then it closes it and it goes on to the next person. And I've got 4 of them going. And they've been going for almost a week now. Not all 4 of them. I've only had 4 going for like 24 hours. But little by little, these things are just like, people are so pissed at me. They're like, I mean, I've shown other people. I've got these videos that I take of people where they're like, yes, we know who you are. Shut the fuck up. Dude, shut the fuck up. We know who you are. Like, it's so funny. Yeah, basically what they do is they follow the person on the platform and then they spam their chat. And the way that I have it programmed is that it starts with the most popular chats on the platform and works its way all the way to the bottom. And once it gets all the way to the bottom, then I just create a new account and then start from the top again, and it goes through. And all the people who had banned the first account have not banned the second account, and it'll just fucking spam them all again. And then when they ban that account, I create a 3rd account and a 4th account. I've created hundreds of accounts now. I've got over 1,100 Twitter accounts and over 1,100 TikTok accounts and over 2,100 Twitter accounts. So making accounts is like second nature to me. It takes me 15 seconds. It's not hard. I can do it very quickly now because I have temporary email addresses that I use, and I'm dominating their platform. I agree.
So do you make income from, is this like, are you making your main income from streaming and all that?
Not yet, but I have made some income, which is more than most. And I've made like $300 in streaming my life, which isn't crazy money, but it's something.
That's awesome, man. That's cool.
I mean, literally sitting at home doing nothing. Not too bad. Show him the cum t-shirt?
Yeah, I think he's ready.
No, he's not ready. Not at this time. Maybe some other time. But yeah, Geraldo, whenever you want, we're in here. We chill. We watch movies. We watch the Super Bowl. We watch UFC. We watch NBA. Whatever it is. We watch the World Cup. We watch the Women's World Cup. We watched we'll watch the Olympics this summer. It's a big deal.
Nice. You talk shit about Larry David.
We talk shit about everyone.
conversation. My wife and I watched that.
Well, there you go. Does it piss you off that they're never in the same house?
So I haven't noticed that. We just started watching it. Like in the past year, we watched a couple episodes here and there, not too regularly, but I'm still like I think I'm just on like the first season. I think we just started watching it again because I started watching like in the middle. Because I'm a firefighter, so at work sometimes I'll watch TV and I'll catch like episodes here and there.
Sure.
But then we actually just started watching it from like the beginning, and they just moved into a new house. They just bought a new house. What episode 9 might even be on? It was the first season.
I'm sure it is. Don't worry, they're gonna move like 4 other times. And I don't know. To me, I think it would have been better if they would have just had like a set, like a normal show, and then you would have like neighbors that are predictable, and all the shit would be, instead of like, well, you just have to know that this is their house. Like, how the fuck am I supposed to know it's their house? It's a new season. It's totally different, and you're just supposed to know like that's what happens. But I find it very interesting that the reason why is because every year they have to get a new house because the neighbors around there complain because of all the production trucks and shit.
Well, yeah, I mean, I would expect people like that to complain about any little thing that inconveniences them.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Areas like that.
I agree with you.
It's probably, they probably complain about a lawnmower noise and that.
You're 100% right. 100% right. That's why they have decibel levels and why everything is moved to electric. 100% right. Dude, absolutely. And now they have like mandates where all of the lawn equipment has to be electric. It's like you've never mowed industrial lawns with a fucking electric lawnmower. It does not work. Yeah. Yep. In the city of Pasadena, California, they made a mandate that all the landscapers had to replace their their electric motors, their combustion motors with electric. They had to do it by like January 1st of this year, and now it's starting to spread even more. And the battery lives on these things aren't that great. And when you're going from house to house to house, you don't have a chance to charge all your batteries. Your whole fucking truck bed is filled with batteries for this shit.
They're gonna have mobile battery like trailers probably they're gonna have to do, and that's ridiculous. I mean, I don't know. I like the idea of battery shit, but forcing it on people, especially businesses, is pretty fucked up.
Exactly. And the people they're really affecting are small business owners, people who are landscapers who don't have the ability, they may not even be from the United States and they're just trying to get a foot in. It's a hard job, and now they have to replace all their equipment with like basically underpowered equipment in order to put food on the table. So what a lot of them have done is they just don't work in that city anymore, and they'll just work in another city. And if somebody says, hey, I need lawn mowing services in Pasadena, it's like, well, sorry, you got to find somebody else. That's true too. Yeah, exactly.
I heard that you heard about like I was listening to the government was telling all the auto industry that they had to be all electric by a certain year.
The state of California, the year 2035, it will be illegal to sell a combustion motor vehicle in the state.
Well, there was a federal thing though too, where they were doing like the whole United States. Wasn't there all the auto companies had to be a certain amount electric?
Yeah, there is that, but that's a certain amount, meaning like. Well, they had some of these rollouts that blew up in their face, like the F-150 Lightning that was supposed to be like an electric truck. It's just like a huge joke that like it doesn't get nearly the distance that they said that it would when it comes to its refueling capacity, and half of the batteries die on the guys. Like if you have an F-150. You're using a lot of times. I'm not saying all truck drivers are using it because it's more and more commonly now. It's just a piece of transportation. But if it's a working vehicle, you need to be able to rely on it. And when you have a truck that won't start up because it's cold, it's a paperweight to you. And that's the major issue that people are finding. You can't have a Tesla in freezing temperatures.
The power grid in Cali would be fucked too.
And that's another one. They're going to get everybody on electric vehicles, and then they're going to spike the price of electricity, and no one's going to be able to afford to go anywhere.
You guys remember last summer, I think it was last summer, when California was having like power outages, or they were having to cut the grid out, or whatever, because there was like too much strain on it. Then there was pictures of people charging their Teslas with gasoline generators.
I've seen that, yeah. Right. Well, just wait till it's mandated. I mean, eventually, I could see something. You never know. Eventually, I could see it being mandated simply from the fact that given enough time, anything can be.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, Reverend Asmunch, why don't you introduce him to your Discord?
Oh, good morning.
No, not what I said. If you see, there's a link in Asmunch's Telegram or in his bio. If you want, you can join his Telegram as well. It's pretty interesting.
Good morning.
It's filled with a lot of pornography. I'm just gonna be honest with you. So watch yourself.
Full of
It's fucking full of it. But believe it or not, he's got a lot of girls in there. There are more girls in his pornography chat than there are in like any other chat I've seen. They are. They're like pretty hot chicks.
Well, can you look at someone's profile though? I can't even get your profile name off. Oh, yes, can you share your email? I move so slow in the morning. I have to wake up like an hour before I leave. It's been an hour, 20 minutes. I've been awake and I'm still working on getting out the door. Damn. I'm slow, man. I just move. Well, I also set up a phone staring at fucking crypto and stocks and shit. Yeah, so. Rabbi, it's a big friend.
You're welcome, dog. I want people to promote you.
You guys want to hear something fucked up?
Fuck yeah.
Yes, sir. Well, it's not too fucked up. Find out what you're expecting. So for the first time ever, I got denied. Well, not denied, but I basically, it was pretty much denied an application for getting a lease yesterday. And I'm an adult with a high-paying job, and I pay all my bills on time. Yeah, I think the county is going to shit like that. I think that's my sign right there. So it was supposed to be a $500 a month lease payment, which is still, in my opinion, it's fucked up and really ridiculous. But and then they said it was gonna be $900.
Wow.
Once you run my credit shit.
And you have good credit.
No, that's not perfect. No, but it's always been about the same, and I've never had this issue before. So I guess they just raised the ceiling up to what, 950 or something like that. Yeah. Which, so if you were like in a certain tier before, you basically got dropped out of tier now.
I got you. What kind of car did you want to lease?
I told we go camping a lot. I take my wife and kids camping. We have a pretty good sized camper that I needed a truck for, but now I'm gonna be stuck using the Tahoe that I've been using for the past 4 years. It's not fun to tow with it. What do you do for work?
The
I'm
fire.
a fire marshal. Oh, that's cool. Where at? In Michigan. Oh, in Michigan. Okay. Yeah. Nice. Firefighter, paramedic. I do work on shifts sometimes because our city sucks and they don't hire enough people. So, but it's to my advantage because I get paid overtime at my 40-hour rate, which is pretty good. And I worked like 500 hours over overtime last year. You're out of what, Detroit or what? You're there in Southeast Michigan. Oh, okay. So it's like pretty urban and shit. Yeah. Okay. Decent sized city. Yeah, that's interesting. It's an okay job. Besides, the politics is bullshit. With that, not having the help that I need, but whatever. I mean, I can only do what I can do. Yeah, that's cool. Lost my coffee. I haven't been sleeping either. So now, like, my brain's fucked up. I'm basically just coping with so my brain's like all fucking
I'll be right back. I have to use the restroom.
Sleep. Yeah, sucks. Not be able to sleep sucks. Yeah. Went down that road for a while. Oof. I hate not sleeping. Half the time it's because like when this bull run started, I was just starting to like get back on a regular schedule sleeping, and then all of a sudden I'm sitting there laying on my side in my bed, staring at my phone at 3:30 in the morning. Making shitty trades because I fucking thought. Yeah, it's like kind of like gambling addiction at that point. I didn't realize it. That I'm a gambling addict. Yeah, I didn't even know. Like it was just kind of like covered up under the guise of NFT trading and cryptos and shit. NFTs fucked me big time. Well, I fucked myself with NFTs, and Yeah. So at the bottom was sold, but it was like I think around like $10. I bought like $5,000 worth of it, which was how much would that be? 500 sold. I put it all into NFTs. Damn. How much do you think it's worth now? Like I think it's worth like less than what fucking the $5,000 I should put into it. So it would have been what? It would have been 75K. Yeah.
You want to know? I have a kind of a positive I have a positive take on NFTs that have bottomed out. Basically, I understand that they're like valueless now. However, I like to think of them perhaps as like antiques of the NFT world, where like 10 years or 20 years might go by and you're just holding on to this thing, and people will see the age of this NFT, and the age alone will make it worth a lot. Does that make sense?
It'll be like vintage. Oh, I agree.
Yeah, it'll be like vintage.
I have a bullish case for NFTs. I mean, I think there is something to it. I don't care that it's just a fucking, a hosted picture on a website, that's attached to the fucking crypto. It still means something. There's still meanings behind them. The floor price limiting people's entry kind of sucks. Like that, I think that's one of the biggest issues in the illiquidity. But I really want to fucking scrotum. And I'm like, I don't want to put the money into it, but I have a feeling they're going to pump it. Yeah. Never done one account. What's an NFT something? Just change their fucking profile picture to it.
You do as much?
0.2 Sol, or 0.2 ETH not too long ago. Yeah, no, I was one of the original people that minted up.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, so it was 0.02 ETH first proto when it launched. Are they AI art? Yeah. Okay. Like, how does someone make AI art though that looks consistent like that? I don't know. I've
Well,
thought about that.
Well, there's a website. I know a couple ways you can do it. There's a website that does it. Basically, you put in your main image, and then you put in accessories to the image. Like, I don't know, you want the guy to have a sword, you want the guy to have a drink, you want the guy to have a gun, whatever they may be. And then the website will take all of the images that you gave it and put them into individual NFTs and then give you the collection.
Do you know what's the website?
Yeah, somebody said it to me the other day, and I didn't write it down.
Yeah, send it to me too, Daddy.
Let me see if I can find it. Just a moment.
I'm
It's
spam a shit ton of fucking NFT collection minting out. But yeah, maybe I've always wanted to mint an NFT collection, but I just don't want to. I don't want to have that on me being the guy that minted an NFT collection and that fucking rug, quote unquote rug bits. Yeah. The space is entertaining to watch. Like, are you guys always just like Ethereum guys, or do you like mess with Solana or anything like that? I came from BSC before.
the name of the website that was mentioned to me was Gen. It's GENFTY. GenFT. However, if you type in, and that one will allow you to create a 10,000 collection for free. So it's GENFTY. GENFTY. There are others though as well, but I know that one does 10,000 for you for free. And as I understand, what you do is you give it your main base image and then all of the accessories that you want, and then it will generate them all for you.
That's really cool. Because I'm like, I like doing art, I like making it. I'm not great at it, but it'd be cool to like just kind of like make a base like that, like you were saying, and kind of.
And see it in 10,000 different 10,000 different iterations of it. Yeah, it's super cool. Well, I can tell you right now, the reason why this coin is going to be really popular, and it doesn't have anything to do with art, and it doesn't have anything to do with the token, and it really doesn't have anything to do with the community. It has to do with data. This community has more data that has been generated on it than any community ever. And that's because I've been live streaming its story since essentially the beginning. And you'd be able to go through and watch the story of this cryptocurrency from its inception. That's very exciting to people of the future when they're looking to invest. Because if you look at any other cryptocurrency out there, you don't have the real-time story like you do with Harry Potter Bomb Sonic 10 either.
You're in this video chat 24/7.
You got it. I eat in here, I sleep in here, I go to the bath, everything.
So you witnessed everything that's been said in here.
Exactly. And it's all recorded on like 7 different YouTube channels.
Well, I made up everything I said about myself.
There you go. He is completely fictional. He's actually a figment of my imagination.
I'm just keeping real.
That's right. But yeah, so this has more data on it than any coin, which, if you know what The Economist stated in 2018, data is Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than food, water, petroleum, gold, platinum, all. It's more valuable than that. So because of that, there's potentially a huge opportunity here that this coin not only has value in the coin, but it has value because its story is very well known, or it will be very well known, that it will be the people's currency perhaps in the future. Plus, look at how they market themselves. I mean, need I say more? It's a big deal.
Case. I didn't think about it that way.
Word dog. So it's just a matter of time that these robots annoy enough people on Kick that I go viral, and then when I go viral, all I'm going to do is say, buy Harry Potter Bonafide 10 email. It's like a perfect plan. Oh, I'm sure it is. Click my name, and I think you can raise it to 200%. Let's see if it's adjustable. Yeah. So if you hold down my name, you'll see it says like 100%, and you can raise it up to 200%. That's good. You're good. You got it. That's me. That's for my driver's license. I have a hat on in my driver's license. It's a hat. I know, everybody thinks it's a huge fro. To be honest with you, people just give me currencies and I promote them, but I don't necessarily do it in an organized fashion. It's just people end up liking me and they're like, hey, we want you to be involved in this project, and what's your wallet address? And then they give it to me. But I don't buy and trade. Simply from the fact that I know that if I focus my attention on one coin, basically represent one coin over a long enough time, that coin will become famous.
I agree. I think that's, I find myself getting spread thin. I truly believe working for your bags is a thing, no matter if someone has like 100 followers or 10,000, it makes a big difference. But I find myself, because I also want to get ahead because I'm fucking really far behind from when I got wrecked in 21 and continue to fucking get myself wrecked because I make emotional trades and I suck. And I'm a gambler addict.
You gamble on sports?
I do not. I've never gambled on sports. I think I may have thrown a couple bucks on it, but I do Soul Casino. I got fucked up on when what was it? The flip, coin flip. Back in I don't know, a couple years ago when that first started, I did that a lot. Gambling on NFTs, gambling on new launches. I recently discovered that I didn't even know this, that casinos have online apps that you can gamble with real money at real card games and stuff that show a dealer and stuff.
Big time. Big time.
I didn't lose too much money on that. I mean, I would say it was just I don't know, it was just a recreational amount.
What did you stake? STAKE.com?
No, this was an actual MGM.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah. I like it.
Soul Casino and stuff, and I was being stupid using their. I was doing slot machines on there, which terrible odds.
Yeah, you gotta be using a person. You have to see the person, in my opinion, to not know that it's not completely rigged. And I'm not saying it still can't be rigged, but I used to play. I got so pissed off even telling this story. I used to play a lot of. I shouldn't even say I played online poker because I didn't. I played with a roommate of mine, and we would pool our money together, and then we would just see what would happen. And we'd play against bots, but we didn't know we were playing against bots. And so we would get these amazing hands, and we would think we were gonna win, and we put all our money in and fucking lose. And we're like, how in the fuck did we lose all that money? And not even thinking that, dude, we're not playing against real people. We're playing against bots with incredible odds. And then when it turned out that fucking the website we were using was scamming everyone, then they just went bankrupt and nobody could ever get their money back. That's what happens. That's the story of Bodog. If you've ever heard it, if you ever heard of that website, it was huge. It used to be on ESPN. It was like DraftKings and fantasy, whatever, DraftKings and all that shit. It was like that, but 10 years before. FanDuel and DraftKings, it was Bodog. You're right about that. You're right. Can you smoke pot as a fire person? Do they drug test you is the question. Do they drug test you? You're going to get fired for it. Yeah, I got you. Yeah. Ooh. Do they give you workman's comp for that? I got you. Right. I hope so. I don't. Oh, yeah. Yeah, now I know what you mean. Yeah, I know what it is. Those seem super dangerous. Oh my word. Yeah.
All of a sudden, I take this nose dive down to a complete stop. I go flying off of it. And like, luckily was able to turn to the side. I was wearing my helmet. My head didn't touch the fucking ground, but my whole body did. I ended up tearing my left quadricep. And then like just getting a ton of road rash and shit. I got to remove my left quadricep. But I landed. And I was trying to get back on it because I was too embarrassed to like call my wife. So I was trying to get back on it, and I couldn't put my leg down. And yeah, it was a whole fucking thing. I had to go to the hospital.
How'd you contact someone? Oh, so you had a cell phone. You were able to contact her.
Oh, I called her. She hung up on me. Because I thought I was fucking with her.
Sure.
And I told her back, I'm like, no, I'm serious. I'm fucked up. And she and I had to drag myself to the back of like a little SUV. Drag myself in the back of the SUV. She drives me up to the hospital. Shipped all the kids in the car. And then they give me morphine and stuff. I'm like, don't up with she's dealing with like a new farm and two other little kids.
Wow.
Well, meanwhile, I'm chilling at the hospital with a morphine.
Right. Yeah. Having already like joked around that this was going to happen.
She's like, you're too old for that kind of shit. And I'm like, it's a fucking 20 miles an hour. It's not fast. So I guess it kind of is. So.
Well, you felt it. Oh yeah. Exactly.
But now I don't want one. Being a first responder, paramedic, I've seen too many accidents. We just had a first nearby here that young guy died on one.
Have you seen the airbag vests that they have now to make them a lot more safe? It's amazing. So, oh yeah, definitely. They're used now in professional racing, and they're starting to get them like individuals are. So basically, there's a gyroscope in a vest, and when the gyroscope detects that you have detached from the seat, it explodes, or it what do I want to say? It inflates, and it creates this air cushion around you, so that when you hit the ground, it is hitting the air cushion, not your body so much. Well, and I was just going to say, as someone who you may have been like, dude, I'm not going to get on a motorcycle, or I'm not going to get on one wheel again. With that kind of system, you might. And as someone who I've always been like, look, I'm not going to get on that shit. I'm not going to risk my life. I was very much like that for a long time until I learned about these safety mechanisms that basically make it so that you can base jump and jump off a fucking cliff, and this thing, I'm not saying will save you completely, but they're getting to the point where you'd be able to jump off a mountain and it would create like a huge ball around you and you won't die. I agree. Yeah, so there are two kinds of vests that I've seen. The first one has like almost like a seatbelt buckle that goes into the seat of the motorcycle, and when you fly off, it pulls that seatbelt out of the gyroscope and triggers the bag. The other one is just a gyroscope that is completely unattached to the motorcycle, and it can just tell when you have launched off of the motorcycle, and then it expands. But like in the past, when I've been like, oh, I'll never get on a motorcycle, they're too dangerous, I would with one of those vests. Yeah, so they have like a thing to protect the lower back of your head, and they're getting bigger, meaning right now it's just like a little cushion that expands, but I've seen some that they have created that creates like an entire ball around you, almost like a bubble. Exactly. Where the sumo wrestler kind of deal, or like a hamster. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Well, I've seen people get launched. I don't know if it's been that exact one, but yeah, you can like knock people around and spin them around, and it doesn't really hurt them. I agree. And what I know about those, I don't know everything about those inflatable vests, but I do know that they're reusable, or they're kind of reusable, meaning like if the thing explodes on you, you have to buy the detonator again, and it's like $1,000, but it saved your life, so you're more than happy to pay that. Right. I imagine that you might just buy a new one at that point, depending on how banged up it is. But yeah, there's I don't know either, like if you can test it beforehand, but I imagine you there's some kind of, I mean, if you're really interested, it's something to look up on. I've just seen the videos of them. I like to watch the videos of them, particularly in the professional motorcycling, where the guy, it's like really good footage where the guy's totally in slow motion. He's coming around a curve. He flies off his bike, and before his body hits the ground, there's already this vest that has exploded around him and created this really nice air pocket for him. And then he hits the ground and he rolls and tumbles and stuff, but he's able to just get up and walk off, and before that could have killed him. I agree. So I'm very enthused about that kind of technology, and I didn't know it existed before. It made me into someone who was anti-motorcycle into very pro-motorcycle. It does. Yeah, I stream IRL. It's called IRL streaming, so in real life. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego. I've streamed at Disneyland. I've streamed at the ocean. I've streamed in Beverly Hills. I've streamed in my neighborhood. I've streamed at the park. You name it, the store, the mall. I'll take out, usually what I do is I take out one, well, I used to have 4 different cell phone plans when I would do more IRL streaming. And I would stream in the car and stream at the golf course and stuff. That got very expensive. And also, it's like not, I would say the connectivity isn't always the best when you're streaming IRL. So I am someone who likes to stay more connected to the Wi-Fi. So I can stream from like 15 different devices without an issue when I stay in one spot. So I find it preferable, but I do a lot of IRL streaming. When I do, it's usually on Instagram. I know. Why is that? Oh, because Real Schiller's here. You may have to mute him. He's always got really loud music. What up, baby? How are you? Real Schiller X, how are you? Real Schiller X, how are you? He's in Nigeria. I don't know. Can you hear me? Yeah. Fuck yeah. He was in earlier today singing to us. Oh yeah, he's a kind of like an OG in here, and yeah. Oh, Do you see the name of this video is called Midget Video? That's because Bitcoin Obama had a little person who he was interviewing on stream like 12 hours ago. And so they named it that. I agree. I am as well, but the reason why is because he screws everybody who he's a part of their, if he's a part of their project. He is pretty well known though. Yeah, great question. Great question. Here's his deal. We one time cornered him on this. Like, he's a really hard person to corner because whenever you talk to him about anything, he'll just tell you about his village or his sisters or whatever. And it's like, Bitcoin Obama, you literally shill every fucking project that you can find and then you rug them. And so at one point we said to him, Bitcoin Obama, this community, Bitcoin has given you $300 or $3,000 in Bitcoin. I think it was like $3,000 in Bitcoin. That's a lot of money. And you took that money and instead of holding on to it, you sold and you started a bunch of other coins and you bought another bunch of other coins. And then you come to us and say that you're broke. What kind of person are you who comes in and begs and then sells it when they get the money and asks for more? And his answer was this: that's life. And it was like, all right, that was the best answer he could have ever given us, because it's like, look, he's just hustling and he got caught. That's life. He got caught. What the fuck you want him to do? Exactly. And once we were able to corner him and I could hear him say, like, look, basically, like, it is what it is. I did everything I fucking could do. And I had to sell because I was like, okay, well, you know what? I like that it's like the devil you know versus the devil you don't. I know that I can't trust this guy, but he's a clown and he's good for comedic effect, so that's positive. And you know, just know that you can't trust him too much. And when he said though, that's life, it's like it was like this light went on in my head, like, oh, duh, that's just how it is. But there's not going to be any like justification for his actions. Like, oh, it's understandable. You would take all the money that people gave you out of the goodness of their heart and you would blow it. Right, you got a family, you got children, you have other interests, and that totally makes sense. There you go. But yeah, he's here. Is he here every day? No, I would say that he comes in and performs like a concert though, pretty often. He was singing today, and we had in here like I'd say 15 people who came to see him. Yeah. Okay, so we can talk about the different communities we're in. Twitter, we're an active community. Sprotos are everywhere. Harry Potter Bonasonic 10 is everywhere. And I would say, have a Twitter space held once a day or once every couple days, which is good. We've got the Telegram, which is going 24/7. And we have people who will check in here from all over the world, wherever they are, whenever they're able to. And then we also have, those are the big two, Telegram and Twitter. Aside from that, like, we don't really do TikTok, we don't do Instagram, we don't do YouTube. But really, in cryptocurrency, you don't really do that too much. So we're a very powerful community, I would say, on Twitter. And once we get you in the Telegram, you're hooked, because there's always something going on here. Like even if I'm asleep in this Telegram and not doing anything, you can go into the chat and it's just like it's like a stream of shit, like new memes or people who are telling a joke or somebody who found something cool on Twitter or Instagram or TikTok that they're posting, whatever. There's always something going on. And, you know, exactly. And what people like about, too, is that if they want, there's always someone there with whom they can talk. I mean, so long as I'm awake. But, like, we've had people in foreign countries and they can't find where they're supposed to go. And we've been able to, like, they didn't have a way to get out. And they just came into the Telegram. And because we had access to Google Maps, we were able to get them where they needed to go. Caspian C, the guy in here, I was able to get him a job not too long ago in his field. I mean, you never know what we're going to do in here. Yeah. And he's a streamer as well. He just got back from the streaming game like over the last 2 weeks or so. I helped him do that. And so he also has a podcast. He's asleep right now or he'd be talking. A few things. He streams video games that he plays. And then more recently, he's been streaming his interactions with people on an app called the Monkey app, or it's Monkey app. Do you know what Monkey app is? Yeah, it's pretty new. It's do you know what Omegle was? Omegle. So it was an app. It was a website too that allowed you to click a button and match with a random person anywhere in the world, and you could just so you would just click it and then randomly you get matched with someone in Nigeria or Iceland or wherever, and you could talk to them, whatever. Monkey app is the same thing, but what's becoming very popular is for streamers to stream themselves on Monkey app with other people and then streaming the interaction that they have. So what Caspian C will do, or what I advise him to do, and he's gotten some momentum. He only has been doing it for the last day or so, just this part because he didn't know about it. But he did it for a long time, which surprised me. He'd go on Monkey app while he's streaming. It shows the other person, and they just have some kind of interaction on, you know, whatever they want, whatever topic they want to choose. And then if you are bored with the person, you hit next, and if you like the person, you can follow them. It's interesting to me how many people I see, like, not just flirting on it, but actually like rizzing each other and like becoming friends that way. I watch people on there a lot who are just two random ass people, and they'll end up talking for like 2 hours on it. It's like, wow, that's a powerful tool when you can put two random strangers together in the world and they have a lot in common, and then they become friends. So if you're interested, that's a good website. There's another one called Omi.tv, which is like Omegle. It's just like a different version of it. The Omegle website, which is the website that everyone used for like 15 years, went out of business during the pandemic, or like at the beginning of this year. They would run into a lot of issues, particularly in like terms of like allowing children on their website and things like that. And so I know that even like the Monkey app, it has an Android store version and a website version, but there's not an iOS version. And the reason why there used to be an iOS version, but iOS basically tries to remain family friendly, and too often on Monkey app, you get a random match with someone and they're just showing you their dick. I mean, you just know how guys are, and that's just what they're going to do. And there's not a whole lot that you can do about it from a company standpoint unless, you know, you just keep blocking that kind of behavior. And at least iOS came to the conclusion, we don't want to have you on our platform, at least not right now. But it's still available on Android, and I mean, incredibly popular to me right now. Of the 300 people who are maybe live streaming on Kick right now, 30 of them are just solely doing Monkey App, which is like, I don't know, 1/10 of them or so. Yeah, so it's not from Monkey App. Monkey App is free, but on Kick, it's 95.5 creator benefit. So if you give somebody $10 on Monkey App, they're gonna get $9.50. When on YouTube they get $5, and on Twitch they get $5. They get almost double. Twitch and YouTube basically have a 50-50 breakdown. Twitch has 95.5, which is why all of these creators are running to Kick. Or, I think I misspoke. It said Twitch. Kick is 95.5. So all these people are running to Kick. In fact, Twitch, if you know, is like a huge gaming site. Twitch is losing its biggest creators to Kick because Kick is number one. Kick is writing some big ass checks. They are writing 8-figure checks, so like more than $10 million to get to poach Twitch's best creators, and they have. And then they give them a huge payout. So if you're like, why is this Kick platform getting more and more popular so quickly? It's because they're writing huge checks to creators, and even smaller creators get to keep a lot more of the money, like twice as much normally. I agree. I agree, my friend. And this entire time, while we've been bullshitting, I have had a robots just fucking spamming like a motherfucker. Dude, it's alpha as fuck. Oh, dude, you got it. Exactly. You're exactly right, Geraldo. I don't care what they say about me so long as they spell my name right. Basically, say whatever the fuck you want to say about me. Just make sure I'm the person you're talking about. Because given enough time, I'm going to be fucking famous if you keep mentioning me. Just one moment. I'm going to show you that. I'm going to show you this fucking thing live. Just one moment. Oh, you might be able to see my Skycam. Can you see my Skycam? I have like a camera on the ceiling. Can you see I have a camera on the ceiling? Can you hear me? Maybe you can't hear me. Can you hear me? Yo, dog, can you hear me?
I can, but there's like some major echo.
Wait, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you you can still hear me?
Yeah, very quiet.
Okay, that's all right. What I want you to see, can you see I have a Skycam? Like it's from above. Look at the, can you see like there's a camera on the ceiling?
Yeah.
There you go. All right. So you can hear me right now, correct? Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's like super quiet.
That's okay. All right. So I'm going to have I'm going to show you my robot. Here we go. I know you saw it before, but now you can maybe see it a little bit better. Just one moment. Let me make it so that I just got to flip.
No, I can, like, you're almost, like, I can't even hear the audio at all.
Okay.
Like, I can faintly hear it, but I can't understand what you're saying. I got you turned all the way up.
Just one moment. We're going to switch devices, and you should be able to hear me better. Un momento, por favor. All right. We got settings, my account, log out, oh, add account. All right, just one moment. Geraldo, can you hear me? Okay, just one moment. When it comes to there may be an echo, and I'll do my best to avoid it. Just one moment. It's coming up. All right, shut up, echo. Just one moment. All right, it still may echo. I don't really care if it does. Yo, dog, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
When you're out in public and you're streaming, do you have to like disclose to people that they're like on screen or no?
Yeah, if like I ran a huge production company, yeah, you do, but no streamer does that. I know what you mean, like blanking out people's faces.
Right.
Yeah.
So, like, what's the reason they do that? Is that for privacy, or is that so they don't have to pay for it?
I think it's both. There's a consent form that they fill out, and the people who don't fill it out, that's when they blank their faces. And so that's one reason that people didn't sign a consent. But then additionally, they can do it so that the people can't come back and ask for any type of compensation afterward if it becomes famous.
Right.
All right, I'm going to turn off the sound. I just want you to be able to see the fucking robot work. Here we go.
All right.
Can you hear me? You may not be able to see, but it's working without my hands, and that's the important thing. So I don't know if you can see, but it's spamming the shit out of this person. And then it'll close, and it'll just do a new one.
That's awesome. I have my own little thing that I try to piss people off with. But it's a picture of me, like, I think it's 11 years ago. I'm completely naked, but it doesn't show.
Oh, yeah. Good for you. Your wife caught you. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to tell you what. When they first told me the name of it, I was like, what in the fuck did you just say? And now it rolls off the tongue naturally. So it just takes time. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Welcome to social media. I am Harry Potter Obama Canino. I'm looking at it. Oh, now I see. Oh, wow, that's a good one. So you're bent over. It's like the top of your asshole that kind of looks like a tip of a dick. I like it. And then you upside down, right? Like your lips upside down. And that's your chin with like fucking googly eyes on it. I like it. And I can see how that's like totally, it's like a dick butt. You know what dick butt is? It's like dick butt. Well, then that's perfect. No, they don't know what that is. They'll be fine. And if you are, here, I'll fucking be your friend. Just let me know and I'll get you back in. I've had to get a bunch of people back in. That'll be fun, right? I like it. Well, I like it. I don't care what anybody says. And then is it a picture of your chin upside down?
Yes, I was just messing with my kids, and I'm like, I was starting to count that, and then I like screenshotted that, and I was like, oh, that would make for a good, like.
It does.
I haven't really docs. I've got other stuff on the thing, the content that I put out, things I say, I don't really feel comfortable doing it.
I got you. I understand. Dude, you're a fire person. You can easily do it. That's interesting enough. Dog, you're gonna get fired for doing that so quickly, it'll make your head spin. But what you could do is get a mask so that after work you can stream and no one can see what your face looks like if you want to stay doxxed or undoxed, and then talk about everything that you want. And they have messages that you put over the screen. It's an LED screen, or it's an LED mask. So you can put on it anything that you want, any words you want, any picture that you want, but no one knows what you look like. Dude, tons of people watch that. If you go on YouTube or Kick right now, there are people with sheets over their face or masks on their face, and they're having conversations with people. They just don't want to be doxxed, and people understand that. Particularly, people will wear, like, they'll on purpose wear costumes and shit, and that's pretty cool, actually, what people do. Dude. Dude, it is so not. You're either one of two things in this world. You're a creator or you're a consumer. And eventually you'll either retire or whatever, and you want to occupy yourself. It's not bad to have a little streaming career going for yourself right now. I mean, you listen to these streamers who were like, yeah, just this one day. I mean, it's the same way how I fucking did it. I just randomly started streaming, and here I am 3 years later, 24/7. Every fucking streamer has that kind of story where they're like, yeah, there's just this one day I pulled the trigger, I created an account, I had an account for 10 years or whatever, and I started doing it. I had seen so many creators on YouTube do it. I didn't want to be on camera. I didn't want my voice on camera. I don't like how I look. I don't like how I feel. I don't like how I sound. And they just overcame all of that anxiety, and they pulled the trigger and did it, and now they don't ever have to work again, and neither do their kids. And it's simply from the fact that they have so much content. Over a course of enough time, you create so much content. I mean, it's amazing that you're getting monetized. When you're monetized, you're making money on a video that you did 7 years ago, and another video you did 6 years ago and 5 years ago, and all of those are compounding into your bank account. Store? Oh, I'm not saying I'm monetized, baby. There's a reason why I'm not monetized. I show nudity on my stream, and I show copyrighted material on my stream. So I've gotten a lot of accounts banned. But if you want to do it the normal way, you will get them monetized on YouTube, and there's a process to do that. You have to have 10,000 followers. And that will take you a long time to do manually, but there are companies that you can use to get that immediately. You have to have, I think it was 2,000 followers. Now it's 10,000 followers, 4,000 hours of watch time. Again, you can get all this for $150, and then you're monetized. Then you make money on your shit. Great question. Okay, so there are these companies, particularly like on Fiverr, but there are also some websites you can go to, and you say, look, I want to get monetized on YouTube. And they say, okay, we'll get you 5,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours of watch time for $150. And so what you do is you just pay the $150 to them, and they get you everything that you need to get monetized, and then you don't have to go through and be like, please subscribe, like and subscribe. You don't have to do any of that bullshit because you're already be monetized. And then you just make content, and then you sit back and watch the money roll in. Exactly. Dog, you should let him though. You should let him. He's young. If he got an early career as a streamer, he will be a household name in 15 years. Familiar with them. So, yeah. Yeah, now I know who he is. Yeah. Exactly. What do you mean only 9? There are kids who have paid off their college by 9 years old on what they do on YouTube. He doesn't have to be. All you have to do is say, hey, kid, you like to play Legos, right? Yeah. Daddy's going to put a camera on you, play Legos all you want, and then you take the 3 hours of him playing Legos, you edit it down to a 2-minute video, and fast forward on how he builds it, and that will get 200,000 views. You're absolutely right. You could do a top-down view of him. You could do a top-down view of him and say, just whatever you do, don't look up at the camera, and it will show everything that he's doing. You won't be able to see his face, and he'll have a channel of all his stuff. And not only that, it's really cool for the future. You have home movies of your child. It's so cool. But actually, what... You can do both. No one says you can't. Yeah, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. Hey, say shit, get hit. All right, so here's what, if I were you, here's what I would do. I don't know what you have in your checkbook. I have no idea. But I would buy, unless you have a really good computer right now, but I would just buy a gaming computer for like $300 on Amazon. Nothing crazy, just something that I know I can dedicate everything from the camera and gaming and everything to this computer, and it won't take away from the family computer or my laptop or anything like that. And then I would just set up my camera and start my streaming very small, just like any other person starts small, and show them whether you're into gaming or whatever. Even if you just look at YouTube, there are people, I mean, this is what they do. Normal people, when they're done with work and they've eaten dinner and everything, they go onto YouTube and they just scroll and they watch videos. All you do is the same thing, but you give your reaction to them. They're called reaction videos, and they're very, very popular. So people want to know what you think of other people or songs or whatever. So you listen to a song and you'd be like, that song was tight. I liked it. Here's what I liked. Here's what I didn't like. And why? And that's content. I get what you're saying. I can give an example of this, the ones that I hate. There are people who do reaction videos to music. And I really like music and I like reaction videos, but don't tell me that you're 25 years old and you've never heard the song Hotel California. Like, don't tell me this is your first reaction ever to this fucking song. I know you've heard this song or whatever song, Jailhouse Rock, or like some, Let It Be by the Beatles. You haven't gone your whole fucking life without hearing this song, and now it's the first time you've ever heard the song. I just don't believe that, and so I know what you're saying when you're talking about someone who's giving their genuine reaction to something versus like you've heard this song a million times and now you're just faking it to get views. 38. 38. There you go. Right. Well, so what you can, I get what you're saying. It's amazing. You're like, hey, what kind of content could I have? Literally, I've seen people they have 1,000 people watching them right now. Here's what they do. They watch what the biggest YouTuber or biggest influencer did on stream last night, and then they just watch that stream the next day and comment on it. And this is genius. They don't necessarily talk shit. They're just like, they might comment like, oh, that's a good idea, or I really like that he did that, or what is he doing? They'll just comment along. But like, here's what I can tell you was very popular this week. There's a streamer called Vitali, and he goes around and catches like child predators. And so he had a video earlier this week where he caught a child predator, and they had all the police there and everything. Well, I can't tell you how many people I watched who were live streaming it along with him and just streaming his stream, commenting on what he was doing. And then the next day, it was still very popular because a lot of people hadn't seen the video, but they want to watch the video and they're watching it along with somebody else live. So it's very exciting to them. They feel like they're watching it live again because they're watching it with someone who has perhaps never seen it before. So they're getting some genuine, real reactions out of people, as opposed to just watching an old video that isn't live. They're watching a live creator comment on a video that may have been made in the past, but might have been very recent. Anyway, I saw this one video this week of this guy. It was on like 20% of major people's streams because people realize that kind of content gets a lot of viewers. And so why reinvent the wheel? Just use that person's content and then make your own content while you watch it. Exactly. Exactly. And you can ask them about it. They participate in the chat. There's just a lot of benefits, I think. And, you know, when it comes to look, you're not going to make any money streaming your first year. Maybe not your second year, but into your third year, even I, as someone who has been banned, I have 2,100 Twitter accounts. They've all been banned. I have 1,069 TikTok accounts. They have not all been banned. I'm telling you, as someone who has a lot of fucking accounts and been banned a lot of different ways, even I have made $300 streaming. I've done it for a long time, but I mean, even somebody who like gets the other accounts banned and fucks up all the time, even I make money streaming. So if I can make money streaming, anybody can make money streaming. I don't have a subject. My subject is, it's like Seinfeld is the show about nothing. Mine is basically the stream about nothing. It's literally a time capsule for the world so that you can watch someone's life, which will be very interesting to people in the future. And it just may not be interesting to people right now. But even I can make money streaming. If you have a niche, if you're into gaming or you're into beauty or you're into reaction videos, you're going to be making thousands of dollars after 1 or 2 years per month. And it's dude, do you know who I mean, I'm just giving you an example. You don't have to dox yourself. You can just wear a costume. There's a guy, his name is Dr. Danger or something like that on YouTube. Doctor something like that. Anyway, he just wears like a wig and big sunglasses, and you can't tell who he is. Yeah. Big one. Exactly. And the reason why I mentioned him, one time I was on Omegle. The fucking thing that would set you up with a random stranger. And I randomly got set up with this guy. And I'm like, hey, how you doing? He's like, hey. I'm like, hey, I stream my life 24/7, blah, 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 blah. And he's like, oh, cool. I tell him all about it. He's like, have you ever heard of Dr. Dangerous or whatever the fuck his name is? And I'm like, no, I don't know who that is. And then he showed me, he's like, just type in Dr. Dangerous, whatever the fuck his name is, into YouTube. And I saw it, and it was the same person, but I wouldn't have known they were the same person. Because he wears a wig and a big set of sunglasses, and like, you just wouldn't know it's the same guy. I'm saying the same thing you could do for yourself and be very popular. There are people who do that. You don't even need to necessarily, you just wear a mask though. If you don't want to be seen, wear a mask and you'll still be very popular. Or, hold on, there's another option for you as well. I don't know if you have considered this option, but they're starting to make avatars. You can do this now, actually. If you really want to do it like that.
It's not just Snapchat has those filters, but I'm going to talk about Snapchat filters because Snapchat has the largest collection of them. And so what you do is you just download these filters, and when you turn on your camera, you don't see your face, you see whatever you wanted it to be as a filter. So it looks like Baby Yoda, or it looks like you look like Darth Vader, Mickey Mouse, whatever it is, you can't see your face. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I just feel like that's too generic though. Like people, I don't know how many people are doing it that way. It's like then it kind of puts you out almost like a disadvantage for you have to up your game even more on your content plan because like how many people are under the same boat as I am want to dodge. You know what I mean?
You could also just, you don't have to go on camera. Just show what you're doing on your computer. You don't have to go on camera. Just show what you're doing on your computer. If you're gaming, show the game. People will just watch you to watch the game without watching the person. Or just, you can use your voice to comment. You can use a voice changer. Basically, I understand. You're saying, you're giving excuses is what you're doing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I understand not wanting to dox yourself, particularly because your career or your family. I get all that. But you have to understand there are other people who have run into these issues and they've overcome them. So there are masks that you can buy. There are disguises you can buy. You don't have to put your face on camera. You don't have to even have your voice on camera. There are options for you. I was amazed at how good the filters are. They can really turn you into an avatar, and no one would ever know it's you. And if you're like, well, how interesting is that? I think it's really, I mean, for a lot of people, there are people, if you look on Kick, they have overlays going the entire time. Some people are more popular than others when they do that. It's kind of how much do you want to dox yourself? Every day. Wait, I'm going to tell you this. No, it's not. It's really easy. You are on the internet probably 3 hours of your day in your off time after your kids are, down to sleep and your wife's taken care of. You have some time, maybe not 3 hours, but at least an hour. All I'm saying is that if you take that hour and just say to yourself, instead of doom scrolling on YouTube like I normally do, I'm going to doom scroll on YouTube in front of my camera. And then you realize that you're doing the same thing. It's not like you're doing anything different with your life. It's just the fact that there's a little red recording light that's on you, recording you as you do it.
She wants to see an immediate return from it, which we know, you and I both know that's not going to happen.
Right.
And then, even though, like you said, it's true, like we sit there, we both sit on our phones sometimes, we sit there doing both things. But me physically sitting in a chair behind a computer and doing that to her.
Yeah, I don't think it's a good idea. If you're married, it's not a good idea. And it's exactly what you're saying. You're a father and you have a wife, and she's going to see it as you are separating yourself. Wait, so there are ways around this. There are certainly ways around this. It's going to be tough, though, because you have children, and I can already tell, and with good reason. She's protective. She doesn't just want you to take her kids and your kids and put them on the internet. I get that too. So you can't say like, because what would be really cool content? Hey, you and your son playing Legos. Honestly, when you said that, that was the best idea that I've heard of somebody for new content. If you put a camera over your head so that neither of you could show your face, and you just did Legos together, how's your wife not going to love that? Like, and that's what I'm saying. If you're doing stuff with your kids, she will not have the argument that you're not spending time with them. And you may honestly get monetized on that a lot faster, because then people will come to, I know you will, honestly. People will come to you, exactly, with, hey, I've got this new kind of toy. I'm going to send it to you. Will you please do an unboxing video? You don't have, no. If it's a child, no, once a week. With a child, once a week is fine. And well, and there's another thing you can do too. They make, I bought one of these during COVID. They make a mask that is like one-way glass, where it's like one of those OSHA masks, that like go around your face, but you can't see in, but you can see out. So if you were like, hey, I'm going to do art with our son, but I don't want his face being shown at all, you can always just be like, here, put this mask on and do your art. Or for yourself. You could do the same thing for yourself, where whatever. I'm just trying to protect your family's privacy a little bit. But frankly, if you were gonna do that, you could just put an overlay on your camera so that if for any reason it does show their face, it will blur it automatically. You can get that as well. So yeah, so you could say to your wife, look, even if our son looks at the camera, it's gonna blur his face. That's true, but this is a big lift with your wife. So, and you got to have her involved too. What is okay? So, does she like to cook? Okay. So again, you could wear masks. Yep, I understand. Here's the thing. Yeah, that's absolutely right. But here's the thing. We just need to teach you guys how to do overlays. You can say to her, baby, what kind of background do you want your dream kitchen to be? And she can say, I want it to be white, and I want the cabinets like this and like this and like this. You can say to her, all right, I can't buy that for you right now, but I can put a background behind you that looks like that, and no one's going to be able to tell the difference. All I want you to do is I'm going to take a camera and show your hands cutting on a cutting board, and I'm going to just use that footage in order to make content. And we're going to use this content to pay for your new kitchen. That's exactly right. There you go. So that's another thing. I mean, look, I'm not saying you're going to be able to pay your mortgage with it in year 1, but probably in year 3, if you work at it. Okay. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. So depending on where the camera is in the studio, you can tell it whenever it sees a face within this region, it needs to blur. So your wife will be walking around that region, and so her face won't show. But when someone's face is in that region, it will show. There are ways too around that. You could only shoot the depending. There are people who do this on TikTok especially. They'll have like a pool hall or a bar or a kitchen, like a kitchen for a restaurant, and they'll just have the camera going all the time, and that gets a ton of views. Now that's more into like the TikTok world and Instagram, and your wife could definitely get views from that. I would say a really cool view for your wife in a haircutting studio would be from above. Like, to watch a haircut from above is really cool, and you never get a way to view it that way. And it would also, like, you wouldn't be able to see the customers' faces. Dude, that's huge. Now, when you get into that, it's major time. Super cool idea. People would fucking love that. For ASMR content, that would be amazing. Yeah, it does. And there are all kinds of different ways. There's like the kind where they have they're making sounds and shit. I like it. It's relaxing to me, but it gets really sexual too. There are people who do ear licking and like moaning and all kinds of stuff like that, and they make a ton of money doing that. There's this girl who has this. It's like a special kind of microphone for these people that they lick the microphone. This woman brings in $150 a night just from licking a microphone. She has cat ears on, so a little bit. But there are people who do people who do ASMR without showing their face, or they'll do like ASMR with their feet and with their feet on the camera with like in pantyhose. They do all kinds of things. And you don't know who those people are. Hell, those could be your wife and you would have no idea. Pronouns work? There you go, and that's what he wants. ASMR is big, and there's all kinds of shit you can do in it, and there are people who do it and never show their faces. You could say to your wife, well, here's the thing. I would, you said it the way, like, which totally makes sense. Your wife is going to say, this isn't a family thing. You're taken away from the family. So I would say what we could do is just start with the Lego thing. Hey, here's what we're going to do. We're not going to live stream it. I'm going to get a 5x5 part of the house, like in the living room. We're going to spread out all our son's Legos. We're going to put a camera from above, and we're just going to do a long shot of him playing Legos. And whatever he builds, that'll be really cool. And I can edit it down, and you can see what it's like. I'm going to spend time with our son doing this, and we're going to have a nice little home video of him making something. And see if she likes it. If she likes it, then you say to her, all right, would you mind if I put this on YouTube? And see what happens. We might want to do one of these every Sunday. We're just going to go through this and see what happens. And it may get some traction. It may not. You can ask her what she thinks of it. But that way, you're doing something with the family. And, it's positive. Look, there are people who, depending on how much you want to have your child in there, who just have the child read. Like, hey, you need to learn to read, or you need to improve on your reading. And I want to be able to capture this for posterity purposes, to judge your progress, but also because other people are going to want to see it. And, I can tell, you don't really want to necessarily stream just to make money. If you did, then you'd be, you want to, like you're saying, you want it to, you want some boundaries in it. You want to make sure that, you have it on your terms, and that's completely understandable. Dude, take care. I'm always here. So there's no need. Absolutely. We will see you when you see it. Come on back as soon as you can, okay? It was a pleasure to meet you. Absolutely. Absolutely. We just set up Caspian Sea with all his stuff. And the thing is, you can do this and you don't have to break the bank. It's relatively affordable. Excellent. Very cool. Please do. Take care, Aldo. Peace, baby.
as much. It's not. It's that strange, you know? Do we think we really know every animal that's on the earth with us? I mean, I know we've cataloged quite a few of them, but there's still mysteries to be solved. And what I love about Lake Champlain is, you know, you'll just be walking down the street and there'll be like a little monument to people who've seen Champlain on the New York side. Big red sign. They stopped adding to it because it just got too big. They would have a person's name and the date of their sighting, and there's just the names of local people where you can go knock on their door, and they just said, yeah, put me up there. I saw it too. You know, it's not. I'm not ashamed. I saw it. Like I said, the kid gave us a college tour. Just as casual as it be. Oh yeah, I saw something out there. I can't explain.
Jeff, in 1977, there was a cryptid called the Dover Demon of Dover, Massachusetts. It made big news, well-documented case. What can you tell us?
Yeah, so this happened on Farm Street in Dover, Massachusetts. I was literally there last week, and my daughter had a track meet in Dover, so I took a little side trip, and I had to say, oh, you know, I got to go down Farm Street. So we know so much about this case, thanks to Lauren Coleman, cryptozoologist, who wrote the book Mysterious America, and he was the first to really chronicle this. The main witness is a guy named Bill Bartlett, and if anyone's interested in this case, I encourage you to go look him up. Bill Bartlett is a fine arts painter, and he's got a website. His work has been displayed in galleries all over the place. He's won awards, and he's one of those incredible painters that almost looks like a photograph. You know what I mean? Like people that are that good. And the reason that is an important part of the story is because Bill was the primary witness back on April 21st, 1977. He was in high school at the time. He was around 10 o'clock at night. He was driving with some friends on Farm Street when he sees this creature leap up on one of the colonial stone walls that's lining Farm Street, and his headlights hit his eyes, and it reflects like an animal eyes would. But it looks like nothing he'd ever seen. It has a bulbous head, and then it's got long arms with spindly fingers, long skinny legs with spindly toes, and it's sort of perched up on this rock. And you know, he went and recreated it. At the speed he was going, about 40 miles an hour, and at the distance, he figures he had about 6 to 7 seconds to see this thing. That's a pretty good amount of time if you start counting it out, right? 6 or 7 seconds. And he saw it and said, what the heck was that? You know, his friends were saying, you know, come on, what are you talking about? They didn't see it, but he turned around, went back, and didn't see it when he went back on the road. Bill then went home, took out a piece of paper, and drew what he saw. And this is what's so critical. Of course, we wish he had a camera back then. There were no cell phones with great cameras on them in 1977. But Bill's a fine arts painter. He understands perspective, distance, size, and so on. So he doodled out this creature that he saw, and they even wrote a little note, I swear, on the stack of Bibles. This is what I saw this night, April 21st, 1977. Told his parents about it, you know, and that he was clearly shaken up by it. About 2 hours later, and about roughly 1 mile as the crow flies away, where Bartlett had
The bad one was overheated. I mean, it's really is this soy honey? Honey? Soy honey? No. No. Yeah. Diana. Why do you call it Diana? Over here, I said. So, I know. Okay. You like that spot? I do. You ever go street there? You can't street there. Yeah, you can. I go street there all the time. Well, not all the time, but I street there every day. Yeah. Yeah. Well, like what? Tree town. I like tree town. Oh, tree town? Yeah. I like tree town. I think there's a lot more free. No, that's true. They walk around. It's way more easy to fucking find someone. Hey, what you doing? What's up? Jesus. I'm so sure. I just saw you watching the other day. I was like, here's the sponsor. You're the see that right there.
So I think the Pamola is basically the New England native version of the same Thunderbird that's been described pretty much in native culture.
One question, Rich. One question.
New England has
You like this life?
our puritanical roots.
Your life. You like this life?
So many locations.
You understand what I'm talking about? No, talk about
Places that are
you like this life? Okay, arrivato l'altro capo. Non understand? English, yeah? Nothing English. Ragazzi, guardate, tutta la Madonna.
Photographed it and everything. So when the reading house was being constructed, roughly 1792, the story goes that as they were digging around the foundation,
It's easy to tip around in here.
that was so
Like if it was going to tip, it's easy to flip.
taking all day.
It's easy to like
Anyone listening
if
is
you're not balanced.
who never put a shovel
Because they
can relate to how many rocks we have.
Oh really?
That's in the root house.
Start digging anywhere,
Oh,
you'll
yeah.
find rock.
All right, hold on, Jeff. We'll come back and finish that story and take calls.
Find out more about tonight's guest. Log on to coasttocoastam.com. This one's Markers Report about the importance of local radio. Allison Griffin, head of marketing at State Farm.
iHeart has such a broad broadcast reach that is local, and for us to be able to touch customers with a local feel but at a national scale is so efficient and important for us.
As the #1 audience, iHeart Media gives marketers access to the audiences, trusted influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Gotta get rid of this old Backstreet Boys t-shirt.
Tell me why.
Because it's famous voice.
Tell me why.
I've watched it so many times that the odor won't come out. City celebrates the forging a bright future. That's what challenges they expected. And defies convention. We celebrate diversity and ready to inspire. Philadelphia brings your techniques, safe space, experiences that go far beyond the count of followers. Start planning your next meeting at meetinphilly.com. Spring is here, and so are these antics. Just use code RX20. Shop now at chewy.com.
Heard any of our secret mind control messages recently? No. That's because we're really good at it. KFI, KOST, Exchange in Los Angeles, Orange County. It's time for your morning wake-up call. Here's the king.
This is your wake-up call for Friday, May 17th. I'm Amy. We're live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app, and whether you're listening on the iHeart app or you're listening on the radio, we're happy you're here to get your day started. Kick off to the weekend. It's going to be a busy day as always. Hey, last night I was watching Amazing Race. It's actually on Wednesday nights, but I go to bed before it's on, so I watched it yesterday. And one of the things that the teams had to do in the finale when they were in Philadelphia was they had to memorize the preamble to the Declaration of Independence. And I was like, you don't think that I even know that? And I kind of was getting teared up listening to them recite it. And so I thought maybe we started writing the preamble to the Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, and they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government. Laying its foundation on such principles, organizing its power in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Words we don't hear very often. That's what it's what we are. Thought it was kind of a cool reminder. Nice to meet you, and I'm just going to start the day. Here's what's ahead on Wake Up Call. A veteran passenger has been shot and killed on a bus in Commerce. The shooting yesterday is the fourth violent attack on the metro system just this week. Elevator access is no longer safe on Metro, announced Wednesday at police to buses, trains, and stations. Closing arguments to be held on Tuesday in former President Trump's trial in Manhattan. The judge says both sides should be ready by then. Court adjourned for the week after ex-Trump lawyer Michael Cohen's testimony wrapped up yesterday. We're going to be talking with ABC's Peter Haralambos, who's been in the courtroom in Manhattan. We'll talk to him in just a couple of minutes. The number one golfer in the world, who's favored to win the PGA Championship, has been cuffed and put in the back of a cop car. He is against the Scottish Shepherd who's detained for not following police instruction during traffic delays outside Valhalla. No kidding. It'll be interesting to see if they can come on and have them We'll check in with Tuesday to find out if the imaginary friend is filming a splash at the box office. And sometime this hour, I've got $45 one-day, one-car tickets to the Disneyland Resort City. Like check out Starfest, Disneyland, or Disney California Adventure Park coming up this hour. Let's get started with some of the stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour user. A man riding a Metro bus in Commerce fatally shot by a passenger. LA County Sheriff's deputies were called yesterday afternoon to a stretch of Slauson Avenue between Eastern and Garfield, where the bus was stopped. Lieutenant Arthur Spencer says the shooter ran off a short distance away. The injured man died at the hospital. More police officers are going to be patrolling the metro system in LA.
Metro board members also rolled out a motion that would increase police deployments of the system. Mayor says the system has a spike in violent crime.
Let's get first look at your morning commute. We've got a commercial semi up the street.
Outside as well. Southbound 15 is locked up from Hathaway Street all the way back to Bear Valley Road. And that's the left all on the 55 and southbound. As it gets that is looking heavy as well. Some contracts work out there that's also compounding all of this slowing in that spot. You can really rough right before you hit the junction. West California's only airport traffic bus. I'm Russell Ford.
Thank you, Russell. And say good morning to Peter, our locals. Peter, no court today, but a lot happened yesterday. So, tell us what happened during the cross-examination of former traffic officer. Oh my God.
I'm so excited. Oh shit. I swear, Mr. Keeper from the way. No, it came from yesterday, guys. Yesterday, a Rothschild had Guys, you want to hear me? Let me tell you a story. I think something came.
Because the whole thing is about like retail about, right? I can't do what he said. Smell feels better young hose or older hose. Hello. How are you today? Now, Peter, I'm going to remind everybody that you're in the courtroom, so you're seeing how they're reacting and interacting and that kind of thing. And what we've heard is that Michael Cohen has been very calm on the stand and hasn't really seemed flustered or anything. Is that how he is?
Are you ready? You're asking for it. All right. Read this. Read this. Well, I did.
Well, thank you for your information and your insight because, again, you've got eyes on it. Most people don't. It's been really interesting to watch all the recaps on the cable channels of how they're trying to portray what's going on in the courtroom because they can't see it and they can't hear it to share it with us. So I love that you're in there for us. All right, well, let's plan to talk next week. And Peter Harlopus, thank you so much for your time. Have a great weekend. Let's get back to the stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Classes at UC Irvine are returning to in-person instruction days after police and riot gear cleared out pro-Palestinian protesters. Demonstrators had occupied the lecture hall Wednesday in what Chancellor Howard Gilman calls a sad day for our university. Nearly 50 people were arrested, including some who said they are UCI faculty members. Sonoma State University President Mike Lee has been placed on administrative leave after, without approval from the Cal State system, he sent out a campus-wide email talking about an agreement made between the school and pro-Palestinian protesters. California Congressman Kevin Kiley says universities that have elevated the voice and dictated the demands of protesters have silenced pro-Israeli and Jewish groups. He says Lee has been put on leave because of the insubordination and consequences it has brought upon the system. Lee says he takes full ownership of his actions. Leaders in LA have spoken out against a statewide ballot measure.
The business groups behind the Taxpayer Protection and Government Accountability Act say it would give control over future taxes and tax increases to voters. LA Mayor Karen Bass opposes it. It was joined at a City Hall rally yesterday by labor leaders and City Council President Paul Krikorian, who says voters should say no. This is another cynical, deceitful, dishonest attack on government. Opponents of the measure argue it threatens billions of dollars in existing fees and charges to already approved ballot measures. Michael Monks, KFI News.
KFI AM 640 wants to give you the chance to celebrate friendship and beyond at the Disneyland Resort. Pixar Fest is back now through August 4th. There's the Together Forever Nighttime Spectacular with fireworks, projections, and even Buzz Lightyear streaking across the night sky. There's special Pixar-themed treats at the festival marketplaces. There's Pixar Pals and Pixar Peers, some of your favorite Pixar characters from The Incredibles to The Elementals, and of course your favorites from Toy Story. So much to see at Pixar Fest. Keep listening to KFI AM 640 for your chance to win a 4-pack of one-day, one-park tickets to Disneyland Park or Disney California Adventure Park. And I can tell you, it's coming up very soon during Wake Up Call today. When we come back, police departments are turning to AI to help catch the bad guys. ABC's Jim Ryan's going to tell us all about it. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We've got a crash in Agua Dulce on 14.
That is on the southbound side of the freeway right before Metro Canyon Road. Looks like that is a 3-car crash blocking the 2 left lanes. Traffic stop go from Sierra Highway. In Hesperia, we're also tracking that serious crash of the semi-truck on 50 northbound of Main Street. That crash now looks like it's only taken the 2 left lanes, so the right lane might be open. There's no right hand, so you might be able to sneak past that. In the meantime, traffic is really heavy from Oak Hill Road, and look out for that southbound side traffic as well. And it looks good at Hills on the 5 northbound between Alicia Parkway and El Toro Road. There's a work zone out there. The carpool lanes are shut down until 6. With Southern California's only airport traffic reports, I'm Russell Ford.
I agree. People always ask us why Sensor has so many different kinds of primers. It's because for over 175 years, we've listened to our customers and create quality products that help with everything from stains to mold and mildew to nasty odors and even hard to cover surfaces. I guess you'd say we've got a primer for that. So whatever you're facing your next paint job, Sensor has you covered. Next time, every part paints, look for the can with the bullseye, because Sensor always hits the mark.
Ocean breeze, tropical beach, Pina Colada. You can buy an air freshener to make your car smell like you're in an oceanside paradise. Or, better yet, you can point your car toward Daytona Beach and come experience the real thing. Visit DaytonaBeach.com to discover all their is to see, do, and enjoy along the world's most famous beach, Daytona Beach, Florida. Beach on. Have a nice coconut of Celsius Kiwi Guava and experience the delicious taste of essential energy. Celsius powers active lives every day with refreshing fruit-forward flavors and proven ingredients. Find Celsius essential energy drinks at a retailer near you or visit Celsius.com to learn more.
Why choose Sleep Number Smart Bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer whenever I want? And we sleep cooler. Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. GE Power ranks Sleep Number number 1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in store. And now save 40% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Limited time. For GE Power 2023 award information, visit gepower.com/awards. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Need inspiration? Shop Kroger for over 30,000 mouth-watering choices with savings on low prices, like digital coupons worth over $600 each week and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. More savings and more inspiring flavors make Kroger worth it every time. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
Save big on your favorites with the Buy 5 or More Save $1 each sale. Simply buy 5 or more participating items and save $1 each with your card. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Why is our community abandoning Joe Biden? Because Biden made big promises and he hasn't delivered.
Just look around. We're struggling because everything costs more. Food, gas, rent. Our families are having to cut back on basics. You can forget about buying a house or paying on new credit cards. The truth is, under Trump, we could get loans without high interest rates, but Biden even ruled that.
You know who is living better with Joe Biden? Illegal immigrants. Biden's open border is letting Mexican cartels flood our neighborhoods with drugs and crime. Worse, he's helping pay rent for illegal immigrants with our tax dollars. While our families struggle to make ends meet, he gives handouts to these illegals.
We have real problems, but Biden's worrying about everyone else. Things were better before Biden, and the truth is, Trump had our back. Biden let us down, and he's not getting my vote again. Make America great again. AP4 is responsible for the content of this advertising. Otherwise, my can't do it.
I like daffodils, tulips, the big dinner plate dahlias. I love being in the garden, but I wasn't going to be able to. Because I could not only walk, but I couldn't really stand on my foot without being in pain. It was excruciating. So my husband said, let's go to the Good Feet store.
For over 20 years, we've helped people like Terry live the life they love without letting their feet get in the way.
This nice young man said, I think I can help you. He got the arch supports, and I was fitted. And I kept walking back and forth across the store, and I looked at my husband and burst into tears because it was the first time in a year that I had not had any pain in my foot. I have had no pain since the day I bought it. Now I can do whatever I want. There isn't any place on my property that doesn't have flowers blooming 365 days a year. I still can't believe it. My name is Terry, and that's my Good Feet story.
See what we can do for you with a free personalized arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
The Good Feet store. Call 1-800-NEW-FEET or visit goodfeet.com. Audible is your prime suspect for thrilling and mysterious audiobooks, podcasts, and originals. Get your adrenaline pumping with the latest shocker from James Patterson, The Justice. Like Big Brother with a full cast, full take on Orwell's 1984. Solve a murder in the champagne room with desperate, deadly widows. Suspense, secrets, tension, twists. It's a killer lineup on Audible. Go to audible.com/killer to listen now.
Snag a Job is where America goes to hire. The deepest talent pool in hourly hiring. With access to over 6 million active hourly workers, Snag a Job is the all-in-one solution for hiring high-quality employees who can cover all your needs. On demand, temp to hire, part-time or full-time. You name the position. Warehouse worker, retail associate, grocery store clerk, fitness trainer, baker, stylist, bellhop, podcast producer. Yeah, Snag a Job's got a worker for that. With our easy-to-use platform, you're able to seamlessly post and fill available positions quickly, with a dedicated customer support team to provide all the help you need along the way. Kind of nice knowing you have a talent pool like that in your own backyard, right? Snag a Job is the partner you need to keep your business running smoothly. So visit snagajob.com or text SNAG to 242424 to talk to an expert. Snagajob.com, where America goes to hire. The NBA playoffs are here, and we all know playoff mode is a thing. With everything on the line, the players are taking it to the next level. And fans need to match that intensity by streaming high bids on the NBA Playoff Home Playlist. Don't miss the NBA Playoffs presented by Home Pixel on ABC, ESPN, TNT, and NBA TV. And elevate your game by listening to the NBA Playoff Home Playlist now at iHeart.com/playlist.
Are you a student or parent of a student majoring in journalism, communications, digital media, any kind of media? Well, we need you. Hey, it's Steve Gregory. I'm hosting a new show called Studio 640, and I want to invite you to be a panelist. Just imagine Meet the Press, but with college journalists. You must be enrolled in school and involved with podcasting, TV, radio, or the school paper. To apply, just go to KFIAM640.com/studio. That's KFIAM640.com/studio.
KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk.
It's 5:22 on your Friday wake-up call. They're saying we're having a nice, relaxing morning, but I tell you, if you're on the 405, you are not having a nice, relaxing morning. There is a chase going on. Normally, these happen a little later in the day, but there's somebody in a white van. Apparently, it's a woman, and police have been following her, trying to get her to pull over. They've rammed the van that she's in several times. She was in neighborhoods, then she's back on the 405, but now she's speeding the wrong way on the 405 and like into oncoming traffic. It's just crazy. They've got the police helicopters over her, and it looks like they shut down the freeway because now the freeway northbound is clear. Oh my goodness! So they've stopped traffic, and now she's coming up to that line of where the traffic has stopped. So there's a ton of cars waiting to get through, and she just plowed straight into several of them, including finally came to a stop when it hit a semi, and now the feed's breaking up, but it looks like she's gotten out and is running off and just left a trail of destruction. Oh my goodness, that is just scary. And now somebody's climbing up onto the top of a white van. Don't know if that's the person that they're going after, or if it's somebody else, but there's 4 or 5 wrecked cars, and this person just went head on. And now police are going after them with it, going after the person with the taser. We thought it was a woman. It looks like a man. I can't tell. But was driving erratically, and just now she's got her hands over her head, and she's surrounded by police. Again, this is on the 405 at exit 55 at Wilshire Boulevard. Traffic at a standstill. Several officers around this person, and now they're grabbing that person and taking them into custody. Wow. That is a crazy way to start the day. So if you're stuck on the 405, that is why. Hopefully they'll figure out what was going on. This person was driving like erratically, and then they would get hit by a police car, and then would spin around and keep on going, and then would get rammed by a police car. So they do those pit maneuvers, and then would keep going, and just very, very crazy. Okay, did we get Jim Ryan back on the phone? Okay, well let's get back to what we're following in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Looks like they have taken this person into custody. LA County supervisors have voted to approve funding for the legal bills of pro-Palestinian protesters who were arrested at UCLA. Republican supervisor Catherine Barger was the sole vote against the motion. The Biden administration is moving forward with a proposal to reclassify marijuana from a Schedule 1 to a Schedule 3 drug. In a video posted on X, President Biden called the proposal an important move toward reversing long-standing inequities. Gaza is getting aid thanks to that floating pier the U.S. built in the Mediterranean Sea. A judge has given Huntington Beach 120 days to come up with a plan that zones for more than 13,000 affordable housing units.
Huntington Beach is not above the law. State AG Rob Monson says his office will not stop fighting to solve the housing crisis. Working with cities and counties that genuinely want to be part of the solution and holding accountable those that do not. Huntington Beach City Attorney Michael Gates says he will appeal Tuesday's ruling on the year-long lawsuit. The environmental protections under state law are completely being trampled, ignored, and set aside in favor of high
zoned for affordable housing, which developers can then decide to build by 2030. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
A 15-year-old boy attacked by 3 other teens in South LA is in grave condition. Police say 2 teens were eating at a restaurant on Tuesday night when they were approached from behind and brutally beaten. The 15-year-old sister says her brother did not know the people who attacked him. One guy was arrested Wednesday on suspicion of attempted murder. Investigators are trying to find the 2 others. A UPS driver's been fatally shot in Irvine. Police Sergeant Kerry Navy says the driver was on lunch break yesterday in his van when a pickup truck pulled up and the driver fired a shot. The driver of the suspect vehicle never got out of the car, just reached across the passenger seat and shot the driver through the window. Navy says it does not appear to have been a robbery. The suspected shooter was arrested a few hours later in Orange following a standoff with SWAT. The FBI says former LA City Attorney Mike Fewer lied to investigators looking into how the city handled litigation over the botched rollout of a DW.
This video is basically want to quickly show you how you can fix the issue if you run into the error that your camera is loading forever or just stuck on loading Discord. Let's talk about today's video, so just stick around if you're interested in that. But before we start right into the topic, I would really like to mention something. You guys would certainly make it. Leave a like, comment, and subscribe to this small little YouTube channel. It would mean the world to me, so thank you very much. Let's right into the topic. What do you need to know in order to fix the issue? First of all, obviously make sure that your camera is plugged in the right way and is connected to your computer. When you've made that sure, then first of all, head over to your Windows search icon and type in settings, and open this app here, and then
That guy, they're gonna get me thrown out. He's gonna- This motherfucker. That guy's gonna hate me.
Access your camera.
It's 56 in Fullerton, 57 in Fountain Valley, and we're going to check in now with Russell Ford, who's been watching the craziness on the 405
Sure that this is turned on.
This is the ring.
The second that just allows these people to use your camera
outside of freeway.
You can already close the settings here, and then to get this going.
Settings crashed into a semi-truck. Luckily, that crash was apprehended by police. Anytime, and that's why you're seeing such heavy traffic on the northbound side of the freeway. Honestly, the southbound side of 405 as well, right now. Something you need to make sure it's just right where it'll show marks will be determination for the exact location of that crash or slightly might occur north of Wilshire Boulevard. Just restarting the residual slowing that fire is sunset as well. So it could be out there once we get exact location. Let's just give you an update. But in the meantime, looks like after the suspect it seems he's out there.
Oh, shitbag.
16th Minute of Fame is the new weekly podcast hosted by me, Jamie Loftus. And every week, we take a closer look at an internet character of the day. Bean Dad, The
Shit,
Dress,
like turn
Rudy
off
and
camera.
Carol Hobbs. If you knew what any of those were, you spend too much time online. And I do too. Who were they? What made them notorious? Why did the internet choose them? What does a person do when they get more attention than psyche can handle? Listen to 16th Minute of Fame on America's #1 podcast network, Spotify. Your free iHeart app and search 16th Minute of Fame.
Amazon presents Winning Moment. Miguel, you found a 50-foot hose and power wash the patio for your house for me on Amazon. Okay. How are you going to celebrate? By hooking the hose to the spigot thingy. Spigot-ish. And then watering my mouth. Easy, Miguel. You got work tomorrow. Shop Amazon for everything spring. Every day.
Ocean breeze, tropical beach, pina colada. You could buy an air freshener to make your car smell like you're in an oceanside paradise. Or, better yet, you could point your car toward Daytona Beach and have experience the whole thing. Visit DaytonaBeach.com to discover all there is to see, do, and enjoy along the world's most famous beach.
My side's softer.
My side firmer. Whenever I want. Gateway Sleep Cooler. Sleep Number does that. It cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. GE Power ranks Sleep Number number 1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in store. And now save 40% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Limited time. For GE Power 2023 award information, visit gepower.com/awards. Find store near you. Visit sleepnumber.com.
For most of the people that walk in our store, it's been an ongoing, non-stop issue. They're searching, they're grasping at straws because they've been trying other products and they bought something that they thought was going to help solve their problem, and it didn't.
You're listening to that at our store specialist at the convenience store.
A client came into my store last year that has had plantar fasciitis for 30 years. He literally walked in with a handful of products and said, "This is what I've been wearing." I looked at him, I said, "Are you kidding me? I've been here for over 18. Where have you been?"
For over 20 years, we've been helping people live the life they love without letting them get in the way.
I'm just sad that he spent so many years with so much discomfort. I helped relieve a problem that's plagued him for 30 years. I mean, how do you not go home and talk about that?
See what we can do for you with a free personalized hour support fitting. The Good Feet Store.
The Good Feet Store. Call 1-800-NEW-FEET or visit goodfeet.com. The world needs ways to reduce carbon emissions,
We're working on solutions in our own operations.
like carbon capture and clean energy from hydrogen.
So, who are we?
Believe it or not, ExxonMobil and our solutions can help industries like manufacturing, commercial transportation,
And power generation too.
heavy industry with low emissions. Let's deliver.
Learn more at exxonmobil.com.
Today, May 17.
Today is Endangered Species Day to educate. Raise your hand if you're not endangered. It's Pizza Party Day. That's a good idea. And if you love your horn, it's Pack Rat Day. Want to try to get rid of something to make room for something better, right, Grandpa? I'm not going anywhere. Happy birthday to Trent Reznor of Nine Inch Nails, the late comedian Bob Saget, and Josh Hall of Queens of the Stone Age. And that's your daily calendar from KFI AM 640.
It's 5:35 on your Friday wake-up call. Good morning, I'm Amy King. Thanks so much for getting your day started with us. Here's what we're following in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A woman in a white van's been taken into custody after a wild chase around West LA this morning. The chase ended when the driver, speeding southbound in northbound lanes, crashed into several vehicles that police stopped on the freeway for the chase. At least 2 officers were hurt. The carpool lane appears to be getting through on the 405, but that's about it for now. Russell's going to get an update for us on that in just a couple of minutes. A Metro passenger has been shot and killed on a bus in Commerce. The shooting yesterday afternoon is the 4th violent attack on the Metro system this week. LA Mayor Bass says it's no longer safe on Metro and it has plans to add more police to buses, trains, and train stations. An LA Metro committee has approved a new budget for the agency that is larger than the budgets of 11 states in the U.S. The committee says the nearly $9 billion spending plan will be used to finalize infrastructure projects, boost ridership, and increase safety. At 6:05, it's handle on the news. Something apparently happened 4 years ago at Supreme Court Justice Samuel Alito's house. It's causing a big stink now. I'll tell you about what it is. At 5:50, nothing imaginary about this friend. ABC's Jason Nathanson will join us with If in theaters. I've been waiting for this one for a long time too. Season 3, one of my favorite shows on the stream. Let's say good morning now to the host of Home on KFI. It's the House Whisperer, Dean Sharp. Good morning, Dean.
Good morning, Amy.
You know, we're going to talk about all of us being biophiliacs in just a second, but also I know that you are a bee guy, and World Bee Day is Monday. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
It is. Do you have a hive?
Do.
You have a. Well, I went out to the Valley Hive in Chatsworth.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so we're going to take you on a little journey to discover bees for World Bee Day on Monday. So I thought I'd let you know about that because I know you're a big bee fan.
That's perfect. The Valley Hive is the best place in town to do that too.
Perfect.
So great.
Okay, so let's talk about biophiliacs. What is it?
players here warmed up our listeners enough to hit them with the hard stuff, and that is basically biophilic design. And it's not anything radically new. Architecture has been addressing it for a while, but it's important to understand, I think, more and more these days. Biophilic simply means love of nature, or maybe the better way to express it more effectively.
Yo, Billy, thank you for the 17 hosted. Holy shit, bro. Don't see it. Yeah, I don't think I put an alert up for it when I was doing this. Shit, I forgot the alert.
No, I'm not. I'm kind of an inside person. I'm kind of an urban person. I'm not the level. Well, you may think that, but it's actually not true. At least it's not true for your body. And that's what biophilic design is all about. It addresses the fact that we're starting to realize now in a major way so much of the stress, anxiety, and learning disability issues that we have contributed to or experiencing in our generation like never before, that a lot comes from the fact that we have cut ourselves off more and more from the natural world around us when our bodies are programmed to be a part of it. I mean, we're talking about 2 billion years of experience with the surroundings and the sensorial experience of outdoors. Now more than ever, especially like in the last 17 years, we're in
Like a pimp every single fucking day of the year. Go to Aiden's fucking stream if you can.
Studies have shown every 5 decibel increase in background noise correspondingly decreases reading comprehension in children by 2 months. Right?
Wait, what?
Constant background noise. Yeah. All right. You raise the level of that noise 5 decibels, it will decrease
No way.
comprehension levels by 2 months of progress. And the more you go, the more you decrease. Attention deficit issues.
Hold on a second. I'm getting that same issue. Just one moment. Just one moment. We're troubleshooting. I'm going to get it though. Are you ready? I'm glad you are. Dude, can I tell you? There's this guy in here with a striped shirt who looks like one of Batman's villains. You know who I'm talking about? And, dude, I fucking troll this motherfucker all the time. I feel badly. It's sad that I actually have to encounter this guy. He could easily get me banned. Okay, just one moment. I'm going to leave and rejoin. I'm going to share this fucking camera. And I think that's what makes mine more unique than anybody's. Why not? Hey, do you see Ashley Sings or something in here? Ashley Hartley Sings. Don't get too attached to that girl. Yeah, dude, she's a huge fan. She is a huge diehard fan. Word. Dude, she loves my karaoke. Oh, I appreciate it.
Example of what we're talking about when we say biophilic design. And we're not talking about stuff like, oh, sure, Dean, if you have $10 million, you can build a house like a novelist shell and have, no. It's not that. This weekend, we're talking about very simple things like, hey, your backyard, buy a bird feeder. Bring birds into your yard. You will have less stress and be
expert. We have a whole list of things, real world things that people can do with their own homes to change the way they experience nature around their home.
Yes, I think we do need to reconnect with nature. That's going to be so interesting. Okay, so you can listen to Dean Sharp. He has a show called At Home with Dean. Actually, it's just Home with Dean Sharp, isn't it? What's the
It's home. Yeah,
Home. It's just home. So come on home to KFI Saturday from 6 to 8 a.m. and then also on Sunday from 9 to noon. That's with Dean. Sorry, Dean, I'm discombobulated because I'm excited because we're giving away Disneyland tickets in a second.
Oh my gosh! Can I help? Can I participate? No.
Sorry, it's for Weekend listeners only. So thank you so much. Looking forward to finding out more about biophilia. Is it philiac or philic?
Biophilia.
And
Philia.
love it. Thank you, Dean Sharp.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Let's get back to some of the stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A volunteer who offered medical aid to protesters at UCLA says it was like a battlefield when police moved in to clear the camp.
Yuen Chan with UCLA says she was treating broken bones, head injuries, and bleeding wounds without water and power. She told Kaiser Health News the injuries were from rubber bullets and other less lethal weapons. But a deputy chief from LAPD and a source with CHP both say they don't even own rubber bullets. The primary less lethal weapon of choice is a 40-millimeter foam projectile. Pepper spray, aerial flashbangs, and batons are also used. A beanbag round is used for targeted tactical situations and typically not in large crowds. All weapons are deployed only when directed to do so. Steve Gregory, KFI News.
Israeli protesters have attacked a truck in the West Bank after an apparent effort to block aid into Gaza. The Israeli military says the protesters beat the driver and set the truck on fire. Israeli soldiers were also attacked as they tried to separate the attackers from the driver and provide medical treatment. Israeli media says the truck was carrying ordinary commercial goods, not aid for Gaza. The third annual Women's Lifeguard Prep Academy is taking over Venice Beach this weekend. The two-day academy, hosted by the LA County Fire Department, is open to anyone 16 and older interested in training for a career as an ocean lifeguard. Participants will be led by professional lifeguards and firefighters. They'll swim in the ocean, run in the sand, and do a series of physical fitness exercises. Right now, it's your chance to celebrate friendship and beyond at the Disneyland Resort. Pixar Fest is back now through August 4th, and KFI wants to send you there to see all the amazing things. The Pixar Nighttime Spectacular, Together Forever, the Pixar House Celebration Parade, Better Together, the Festival Marketplace with all kinds of great treats inspired by Pixar movies, and of course the Pixar Palace Playtime Party at the Fantasyland Theater. It's all happening at the Disneyland Resort. We want you to go. So be caller number 010 right now at 1-800-5201-KFI. It's your chance to win a 4-pack of one-day, one-park tickets to Disneyland Park or Disney California Adventure. Again, we're taking caller number 10 at 800-520-1KFI. That's 800-520-1534. And now from the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We're going to go back out to that crash scene on 405. It is crazy, and you can bet traffic's a mess.
It absolutely is. Yeah, on the northbound side of the freeway, just after Wilshire Boulevard, you have to from that exact location. Looks like a wrongfully driver crashed. The right 5 lanes have been blocked. CGB's done a fantastic job blocking those out and then opening up the left lane. So there is one lane open. Make your way around that. Try to stay on the left-hand side if you can. But that pursuit, that actually was a pursuit that ended with multiple cars getting run into. The final end of that pursuit was that van, that wild van, striking another vehicle at about 80 miles an hour. You're now working with those vehicles off the freeway. So hopefully that ends shortly. With Southern California's only airport traffic reports, I'm Russell Ford.
Get Spectrum One. Catch the Los Angeles Dodgers all season. Stream over 145 LA Dodger games on all of your devices on us. Tons of hits, wins, memorable moments, and more. It's a real home run. Live Dodger games. That's a $149 value. Now included with Spectrum One. Go to spectrum.com/Dodgers for full details. Offers subject to change. Valid for qualified residential customers. Only service not available in all areas. Restrictions apply. Subject to national exclusivities. Major League Baseball trademark used with permission.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data data you need to grow. iHeart is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. The virus that causes shingles is sleeping in 99% of people over 50. It's lying dormant, waiting, and it could reactivate at any time. And while not everyone at risk will develop shingles, it strikes as a painful, blistering rash that can last for weeks. Think you're not at risk for shingles? It's time to wake up, because shingles could wake up in you. If you're over 50, talk to your pharmacist about shingles prevention. Sponsored by GSK.
Bring your next meeting to Philadelphia and wow your attendees with familiar favorites and unexpected experiences. A city known for its rich history that's forging a bright future, Philadelphia challenges the expected and defies convention. We celebrate diversity and boast a community of thought leaders ready to inspire. Between meetings, Philadelphia gives your attendees steps away from experiences that go far beyond the founding fathers. Start planning your next meeting at meetinphilly.com. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Use an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
See, Father, if you remember, but brighter. On the side effects, all the repercussions will give corporations direct access to our brains. From iHeartRadio comes a mind-bending, original sci-fi thriller. You see, the plan is not just to launch a new product, but to launch a whole. Starring John Wick, Mind Apps, the software platform that feeds directly to the human brain, and Derek Chris. It's a safe application with one very simple benefit. You never have to sleep again. Trust something happened. These subjects will change, damaged, and that's the big already did. Something happened to me, and then to all of us.
We all have more than one version of ourselves. Sometimes it just takes the right stimulation to bring out the best one.
Something else is taking over. Oh, yeah. Something small and strong. Something that doesn't sleep. It has no fear. Something that is filled with pure hatred for the rest of us. Follow Jesus. Are you ready? Tomorrow's Monsters from iHeartRadio, Flint Picture Company, Psychopia Pictures, and Upper Room Production.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
Your grandchild is in prison. He's failed representative. I want to talk to him. That's the first thing you do. You can't get that in this game. Actually, I had that one scale. He said your daughter is in prison and we need $10,000 just to keep her. Bill handle $10,000. I'm not interested. 5, 6, and 9 a.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
It's 5:51 on your Friday wake-up call. I'm Amy King. Here's what we're following in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. We're following that wild chase this morning on the 405. It is over after several pit maneuvers by LAPD officers. A female suspect in a white van who had evaded police during a high-speed chase has been detained near the Wilshire Boulevard exit of the northbound 405 freeway. She was speeding southbound in lanes and crashed into several cars. That's when the chase finally ended. Almost half the protesters arrested at UC Irvine this week were not students. 26 were students, 2 were faculty, 19 had no affiliation with the school. UC Irvine will resume in-person classes today following the protests earlier this week. The House has passed the Ticket Act, which will make ticket sellers disclose all hidden fees before you actually purchase the tickets. It also bans sales of tickets that sellers don't actually have and guarantees refunds for events that get canceled. And now it's over to the Senate. We're just minutes away from handle on the news this morning. The Biden administration says it's going to speed up the process for people crossing the border claiming asylum. according to ABC's Jason Nathan said, Jason, what if we all went to the movies this weekend? What would we see?
We would see If. Imaginary Friends. Although I think this Jason's one is quite more captivating than any of the movies.
It was wild.
I haven't seen something like that, especially live in a long time. Those cars are okay. That's a wild chase. If is it stands for imaginary friend, right? If.
Oh, is that what it is? I didn't even make that connection.
It's a writer director John Krasinski. It's about a girl who discovers she can see everyone's imaginary friends, and she embarks on a magical adventure to reconnect forgotten imaginary friends. They're kids, right? Because when you have an imaginary friend as a kid, when you're a kid, then you grow up and you forget about that imaginary friend. The imaginary friend's still there. It's just in limbo. What does it do? Where does it go? How does it, so that's kind of what that's about. Ryan Reynolds stars, this is live action animation, so like Roger Rabbit, right? So you have actual actors walking around the world with animated beings. Ryan Reynolds stars, he's a real life person in this. Kaylee Fleming is the girl in this, and then you have the voices of the imaginary friends, voiced by Steve Carell, Phoebe Waller-Bridge, Matt Damon, Emily Blunt, of course, his wife, and a bunch of others. But unfortunately, it just didn't work for me. I really wanted, I love the premise and I love the thought of it. And the Roger Rabbit comparison, just know that's the style that you're kind of going into it. The movie's nothing like that, so don't expect that kind of energy. Don't expect, get that out of your mind. I wanted it to have a little bit more of that energy, but it did not. It's just a bit too serious. It was trying too hard to be emotional. I didn't cry once, although it really wanted me to, like really bad. And I just, it's a little slow and a little too kind of cloying there. I can't see little kids liking it because it's a little too slow and not wacky enough. Like, there's a sweet spot in there maybe for an 11 or 12-year-old, and that's kind of it. And I have to say, I went to a theater where a bunch of kids were watching it. There were kids on their iPads in the theater with sound on the iPads. Parents, please do a better job. That's really annoying. The hearts were in the right place in the making of this movie. Just didn't work for me. 6.4 out of 10. So
On the Jasonometer.
But it's going to win the weekend and do pretty well because it never had a family friendly film in a while.
And the big furry one is so cute.
Yeah, it is. And some of the characters are cute, but
Just a mess. Okay.
not cute enough.
Okay, so then let's move on. We've got Amy Winehouse in theaters 13 years after she died. Why?
Yeah, this is a biopic about her. We haven't had that. And her life is certainly warranted of that. And her voice and everything about her. And I think there are a lot of questions about exactly what happened. Why did a 27-year-old woman basically drink herself to death when she was on top of the world? How she had a voice that was just so unique and so wonderful. So that's what this story is about, Back in Black. The story of Amy Winehouse, played by Marisa Bell, who, when first glimpse of this came out, she was savaged on the internet, particularly on TikTok.
Because she didn't look enough like Amy.
No, her voice, they felt the singing was very effective. Marisa Bell is doing, I don't know if it's all the singing, but she does a lot of the singing in this. And they felt that her voice just didn't stand up to Amy Winehouse's, that it was too affected, the runs, and Amy Winehouse had a very effective voice. I would say put that aside. It's not a train wreck, it's not a disaster. Some people were worried about her or had to believe, but the film itself, I don't know that it does Amy Winehouse justice because a film like this could be an Oscar-winning film, right? We've seen it before, certainly when it comes to music biopics. If done right, they do win Oscars. This is not fair. It's not terrible.
So maybe we wait and watch it on the stream.
Possibly. Marisa Bell brings an extra humanity to it, but we just don't learn enough, I feel, about the demons that drove this woman to basically drink herself to death. And maybe she didn't have those demons. Some people are just, their chemistry is like that. They don't necessarily need trauma to then turn into the tragedy. But too many unanswered questions here. 6.6 out of 10.
Okay, and then finally let's move over to the stream because I've been waiting for this one for a while now.
You're talking about Bridgerton?
Yes.
I assume season 3 of Bridgerton, which is out, and yes, people have been waiting for a while. Fans. I like
What a good sport.
Oh shit, you do have seen. If you do, I'll fucking give you a VIP bag. Is Aiden fucking live or what? Yeah, there is.
My boy's much for the every tag.
We've been in here for about 8 hours, bro. Almost 9 hours.
You were over more than no legs. It's been a fucking job, dude.
And guys, do you think we're gonna hit 100 and fucking like might hit 200? Mark?
I'm gonna give this to
What's wrong with that? What did I do? Why'd you make your cap today, brother? Why? Why would that matter? I got my other one. Oh, I know who you are. I just don't. Wait, what did I do? Oh, hey, don't say that. Don't say that. No, we got another colony. Yeah, bro, man, you're him. What it is.
Where exploration sparks curiosity, where you share laughter, is it the memories that last a lifetime? Cherish your memories on South Carolina's Serendipitous. Discover South Carolina. Learn more at access.com.
There's a letter in there or two. So like, oh.
Caspian Sea, can you hear me?
So like, I gotta do the way I gotta do right? So what can I do is, like, get my FPS battery, which is what else? No, wait. I don't know how do I say it. Why you gotta go in on it, bro? What do you expect? Oh my God. Anyways. There's a Google thing where you like my specs from I would recommend upgrading and don't upgrade a 1,000 instead of 3,000 or 4,000. Obviously, you're out with a special
Hey, wait, is my graphics card good? Rabbi, it's the guy that keeps following me.
Well, that nigga is
He has like a couple of accounts that he's following me.
he has 3 fucking screens.
Follows me and I'll follow him.
Bro, he's matching with
Don't make me spell you, bro.
You following them? Fuck yeah, I followed them.
AI starts to become super intelligent. It grows exponentially, and everything will be different. But I think this idea of the simulation point, where we can create simulations that are indistinguishable from reality, and they lay out like 10 stages in my book of all the technology we need, including brain-computer interfaces, like in the Matrix, right? So,
Or neural.
or Neuralink, right? We're getting there.
We're very close.
We're at the beginning of that whole thing. And so that's stage 8. Stage 7 and stage 8 are the ways to simulation. And being able to read, but also then being able to write memories as well. And then so the definition of the simulation point is being able to create a virtual reality that is indistinguishable from physical reality with AI characters that are indistinguishable from biological characters. So you wouldn't be able to tell you're part of an NPC.
Right.
We're getting closer to that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's like companies out there doing smart NPCs now inside video games.
Right, but what would be the difference between looking at what is possible in the future and making either a hypothesis or suggesting that has already taken place?
Right, so that's kind of a leap, right? Basically, just to say that if we can do it, now let's imagine a civilization that was 1,000,000 years ahead of us, 1,000 years ahead.
Yeah.
Even 200 years ahead of us, right? But certainly 1,000 years ahead of us. So we're looking at they would already have created these types of civilizations.
Right.
Right, because if we can do it, now, 50 years ago, we didn't know if we could do it. We didn't know if computers would get to that point. Right, today, right, today, we're pretty sure we can get there. In fact, I'd say that I'm 70% sure that we will get to the simulation point, which means I think there's a 70% chance we're living inside the simulation. And so the point is, if they already got there, if they created a whole bunch of simulations, and you can't tell the difference whether you're in the real world or a simulated world, right? So there's 99 of these, one of these. You can't tell the difference. So which one are you more likely to be? Just statistically speaking, we're not even projecting the technology forward. We're just saying it's more likely you're in one of the 99 than the one because there's so many more.
It's sure.
If you can't tell the difference.
If you can't tell the difference. But there's so many things you have to think about, right? So many things you have to take into consideration. One of them is we don't have a straight linear line from the moment that we're born to the moment that we exist in currently. The reason being is that we go to sleep every night. Right? It's a weird thing. We shut off every night and we wake up intermittently, and you go back to bed, maybe you have to pee, maybe you're thirsty, you go back to bed, and then you wake up again. But when you wake up, you are just waking up. Like when I woke up this morning, I don't know if this is a life I've always lived. I'm assuming it is, because I have all these detailed memories of the past. I see my dog, he reacts the exact same way he always does. You know, I see my wife, I see my kids, I see my house, the same house that I remember. but I'm not sure. I just woke up. Right. I'm a little foggy already.
It just exists in your memory.
It just exists in my memory.
And so
This might be the first day of my life.
right, if suppose that you implant false memories.
Right.
So this was a popular topic for Philip K.
Yes.
Movies like Total Recall,
Mhm.
even in Blade Runner. You know, I interviewed his wife, I was researching my book, and
Wow, boy.
he was an interesting guy, right?
Yeah.
And he said some interesting things. In fact, all the way back in 1977 in Metz, France, at a sci-fi convention, he said, there's a pretty famous quote. He said, we are living in a computer-programmed reality, and the only clue we have to it is if some variable is changed, some alteration occurs in our reality. And that's become kind of a famous quote in the simulation world. But if you listen to the rest of the quote, he says, well, we could basically rerun the same events and change some variables, right? And we would have a sense of deja vu. Maybe you've already done this, right? Maybe I've talked to you before in a different run simulation. And this idea, like after I wrote my first book on this topic, simulation hypothesis, this idea wouldn't leave me that, well, if you can run one simulation, you can certainly run it multiple times. In fact, that's what we would do, right? If we were running a simulation of weather, we wouldn't just run it once. We would run it multiple times, say, including simulation of whatever, right? Pandemic, anything, name it. We would change the variables, and we would go forward. And so, when I interviewed Tessa, so Dick's last wife, she said that she came to believe this was really happening, that someone was altering our reality, they would change it from variables and rerun the simulation forward. So now we're getting pretty deep in the rabbit hole. So this is the topic of my second book, which is called The Simulated Multiverse. This idea that each of these timelines could be like a different run of the simulation itself. So that gets a little weird at that point, right? Because now we're saying that time isn't the same thing that we think it is. So with the simulation about this, we're saying that space doesn't really exist. It basically gets rendered for us. And then with this second idea, we're saying that time doesn't really exist. Because what you remember could have been either implanted memories or it could be a specific run of simulation. So if you run it again, maybe things are slightly different the second time. So Philip K. Dick came to believe that his novel, The Man in the High Castle, was turned into a pretty cool series. I don't know if you've seen it. It was on Amazon a few years ago. But in the novel, in the series, Germany and Japan won World War II. And so you see in America, like the East Coast is run by the Germans, the West Coast is run by the Japanese, and you see this kind of type world. And so he later came to believe that this actually happened, and somehow the simulators reran it again, and the current timeline is one that was allowed to go forward, further forward than that one had ended. And so he says that at some point, all these memories keep flooding back to of this other timeline. He called it, he used this Greek word, it's called an anamnesis, which means a loss of forgetfulness. Right? So he said, you might be able to remember these other runs of the simulation. So anyway, that gets us into this whole idea of, is the past what we think it is? Right? That's, I think, the question you're asking. Because you're like, if I just remember X, Y, Z, is that what actually happened? Or is it just a representation of the past in the present? Yes. And so when I started looking into the quantum physics side of it, I found something really weird. We can talk about the observer effect, but it's even weirder than that. And it was something proposed by John Wheeler, who was at Princeton with Einstein, and he was a bit younger than Niels Bohr and Einstein and all these kind of forefathers of quantum mechanics. And he came up with several things that we're talking about. But one of them is the genetic choice experiment, or the cosmic choice experiment, which puts into doubt this idea of the past. And since we're talking about the past, let's go into this now. If you don't mind. Okay. So imagine there's something like a quasar that's a billion light years away from us.
and the light is coming from that quasar to here, so it's going to take a billion years to get here because it's a billion light years away. And then suppose there's something in the middle, like a black hole that's in the middle, or a galaxy, something that's very gravitationally big. And so suppose the light has to go to the left or to the right of that object. And suppose that object is like a million light years away from us. So it's a lot closer, but it's still a million light years away. So the decision about when the light goes to the left or to the right would have to be made when. It would have to be made in the past, about a million years ago. It takes light from that. Let's say it's a black hole. It's a million light years away, so it takes a million years for the light to return. And we can measure whether it went to the left or to the right. Well, it turns out that decision is in the past, as we think of it. But what the political choice experiment tells us is that that decision is made now when we measure that light. In the little telescope, suppose we have two telescopes. One picks up on the left, one picks up on the right. And it's when we do the measurement, and until we do that measurement, both of those possibilities still exist. So we have these two possible paths. A million years ago, right? The light goes to the left or to the right. But which one happened isn't decided until the measurement is done today. So this is like Schrodinger's cat on steroids.
I'm not sure I totally understand.
Okay.
Why is the decision made when you measure?
Well, that's what the experiment kind of showed in quantum mechanics. Just like, let's start with Schrodinger's cat, because it's a simpler version. So Schrodinger's cat is this experiment where there's a cat in a box, theoretical experiment. He's killing a cat. And there's some poison in there. And there's some radioactive material that has a 50% chance of setting off the poison. And a 50% chance that it won't. Let's say after an hour or so. And so after an hour, the chances that the cat is dead or alive is 50%. It's a 50% chance. But what the observer effect and what quantum mechanics is telling us is that both of those possibilities exist. The cat is both alive and dead until somebody looks. And so until then, the cat is in this secret position. And this is what makes quantum mechanics so great. Right? This is why Richard Feynman quantum mechanics. And his boys like, if you're not shocked by this, then you haven't understood. Okay, because to us, the cat has to be alive or it has to be dead.
And we don't know what to see.
We don't know until we see, but it's only one. And the common sense says one. Well, quantum mechanics, through the double slit experiment and the observer effect says, both of those possibilities exist in the present until the time that someone looks and someone measures that result. So then we say the superposition, which is two states, comes down to one state. So the cat is both alive and then when somebody measures it, it's either alive or dead. It's in one of those states.
Right. I kind of understand what you're saying, but isn't it really just that we don't know until we open the box? And it's not that the cat is both alive and dead. The cat is either alive or dead. We just haven't figured it out yet until we open the box.
That's what it would seem like. Right? That would be like common sense point of view, right? But what all the physicists have been telling us now for almost 100 years, going back to the 1920s, when quantum mechanics first started to get formalized, is that that's not actually the case. That what happens is you have this probability base, and there are different probabilities of the cat being alive or dead. Now, of course, if we're talking about cats, that
But the cat is maybe too simplistic. It's like a placeholder. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, it's a way for somebody to think about this at a high level. So Schrodinger, he was one of the founders of quantum mechanics through his wave equation. He basically came up with this because he thought the whole idea was ridiculous. He's like, look, you can't have a cat that's both alive and dead.
right.
So this is a ridiculous experiment, except it's become the way in which we explain this weird effect of quantum mechanics.
And the weird effect of quantum mechanics is things can be both moving and still at the same time. That's just superposition, right?
Right, or they can be in two different states. Right. It can be moving and still, it can be alive or dead, or they're really talking about particles. So So then it could be like left rotated or right rotated or right rotated. So you've got all these properties, but they can be a different. They can be a different state. And this is the basis for quantum computing, by the way. You probably heard about new quantum computers.
I have, but I totally don't understand.
Well, so it's the same thing as Schrodinger's cat. We have a bit of information, right? So what are the values that a bit can have? 0 or 1. That's it. That's like the basic unit of information. And the bit can only have one of those values. Like on my iPhone or my laptop, if you look down all the way down into hardware, you can look at the registers. Like when I was at MIT, we actually built a computer in class from scratch. You'll see there's some voltage that says this is a 1 or this is a 0. Right? That's it. All the computing, everything we're doing with video screening, like all that stuff, comes down to having a bit that can be either a 0 or a 1. It has to be one or the other. It can't be both. Right. So quantum computing has these things called qubits. Qubits. Which qubit is like Schrodinger's cat. It doesn't just have a value of a 1 or a 0. It is in superposition. Superposition means a superset of all the positions that are possible. So how many possibilities are there? In a bit 2, right? 0 and 1. So the qubit is a superposition of a bit. It means it has both values, 0 and 1, until someone measures that bit. And so theoretically, that's what allows quantum computers to solve problems that grow exponentially. That are really big. We're still in the early stages. If you think of an exponential growth, like cracking encryption, it can be done by a regular computer. You can set up your laptop to crack. It'll take like 1,000 years or something, right? Because you have to go through every single possible value. So if you have 64 bits, that's like 2 of the 64 values, which is huge. In fact, there's an old story about the Indian king and the wise man who played chess that illustrates the story of how big that number gets when you have exponential growth. So there's a king who liked to play chess, and he didn't like to play chess because he kept winning. And finally, there's this wise man who said, "Please play chess with me." And the wise man said, "Okay, I'll play chess with you if I win. So the first square of the chessboard, you give me 1 grain of rice, and then the second square of the chessboard, you double that, 2 grains of rice, and you double that to 4 grains of rice, and 6 grains of rice. So we're doubling on each square, right?" King's like, "Okay, sure. No big deal. It's a bunch of rice." And so it turns out when the wise man won, by the time you get to 2 to the 64, so there's 64 squares on your chessboard, that basically it was more rice than was fit in all of India. That's an exponential problem. It just grows so fast. And the reason it grows is there are too many possibilities, right? But now this new thing called the qubit is coming along, and the qubit has both possibilities at the same time. So if you have 64 bits, and you take all the possible values of those 64 bits, you've got the same number of possibilities as the grains of rice. It's 2 to the 64. It's a very big number. It's 18 big trillion. There's a game called No Man's Sky. I don't know if you ever played it. No. So it became famous because it's one of the first games to have an almost infinite number of planets.
Oh, is this the game where it just creates a universe?
Yeah, it does kind of boring. Yeah, it was kind of boring at first. I haven't played it in a while. But it procedurally generates everything slowly. Because there's no way a team of, I was in the video game industry, right? There's no way a team can create 18 quintillion worlds. It turns out that's exactly the number of worlds they have in that game. Because that is, 64 bits. That's the biggest number you can get. If you use 64 bits. Okay, so come back to that's exponential growth. 2 bit. And so, with a quantum computer, theoretically, these are pretty new right now. Amazon has one, Microsoft has one, IBM has one that you can actually program online. Google has their own. Everyone's trying to figure out how to make these qubits stable. But the basic idea, and I don't know what number we're up to for a while, it was like you could only have 4 bits qubits. Kind of like going back to the old, when we were young, the Apple II or whatever came out, and before that there were these small 8-bit processor-based kits that people would assemble, and they just couldn't have a lot of data. They couldn't keep track of that many bits, and that's what quantum computers are today. But the idea is that you can have 64 qubits, answer because you can explore all of those at the same time, and then when you measure the result, it's all now. Nobody knows exactly how this works, but the two explanations. Okay, coming back, sorry, I know. Coming back to short of this cat, we say there's two possibilities, right? So with 64 qubits, there's 2 to the 64 possibilities. If they're all in superposition, they have all the possibilities. And so basically, when you measure that, it brings it back. And so physicists call this the collapse of the probability range. So the probability of all these possibilities, and then it comes down to 1. And that's sort of the best, one of the accepted ways that people think this whole thing works. But nobody totally knows. So another guy who was John Wheeler's grad student at Princeton came up with another idea. And we've heard about this idea from the superhero. And this is the multiverse.
Yes.
And so basically he said that if you've got Schrodinger's cat, what happens is you're splitting the universe into 2 different universes. In one of them, the cat is alive, and another one, the cat is dead. Right? So that's the multiverse idea. Is that when we measure it, we only see one of those two because we're in this universe. But if we happen to be in the other universe, the cat would have been dead. The cat is alive. And so that creates a whole series of possibilities, which are being used now in superhero stories all the time. Right, you've got your different versions of Batman, Superman, Spider-Man, the famous Spider-Man meme where you have there's the Spider-Man all kind of pointing at each other, right? And they have the different actors. So that idea has started to catch on. It's what I like to call it's past the 10-year-old test. And the 10-year-old test is when a scientific idea gets out there so much that even 10-year-olds can kind of understand it because of superhero movies, or because, like in the 1930s, when people were trying to explain Superman, like how Superman get his powers. You say, oh, he came from another planet. He came from a planet called Krypton, right? So even a 10-year-old in the 1930s could have understood that. But in the 1730s, like, you couldn't say that. You know what the heck you're talking about. Right? And so that idea kind of diffused the society. So that's happening now with the multiverse idea too. It's kind of diffused the society in this way to popular culture, and media narratives and stuff. So that's the other explanation for how all this quantum weirdness works, which is the multiverse. And so people said, how can a quantum computer theoretically solve a problem that would take thousands of regular computers to solve? And one explanation, and we gave it to our experts as well, because it's looking at all the possible values of bits, there's that many different universes. And it's combining all of those universes in one. And then it's bringing back the value that you want. And that becomes your answer. So I think we've gone a little bit away from the original question.
It seems like that's inevitable. It's a subject.
Yeah, the subject question takes down many different rabbit holes.
Yeah.
And I think the original question was about memory, right? And how do we know that the memory? So the reason I went down this rabbit hole on the quantum physics stuff and the multiverse, which, by the way, that's the subject of I wrote a whole second book on simulated multiverse. Because the reason scientists like this multiverse idea is that mathematically you can figure out how the equations work in all these different worlds. Whereas with the first idea, which is Copenhagen interpretation, you have all the possibilities, and then suddenly you're down to one, and nobody can explain that mathematically. Nobody can say, how does this collapse occur? Like there's no little equation. And so that's why it's called the observer effect. Consider this is the act of observation. This is the act of measurement. Right? So all these physicists are getting it. Right? So they don't like Copenhagen interpretation because it seems to rely on consciousness or some kind of an observer. Right? Just kind of hate that. Right? They hate to talk about consciousness in real. We'll get into the whole religious aspects of the simulation in a little bit. So they're like, well, this one's nice because
mathematics of the multiverse. But the problem with the multiverse is that it's not what scientists like to call custom, which means that what's happening is there's a universe splitting up, like all the time. Every time there's a quantum, we're not really talking about big things like gaps, we're talking about little decisions that occur within a nanosecond. And so every time there's a decision, you're splitting off to use physical universe. So you think about, now we're talking exponential growth on steroids. Because it's just infinite. It just keeps going. And that's kind of a weird concept, that there would be so many physical universes to be created. And so what I came out of the subject is, well, guess what? Simulation hypothesis gives you a way to look at both of the framework that makes it make sense, right? And this is what people say with the problem again, is make it make sense, right? Because the cat should be allowed to get and so when you think of information and you do a simulation idea, the core of it is that the world is not physical. This table seems quite physical, right? But if you go and look inside, it's something like 90%. And then you go to the atom, and you look inside those, and it's mostly space, right? There's these electron clouds. It's mostly space. And the problem is, like these Russian dolls, they keep looking inside, they keep looking for this thing called physical matter. And they can't find it. It's not really there. They can go to a very small Russian dolls. And the only thing they can find is information. And so John Wheeler, who I talked about earlier, he plays an outside role in these Mayan simulation theory. He came up with a phrase, and his phrase was, it from it. So if there's something that's an it, physical object on this top or this table, that if you just keep looking down, you have a microscope, it just keeps going on. Because in the end, the only thing you find are particles. Well, what the heck are particles? He said, well, the only thing that particles really are is a series of answers to yes, no questions. So it's like there's a particle spin up, there's a spin down. It's got like very different polarities. So he said, in the end, the only thing you have are bits of information. That's a bit. Every single decision is a bit, yes or no, one or zero. That's like the fundamental computation. That's how video. And so he said, everything that's a bit is actually from bits of information. And there's a whole new kind of field within physics, which is called digital physics. So in the past, physics was about physical objects moving around. So digital physics is about information. What happens when information does it get destroyed in the black hole? Does it get created? So you have the conservation of momentum and conservation of energy. You have conservation of information. So it's in a different way of looking at the physical world. You look at it as a computation, rather than looking at it as physical objects moving around like in classical physics.
Right. The problem is that we do live in a physical world as far as we can tell. But then if you measure the actual things in the physical world, then it gets weird.
Exactly. This weirdness down at the bottom.
The very core of it all, like what is going on as far as we can measure.
Right. There's a limit. You can only measure up to the smallest unit, which is called like a quark.
But as we go deeper, we get less answers. And it gets more weird.
It gets more weird. And it starts to look less like the physical world exists, and more like a bunch of information that gets rendered as we observe the world.
Observe the world. Have you ever taken this back as far as you can and try to figure out what created this? Or what possibilities could have created this? Or was there ever a physical world?
Well, that's a good question. So where I ended up with this was how the world is rendered to be created. same time, you're rendering it on your and I'm rendering it on yours. Right? So the information is coming from each other. And then what happens is we render only the part that we can see. Only that view around the outline. So you can first get how that is. And always know but the only system to render what happens to it are the ones that my there's only one unit to render a nuclear are the graphics. They'll get tapped on the first. And so they get pulled out. So it's an optimization. Right? There's no way in the 1980s with the clouds going up, you had people taking videos of there's no way you can render like a full 3D game like you can play today. And so what happens is not only does computers get faster, but we learn optimization. So everything in computer science comes down to optimization. And physicists are happy to say, yeah, it's infinite, without really wondering what that means. But in computer science, you only have limited resources to it. And so you need to figure out how to achieve something with those limited resources. And so video game rendering, to me, is a case of optimizing so that it looks like there's a shared physical world, but there really isn't. Right, because it's being rendered on each of our computers. Right. And so, but the rule is only render that which you can see. Now, when I started to look at this weirdness, which is saying render only that which is observed or measured, depending on how you look at it. But even if you measure it, somebody's got to look at that measurement before you know it was actually measured. Right? So it's the same kind of thing. In my opinion, quantum mechanics it ends up being an optimization technique for rendering of the physical world from the information. So that's kind of one big implication of simulation theory that I think is very important. And actually, the idea of universal information is not that controversial. So just I was in London this summer over at Cambridge University, spending a little bit of time doing some AI research, and I ran into this Nobel Prize winner. And so we were talking simulation theory, of course. And I said, well, one of the key assumptions here is that the world is information. And he said, yeah, that's not physics at all. Like it might have been once upon a time. But then the second assumption that comes up in simulation theory is that the world is rendered like a video game and that the world is a hoax. It's some kind of a hoax, but it's not really right. That's the other assumption that physicists don't necessarily agree with, but that's the other part of simulation theory. What's the argument against simulation theory? Against
they disagree.
Well, they don't disagree necessarily that it doesn't physically exist. They just disagree that how is it that this thing that is information gets rendered? Right? It's like we're talking different languages, right? Even though quantum mechanics is telling us all this weird stuff, there's still, I think, also taking a classical mechanical view of the world, of physical objects. So, there's arguments that people make against the idea of the simulation. And the first is the same argument that there's a famous guy in Bishop Berkeley, the city of Berkeley is named after him. Berkeley, he was a bishop in the UK, and he came up with this idea of idealism. This philosophical idea that the world doesn't really exist, it's something in the mind. And there was this other guy, Johnson. So how you refute that? It's so wrong. That's how I refute it. See, it's physical. It's there. And so that's the first common sense way people try to refute it. Yeah. And of course, that's not what the physicists are saying. Physicists are the one telling you that the world really exists. It's just information. Space-time is constructed. How does that influence time? Right? So that's like one of the biggest issues. Another way that people try to push back on the idea of simulation theory is they say, well, it's not really falsifiable, right? So I can't design an experiment that proves we are not in a simulation. So this touches on the boundary issues of science. Like where does science end? And where does philosophy begin? Where does metaphysics begin? Where does religion begin? And those lines are actually fuzzier than you might think, right? Because there's been a debate for a long time now, for hundreds of years, about what is scientific and what isn't, right? And things like UFOs and paranormal phenomena and all this stuff, gets kind of pushed out beyond that. But so one definition that writing possibly looked at was that if it's not falsifiable, it's not scientific. It means you can't prove that it's false. The problem with that is there are lots of things that we can't prove that they're false. But we can find some evidence that these things actually happen, or that these things exist. Like a couple hundred years ago, there were stories of rocks falling from the sky, and all the scientists, like in Paris, said, "Oh, that's just a shotgun. That's just a bunch of peasants out of the countryside." We know there's no rocks falling from the sky. Why? Because we know there's no rocks in the sky. Our science tells us there's no rocks up there. So how the hell did they get rocks in the sky? So that's kind of not really a falsifiable thing. How can you prove there's no rocks in the sky? You really can't, but you can prove, and eventually they did, because they got, there was some huge meteor storm outside of Paris. Some guys went out to investigate, and there were thousands of witnesses that saw this. And then eventually, they looked at some of the artifacts, some of the physical evidence, and then eventually they changed their laws. And so I think it's the same thing with simulation theory. Even though you can't prove they're not in a simulation, because the simulation could be so good. Like the Matrix was pretty convincing at first. But the simulation can be so good that you can't necessarily tell. But at the same time, you can design experiments which might indicate to you that there's something going on like this video game rendering. And there are folks out there, trying to run experiments to try to show that this is really what's happening with quantum mechanics. Is that like a video game, this whole world is being rendered. Information being rendered just as
and the effect that consciousness has on this world. So consciousness is the thing that we're using to measure, or the thing that we're using to interact with whatever possibilities exist.
Right. So that in the RPG version, this is why I like to make the distinction between the RPG version and the NPC version. So in the RPG version, we are plugged in, right? Or with a virtual reality headset, or some technology yet. And so when you play a video game, it's not enough that the pictures are there, and you basically are watching that game, right? You're not playing. And when you're not watching, what happens? You just turn it off, or you turn off your computer, or what happens? Well, there's still the information going on the server, maybe other people are playing, right? But it doesn't even render it at that point. It's just the server keeping track of where everything is. So what we did when we played the video was send down information. And in fact, you can then turn around and do something very interesting. Like, if you're a level 30 player, right, and I'm a level 2 player, our avatars could be standing right next to each other. Like, one can see the dragon, one might not be able to see the dragon, because maybe we don't have that ability in the game, we're not at a high enough level. But the server logic is so consciousness then becomes the player in that model of simulation theory. And it renders the world for us. And it turns out that is very similar to what the world's religions identify. Not just one or two religions. Like when I wrote the simulation hypothesis, I gave it a subtitle of Why AI, Quantum Physics, and Eastern Mystics Agree with Nature. And I was thinking primarily of the Eastern mystics, Hindu and Buddhist traditions, and the yogis. And they talk about the term Maya. Most people probably heard that term, karma, all these different things, but Maya means illusion. That's how it gets translated. It's like an ancient Sanskrit word. And so these mystics are telling us that the world isn't really real. It's a kind of illusion. But if you really look at the definition of that word Maya, it means something more like a carefully crafted illusion. It's almost like if you go to a magic shop, you know the guy's not really sawing that woman in half, but you kind of agree to suspend your disbelief because that's what makes the whole thing fun. Watching a magic show or watching special effects, you know, Blade Runner 2049, the cars not really flying, those are just CGI. But we agree to that to a certain extent as we go into that world and we become immersed in that world. And so what mystics in the Eastern traditions have been telling us is that we agree to basically go into this illusory world in order to have these experiences. Sometimes people say, well, what's the purpose of simulation? And I say, well, why do you play video games? And why do you play video games? Fun is one. Two is to try to have experiences that you probably can't have outside of the game. Like even Grand Theft Auto, right? You're not going to go out there and do all that crazy stuff. Right? I'll give you 100. I can't fly on the dragon and kill orcs. As much as I might want to.
Especially with no real world consequences.
Right. With no real world. Exactly. So that's one of the reasons. But there are consequences with the game, right? And for the characters in the game, and for the NPCs that you're killing. Right? Those are all real consequences within the game. You look at it from outside. And so, like, the Eastern mystics have been telling us this, and turns out in the Judeo-Christian Islamic traditions, the Abrahamic religions, they've also been telling us this, that the world is Maya. They use metaphors. And so, all these religions came about a couple thousand years ago, so they had these metaphors that were understood by the people back then, right? And so they used the metaphor of the dream. Was a key metaphor. The world is like a dream. Or that the soul puts on the body like a set of clothes. And that when you die, you take off these clothes. And then you're back to the soul, whatever that is. Define what that is. In fact, they use the exact same metaphor like in Gita. They use this clothing metaphor, and then really who's become popular in the West. So it was an Islamic poet, but also mystic. He used the exact same phrase. Right? He said to put on the body, put like a series of clothes. And so they use that metaphor to try to describe something, which is the second part of the idea of the simulation hypothesis. The first idea was the world is information that was rendered, and the second part is the world is some kind of a hoax that we are part of for whatever reason. And so in the traditions, over time, they've tried to update these metaphors, and they've tried to use more technology to describe the metaphors. That's how we can, as modern people, we can understand it. So about 100 years ago, there was a guy named Swami Yogananda. He came over from India. He was like one of the first Indian yogi swamis to really live in the U.S. And he wrote a book called Autobiographies of Yogi. I don't know if you ever read it. Oh, you read it? Oh, really? Yeah, in the 60s, it was like the book, one of those books that everybody passed around. And Steve Jobs, was his favorite book. At his funeral, he gave everybody, or his memorial service, he gave everybody a little brown box. They went home and opened the box and they found a copy of Autobiography of Yogi in there. But so Yogananda came over about 100 years ago and he tried to update this old metaphor. And what was new technology back in the 20s? He said, the world is like a dream. You're playing the parts. The actors are playing the parts on the screen. And things are happening to them. But really, the actors aren't necessarily dying. It's the characters that are suffering, within the movie itself. And so he used that metaphor as a way to try to explain this ancient religious idea that's at the core of every single religion, which is that the world is not really real, and there's a real world beyond this world. And so he updated the metaphor in his movie projector. And if you've ever been involved in movie theaters, if you look away from the screen, you can kind of see the flickering of the light, right? And you can kind of see them so you're that they're not looking around, they don't know what's going on, and maybe having some popcorn or something. And so today, I think we need to update those metaphors right? Particularly for a younger generation who spent as much of their time in these like Fortnite or Roblox when they were younger as Avatar. If we use the metaphor of a massively multiplayer online game, and I think Yogananda, if you were alive today, in fact, my latest book, which I wrote after the simulation books, because it was the 75th anniversary of Anubhavi Yogi a couple of years ago. And HarperCollins India asked me to write this book about what can you learn from Anubhavi Yogi. There's all these weird stories in there of like, some guy materializing a palace in the Himalayas out of nowhere. Right? You've got levitating saints, you've got guys bilocating, disappearing, all kinds of crazy shit going on, right? And I said, well, you sure you want me to write this book? I'm an entrepreneur and a computer scientist. They said, yeah, because we want you to use your technology metaphors like the simulation hypothesis to explain this stuff. So if Yogananda were alive today, and I wrote this in my new book called Wisdom of Yogi, what he would say is, it's like a movie, but we're the actors, and we're also the audience. And we have a script, and we're kind of playing the script, but we can change the script if we want. What does that sound like? It sounds like a massively multiplayer online role-playing game. So I think that metaphor is a great way to try to explain this idea of the soul and the body within the religious traditions. That's the RPG version of the simulation.
And how do you go through life with this information? Does this information affect the way you feel about things on a day-to-day basis? Like, if you have these theories and you have this concept in your mind, like the true nature of the universe, of reality, how does that work with the physical carbon tissue? How do you deal with that?
Well, so the way that I like to think of it, and originally I was just kind of putting these
You
concepts.
seem very happy. Like this seems like something that would freak people out to the point where they would kind of get like so much existential angst, and it's so bizarre that it would be hard to just like be present. But you seem very present.
Right, because it gets back to how you think about it. If it's an NPC game, I would freak people out, right?
Right.
We're just NPC. This is like the materialist game, right? Which is running the computer on, you're here, you're going to shut off. Everybody's gone. But in the RPG version, it's a little bit different, right? So when you play a game, when I was a kid, I used to play Dungeons and Dragons when I was a teacher. And you have a character, and you like roll your dice and you say, well, you're going to be an elf, or I'm going to be human, and my occupation is a wizard or a barbarian, right? And then you roll the dice and you get all these like different attributes like charisma, intelligence, whatever they were. I can't remember all of them now, right? Dexterity, all of these things would help you in some way. And it's like you're choosing to play this game in this illustrated world, but I believe that this is similar to what happened to us when we come into this world in the RPG world, right? That we end up choosing a character with a set of talents, right? And a set of strengths and weaknesses, and more than that, a storyline, things that we might want to do. And we're free when we play the game. We're free to make different choices if we want in the game. But it's got kind of these challenges. What makes a video game interesting is fun. So there's a guy who's the founder of Atari. I don't know if you ever met him, Nolan Bushnell. But he was pretty much the grandfather of the video game industry. He created Pong back in the day and created Atari. And he said there was a rule for how to make a game interesting. He said, make it easy to play, but difficult to master. If it's not easy to play, people are going to go away. But if it's easy to master, then they play it for a long time. Right? But if you make it easy to play, but difficult to master, that keeps people playing the game. So I think if you take this view, you can view the whole world, your life, your story, as a series of quests and challenges, things that come up for you that you may or may not be able to, achieve the first time around. Because it's difficult enough, right? Some people have it easier they want to play the game where life's easy. Other people want to play the game where life is really tough. Like actors, when do they win Academy Awards? Tough roles. Exactly, tough roles. They're the ones that really suffer. Yeah. Right? And, some mystics would say that suffering is the nature of this world. That's why we're here, is to experience this. But even in the Western tradition, there's a similar idea. So I started to look at different traditions in Islam. In the Quran, there's like a whole series of verses, and they say, we have set up this world as a pastime, as a game, as a sport. This world of healing is a disturbed word that doesn't mean anything to conclusion, but it means like an enjoyable conclusion. Enjoyable in quotes, because it depends on what you enjoy, right? Sitting in and playing a really tough role. Maybe you enjoy it, but that's not fun for the character to go through all that crap that they go through. And so I think we can view the world as a series of custom challenges. Now, the next question is, well, what's the nature of the game? I don't believe the game is going to have that's not the game. So I think we can turn to people that die. I don't know if you had any on your show. But there's a guy named Daniel Brinkley who wrote a book called Saved by the Lights. Back in the 90s, he got struck by lightning. And this is how I first heard about this thing, which is called the life of a lot of near-death experiencers, they report these series of stages of things that happen to them before they know their body. They go through eternal life. The most important part for me in these stories, and you have like thousands of people, right? You go on YouTube and listen to it, and you hear death experiencers. But again, you call this the life of what's he called a holographic panoramic view of your life. And what that means, and other near-death experiencers reported this, it's about 20% of it, that you go through every single moment you ever live. In like a virtual reality, three-dimensional panorama, but you see it from the point of view of everybody else, right? So if you were mean to someone, if you stabbed someone, well, in Yanning's case, he was in special forces. He had to kill people. He had to spend his life to take a bullet, and then more than that, experience what happened after that guy died. His wife died, his wife and children were suffering. So it's like you're reviewing, like after a football game, right? You might sit there and review on the screen what happened. Except this screen is like, fully immersive. That's VR you get. It's like you're revisiting. So a couple years ago, I was involved with a startup in Silicon Valley, and we took a game like League of Legends, as popular as it was, sports game. And you got all these guys on the field, but pretty much you play on a 2D screen. So we made it so you could replay the game, but you would put on a virtual reality headset, and it would seem like you were on the field in League of Legends, and you could replay from any point of view. Same with Counter-Strike Global Offensive, just one that I was thinking of, because in that game it's a first-person shooter, so it was shooting. And so literally you could go back and replay that game from the point of view of the person who shot. Right? And so when I was experiencing this, it was reminding me of all these near-death experiences and telling us about this life. And as an engineer and a scientist, my question is always, well, how does that work? I mean, if you could replay every single moment in your life, even the moments when you weren't there, including like what happened to this guy's wife and what happened to their children, somebody has to record that. Because how are you going to replay it? There's nothing to record. So perhaps this whole game is being recorded, just like we do. In fact, on YouTube, the most popular content other than your living experiences. So it's video. I remember my nephew, when he was like 3 years old, before he was in school, he would say to his father and my brother, I want to watch Star Wars. You want to watch the movie? No, I want to watch that man and that woman play the Star Wars game on YouTube. Right? It was like you were watching them play a recording of the video game on YouTube. And so his life review of it, which is at the crux of near death experience, I think gives us a clue, an interesting clue, which ties back to your question to me. How you look at this stuff. And I say, well, what if all of this is going to record and you make choices and you're going to have to review it? Have to.
Like the concept of one shot.
Exactly.
St. Peter reviews your life.
That's right. So the Christian traditions of St. Peter is the book of life, which theoretically, depending on who you ask, the recording angel has written down whether you get into heaven or not. Yeah, reviewing your life. Well, it turns out the Islamic traditions, they get much more explicit about what that is. They call it the scroll of Jesus. Of course, remember, 2,000 years ago, they had to call it something people would understand. The scroll of Jesus, there's two angels. And you've probably seen like in the animated movies, stuff like that, the angel and the devil. That comes out of this tradition, right? And so there's these two angels, they're called the Kiram and Jathan, and they're sitting down and writing down. One's writing down all your good deeds, and one's writing down all your bad deeds. And what it says in the tradition, and when I delve into different traditions, it's not so much to say, okay, this religion is right now, isn't, but to say what's in common across all of them. Because that part is probably right. If these guys are coming to that independence, all the other stuff, maybe, I won't criticize the other stuff, that's up to you. But that stuff is probably at the core of this thing called life. And so what it says in one tradition is your books will be laid open for you after you die. And you don't know either. So we think of Judgment Day, we think of other stuff. But what it's actually saying, now that's a metaphor. It doesn't mean there's like angels with a feather hand writing down what in Chinese, this is what happened this day or whatever. The only thing that makes sense is it's basically just record the entire thing scene and you would play it back for yourself, which is exactly what that experience described that they're talking about life with you. It's like this, they're sitting there, there's a screen, and then suddenly they get pulled into the screen and they replay all of this stuff. And there's usually an angel, or they might call him God, or they might say Jesus, or they might say it's a being of light. Different experiences for different things. But they say that guy doesn't judge you. You're looking at it saying, oh, I was going to try to be better social to my wife this time, and I wasn't. And they tell us that the moments that matter are the small moments that that's the thing you're most proud of. Treat that person in grade school, they all make fun of her, and should have been her friend. And those are the things that go on. So if that's the game, I always think what's the objective of the game? And then I think that gives us a very different perspective and a way to think about it. So that's one big answer for me. The other is financial difficulties, health difficulties, and this can seem pretty tough, but if we just think of them as a crest of a difficulty level, right, that's higher, and we might have to get through, there might be some purpose to them, and that ties to the idea of karma, particularly in the Eastern traditions, right, where if you think of karma as most people think of karma as, hey, you shot me, I'm going to shoot you in this life. That's a very simplistic view of karma. What karma is actually is about your thoughts, your desires, and your actions, which then create situations in the future, whether in this life or the future life. So, of course, in Eastern traditions, we have the reincarnation idea, which you don't necessarily have to but that karma is about basically a list of information that follows you around from life to life. So you might have a different body, but that information is still there. Where does it live? I like to say it's in the cloud, right? That's where we store all our information.
Yeah.
It's in the database.
Which is also bizarre. It's not
Yeah, it's not really
why is that so ridiculous? That term,
that was such a stupid term. It's kind of the first time I heard it. I was scratching my head. What does that even mean?
It's such a stupid way to describe something that's really complex and you can actually trace where it is.
Right, exactly. And so I like to think of it as the reason we call it the cloud is because you don't know exactly where the server is. And it could be one of a million servers. And Amazon has a huge warehouse, which is AWS. That's how it's servers. So you don't, in the past, I used to do software before this. You would set up your own servers, or you had your own data center, and everything. You would say, this is how many 386 is. Now it's like, it's just out there somewhere, right? I don't know where the heck it is. And so I like to use the cloud as, in a video game, we have the render world, right? So watching a video game, you can see the greenery and everything. But you also got all that other information there, right?
Right.
Like you got the HUD, and the display, you got your inventory, you got your levels, you got all this stuff, you got your list of quests. And so where's that information? It's not in the physical world.
Right.
But it's there somewhere, it's on a server somewhere.
Right.
And so I like to think of Karma as a kind of database of quests or achievements or experiences that we still need to have. And what happens is the database just keeps getting bigger and bigger as we create more desires and situations and actions and things that we do with people. And then sometimes you have karma results. There's the whole deal where you meet somebody, you feel like you've known them for a while. You're irresistibly drawn to someone and you don't know why. And so, within certain traditions, they view that as perhaps when you were planning with someone, I think of it as like a raid or a guild in a video game. Right? You say, okay, here's some other people who are going to do this together later on. Sometimes while we're playing the game, we're going to have this particular experience of being business partners or lovers or enemies or whatever the case, whatever the situation is. But this idea that these experiences could be there for a reason. When we have tough experiences, because I think something that can be comforting. I know it was for me when I went through certain health crises. That we are here to experience some of these things. And so if you look at karma more deeply, there's a story from Autobiography of Yogi that sounds unbelievable to people that I think is worth maybe just telling the story, because people read that book when they say, did this guy just make this shit up? Right? Did this stuff really happen? Or is this from the early 90s? So there's a story of this guy named Babaji who's lived for hundreds of years in the Himalayas, and he's still there. So that's pretty weird to begin with. But there's a story of women on this news about Lahiri, who went up into the mountains and meets this Babaji. And Babaji says, Lahiri, you have found me. Finally, I summoned you to me. I've been watching you your whole life, and now I'm going to reinitiate you. Don't you remember? You used to sit in this cave, and you used to meditate with me. Where's your blanket? I don't remember any of this stuff. I was like 30 years old. I just called position. And he said, well, we need to initiate you with yoga technique. And so he initiates him, and he starts to remember all this stuff. And then he says, okay, we're going to initiate you over there. And but here he looks, and there's this golden palace that came out of nowhere, right in the middle of the place. And he says, we're going to initiate you in this palace. So Yogananda is talking about how the dream nature of the world and how you used to manipulate it. But then, here he says, well, one, how did you create this out of nothing? But two, why this golden palace? And so this kind of immortal figure in the story says, well, in a previous life, you expressed an interest, a real strong desire to live in a palace in the future life. And so I've created this dream palace for you, not really real, but you're seeing it, in order to resolve that karma, so that you don't have to go live a whole life in the palace. So that karma is done. Take that off the database. So I use that to kind of show that sometimes we put things into the database of karma based upon our strong desires, and that becomes part of our script of life. Like, how did I know I wanted to become people? Right? Why do some people want to become podcasters? It's like we have these things inside of us that sometimes feel they're like something we're just drawn to. Yeah. It's just something we're drawn to do now. Not to buy what it's up there and tell hours and spends 10,000 hours doing something. My question is more, what drives somebody to spend 10,000 hours doing this? Versus that. Right. My friends are watching and they spend 10,000 hours climbing rocks. I don't have any desire to spend 10,000 hours. But I probably spent 10,000 hours programming. It was just something I was naturally drawn to and good at, right? And I feel like these are part of the quests or achievements that we have in life.
And I think the most interesting people that I've ever met have gone through life. Rarely do I find interesting people that haven't experienced something difficult.
Yeah, and in fact, it was partly for me going through some difficulty that got me to write this book. Because I've been thinking about it for years. So I ended up, I was kind of at the height of my entrepreneurial career, had started a video game company, the Japanese company. I was at MIT running a startup program called Playlabs for video game companies. And then I ended up having heart issues. And I ended up having to get injured. If anybody's seen that, it's pretty much the biggest cut. One of the biggest cuts you can make. And they kept saying, oh yeah, a few months, it'll be fine. And what happened was after the heart surgery, I couldn't do anything for a while. I had this long recovery. It was probably the most difficult period in my life. And during that time, I would start to get better, and I would jump back into business world, back into Silicon Valley. I was going to raise this big VC fund, do all this stuff, and my health would deteriorate.
Pressure, stress.
You know, it's a good question. Right?
Just the amount of energy that you need to do this thing. If your body didn't use that energy to recover.
It could be that, right? But what I found was that I did have enough energy. Every time I tried to do that, I ended up back in the hospital for another procedure. It's no fun having heart procedures, let me tell you.
Fuck.
But when I did have enough energy to do this other thing that I've been wanting to do my whole life, which was to write my books. And so I had just enough energy to go to Starbucks and write for an hour or two on the simulation hypothesis, which for me was a way to bring together all the threads of my life. I'm a computer scientist, a video game designer. I spent a lot of time doing different mystical traditions, shamanic stuff, without drugs, more of the shamanic journey. So I spent time with people who would investigate UFOs, religious people, and academics who were complete materialists and a lot of AI stuff. And it was a way to bring this all together. And suddenly I found I had more energy than I did. Right? Every time I tried to do something else, my health would start to deteriorate. And so eventually I got the message for the next couple of years. I just focused on driving.
God dang it.
I feel like it was part of my life. If you'd asked me in high school, what are you going to do with your life? I would have said, I'm going to be a computer programmer, an entrepreneur, start a company, and become a writer. Right? But I always thought I was going to become a writer in my 20s. When this happened, I was already 40 already. I was still in Silicon Valley, right? Still playing the game, trying to build the next $1 million company. Everybody tries to the next unicorn. They call it. And it was I just mentioned that there was another part of my story that I was like I had written some books, but it was like a hobby. I was doing it on the side. And then when I focused on it, suddenly it was like I got the message pretty clearly during that time. This sort of mystical experience. I was going in and out of consciousness while I was recovering. And I would just get the message. You're supposed to be writing. You're supposed to be writing. What the heck are you doing? Still out there trying to make money. That wasn't what we agreed to. This is what you were supposed to do. Right? And when I did that, it was just full and much more. We were quite successful and I was able to write another book. And then as my health recovered, I realized there was another thing that I always wanted to do, which was professor in academia. And that's kind of what I'm doing now. So I went back for a PhD after many years, and now I'm teaching classes and simulation hypothesis. So it was like these things that I kind of wanted to do before and I never got to, but they were optional parts of who I was. And we still have the ability to make choices. But sometimes a quest hits us, or a situation hits us with a lot of difficulty. And maybe there's a bigger purpose to that. Or maybe it has something to do with how we set up our character from the game and the choices that we're making. And so now we're getting into like the personal philosophy side of simulation, which I think is quite valid. That's probably the second, probably the biggest questions that you'll ask are we in a simulation? What's the percentage? And then what would it matter if we're in a simulation or not? And I think it can be a positive experience. And for I think people who go into the modern world with modern technology, it gives us a way to say, you know what, maybe what all those religions were saying wasn't bullshit. It wasn't just stories that people made up, but they just didn't have the language to express something that a lot of people look at the experiences, they use the word ineffable, which means unable to be comfortable. And so they can't really tell you what's out there, but they use metaphors to try to describe it. And so I think whether you view simulation theory as a hardcore physics or you view it as a metaphor for what this world is all about and how we go through our lives, I think there's value in both of those angles. And the metaphor side is what I think, actually for me personally, that was your question. How does this change the way that I view the world? It actually has changed the way that I view the world. So that when I go through difficult situations, I kind of step back. They don't bother me as much. I mean, they still bother me physically, but they bother me in other ways.
So you view them as challenges in this thing that you're doing. So instead of woe is me, oh my God, how is this happening to me, which is the way a lot of people interface with problems, you go, okay, this is the challenge. How do I overcome this challenge and what feels like the thing to do?
Right. Why this challenge?
Right. Why this challenge?
If there's a part of me that's outside watching this, right? Like me when I was asleep or whenever. Why would it choose this particular challenge?
Right.
At this point, what is it that it's meant to impact? And what is it that I need to learn? But yeah, I view it as a challenge rather than, this is just a bad thing that's happened.
And that seems like the right way to play the game. If it's
yeah, not only does it seem like the right way, I think that is part of the purpose, right? So get back to the idea of Maya. So it's like we are agreeing to forget, right? But the Greeks talked about the river of forgetfulness. That's one of the 5 rivers in hell. When you incarnate, they talked about this. You cross the river and you forget everything outside of this physical world. And in the Chinese traditions, you have the same thing. You have men-po. The goddess of forgetfulness. And she brews the tea of forgetfulness. And you drink it and you forget what was going on before. And so, getting back to this idea of everything being an illusion, you kind of agree to forget. In my view, and I think within this way of viewing the world as a video game, in order to enjoy in quotes, because that doesn't necessarily mean it's all fun and games. Right. It's the experience is a better word. Right. Is to experience these things in life in a way that we forget. But it's okay sometimes, I think, to step out and maybe we remember a little bit of the story, or we recognize something. Right? There was a hypnotherapist who wrote a book called Journey of Souls. Dr. Michael Newton. I don't know if you ever heard of it. No. So he would, he started with regression hypnosis, taking people back to their childhood. And every now and then, they ended up somewhere before their childhood, meaning before they were born. Right? And so he had a bunch of patients, and he started to do this more and more. And they all kind of described a similar type of thing, where they existed before they were born. So these are sometimes called pre-birth. And they talked about this time when they were choosing what kind of a life they were going to have. And they would see on a screen, like a screen, again, metaphors, like, timelines, and say, at this point, if you choose, you choose to go to Austin or stay in Los Angeles or whatever, that takes you on this path, this takes you on that path. And you see, like, this graph of possibilities out there for your life. And then some of them describe having friends, like the friends list in the game. And that they would say, okay, this is how you're going to recognize me in the game. Because I'm going to have on this avatar. I'm using the term avatar. I talk about video games, they didn't necessarily use that much. Because this is how you're going to recognize me. The first time you encounter me, I'm going to be on a red bicycle or something. In childhood, or I'm going to be wearing this dress at this, at this dance or whatever. So they have these little
What in the fuck?
for how they would recognize some of the people that they
God
really
damn it.
have certain quests, certain experiences or achievements within the game, quests, if you will, which is a little bit different than the kind of quest as the difficult experience we're talking about. And so I think we can take that as an interesting way, again, another metaphor for how we think about life. Is that we've had some of these things laid out for us, but we're still free to make our choices our own way. And I think that gives us a richer experience
You see 120 on the bench.
If
you see 120 like this,
well, that's certainly the most beneficial way to interact with it. To think of this whole thing as a game, and think of this whole game as like, this game will give you clues as to how to play it, and you'll have experiences that you can engage with, and you can say that you're enjoying them, or you're getting pleasure out of that, or you're getting excitement out of that, or you're getting some sort of fulfillment out of that. But you still have to, so you're here.
Right, you're here. One way.
What are you going to do?
One way or the other.
How are you going to deal with it? Like, what's the beneficial way to go through this where you feel harmonious? Like, I know if I feel like I'm wasting time or I'm doing nothing, I have this like feeling, like, it's a terrible feeling. Versus if I work and I get things done, at the end, I'm like, feel good. Yeah, like, okay, like the universe, the game is telling me, you're on it. That's the way to do it.
Right, and I think that's the key is we all get different messages for when we're on the right path.
Yeah.
And when we're not. And I think we sometimes sense that, right? Sometimes things just kind of flow easily.
Yeah.
They don't necessarily. But yeah, I agree. I think viewing the game in that way, based on your own signals in your brain and your body, and your intuition, right? And there's different ways to think about that. Like some people have suggested, some physicists have suggested that there are these possible futures, and that they are sending back information from the future to the present. Right? Because time doesn't really exist the same way. Again, when you get back into quantum mechanics, but like there's a guy named Alan Wolf, who was a Berkeley physicist in that book, How the Hippies Save Physics. That book, it's an interesting book about how people in quantum mechanics stop thinking about what the heck does this mean, because it's too complicated back in the 60s. And in the 70s, and hippie physicists, all PhD physicists,
There's my boy.
they used to have this group and talk about what does this all mean? One of the
Yes,
guys
I know that. I know that.
Another, I think, was Gary Zukaroff. A bunch of these guys ended up looking at what does this all mean as opposed to just calculating, which is what physicists do. But so one of these guys talks about these futures are sending us information, and sometimes what we get are like saying that, this is a possibility, maybe I should choose this or that.
Oh shit!
The futures are sending back these messages.
You say oh shit?
And I think of that as
You say you a gangster, but you never happen to.
It might be running to move forward as a simulation to try to see what might happen.
Yo,
And then come back
where you from, dog?
based on
Ain't nobody knows.
this
Ain't
idea.
nobody cares, son.
Some guys who were talking about dreams as a sort of way to simulate like
No
weird
fucking way. I just randomly looked over and saw that light. Crazy shit, dog.
When you start to think about the world of simulation, again, you can simulate
This rabbi is everywhere.
what might happen if you did X, what might happen if you do Y. Kind of like, you watch the Lord of the Rings. If you look at what what they did was before Peter Jackson, what they did was before they actually filmed the scene, they would create a pre-visualization using like crude graphics and stuff. And you can see they played out what it might look like before they got around and did the action. It's so expensive to shoot a particular scene. So they would do this pre-visualization. So perhaps there's a part of us that's watching the game that's doing this pre-visualization, and they're sending us clues about what might happen if we do X, or what might happen, if we do Y. And so that takes us even back to what I was talking about earlier with that Philip K. Dick, right? And his idea that the universe, what happens is we actually go and change variables and we run it, and we might have the sense that we're running the same, we're saying the same things, but something could be different. Usually something is different when you run the simulation. And that's what got me into a whole other rabbit hole, which I covered in my second book, which is the Mandela effect. You've heard about the Mandela effect.
I have, but I don't necessarily totally understand that.
Yeah, well, I kind of dismissed the whole thing earlier, and the Mandela effect is when a small group of people remember something happening differently than what is the majority consensus opinion.
And it's about Mandela being dead, right?
Well, that was the first thing that kind of kicked off this broader actually coined the term. Her name was Fiona Broom. Some people remember Nelson Mandela dying in prison. Of course, he didn't die. You can look it up, right? He got out of prison, he was South Africa, won the Nobel Peace Prize, he died. But people who remember this, they remember it as like a whole bunch of specific commands, right? Oh, God. And so what happened was, that was one Mandela effect. And then there started to be all these other things that people remember that were different. Some of these were relatively minor things like the spelling of food. That's the most thing, right? Everybody sat here. We can see it there, right? If you ask people, most people remember it as the Baron Steve Bears. Right. But when you look at it, it's actually the Baron Stain Bears. Okay, it's a relatively small change, but it's one that comes out really like confusing. Then there's the meetings, like in Star Wars, did he say, I am your father? And then there were entire episodes of Star Trek where, like, the Trekkies in the audience remember this episode, and they're talking to the cast members of the original Star Trek, and the cast members are like, we never shot this episode, what are you talking about? No, we saw it. In the episode. And then you got like the whole Sinbad thing, which was a movie that he supposedly made called, was it Kazam or Shazam? It was called Kazam, but there was actually a movie with Shaq called Shazam. Anyway, there's a whole bunch of these movie-related ones, right? And there's a bunch of these logos, like the Bears, Bears. But the more interesting one is I think like you remember Tiananmen Square? What happened to that guy in front of the tank?
He stood in front of the tank and they released him, right? Didn't run him over.
Right, that's what I remember too. But there's a group of people who remember the tank running him over instead of the bloodiest thing they ever saw. Like this vivid memory. Or like the Reverend Billy Graham, who died, but there are these evangelical Christians who say that my parents followed this guy and they got a magazine with him on the cover saying he died many years earlier than he actually died. Right? And they remember it vividly. So those events start to become interesting. But the ones that I find really interesting are the ones where interesting everything, scripture. So people take the scripture pretty seriously. Like, you know, the line in Isaiah about the lion and the lamb.
I don't remember it.
Yeah, but you remember there was a line, right, about the lion and the lamb. Well, it turns out there isn't. Right? It has something with the wolf and a lion with a lamb or something like that. And what's weird is that people have like, you know, with a picture of a lion and a lamb.
But it's not even in the scripture.
It's not in the scripture, right? And so, and I thought, okay, well, maybe it's a translation thing, you know, maybe one version of the King James Bible has it. And people are like, no, I have my same physical copy from when I was a kid, and I memorized this, you know, and so, and there's there are websites that track these different things that maybe have changed.
And what do you think these things are?
Well, so I started to wonder, you know, did this happen in other scriptures? You know, is it only in like, the Bible that this is going on? And so I started looking around at Islam, the Quran, because they memorized the Quran word for word. The first thing you have to do is like be able to say the whole one. And I was wondering why did you memorize it? It seems kind of stupid nowadays. You can just look it up. So I found this one Sufi imam online who was talking about this. And he said that in the Islamic tradition, in the Middle East, there are these beings where they're allowed to go back in time and change their physical, but they're not allowed to change your memory. And these beings are called the jinn. The genie is singular for jinn. But that the jinn don't exist in space and time in the same way that we exist in time. And so the reason that they still memorize it word for word, I don't know if this is something in the full but this is his explanation, is that because the jinn are allowed to change physical objects, but they're not allowed to change his memory, that's why it's memorized word for word, so that nobody can mess, you know, with the scripture. And so I find that really fascinating. But there are other physical objects, like the thinker. Okay, you know the thinker.
The statue.
Yeah, the statue. Okay, so where is the guy's hand?
Isn't he like Boris under his chin?
Yeah, it's kind of under his chin, like this, right?
Yeah.
People don't get that out, right? Right, but there it is, right? And so there are several bronze casts for this. There was one at Stanford that I went to look at this week. But what you find is there's a bunch of people with their hand at the top of their foot, right? Standing next to a statue. And okay, you might think there's a bunch of crazy tourists who are just doing it for fun, but it's really weird. So there's actually a picture that I found from the London unveiling of Rodin, the thinker, which was George Bernard Shaw, G.B. Shaw, in the pose of the thinker. Let's see if we can find this picture. Right, so this was just the night before this was being rolled out to the public in London for the first time. I forget what year, about 1902 or something. Okay, so there's G.B. Shaw. This is like a famous picture in the pose of the thinker. Where is his hand? On his forehead. And he was probably standing right next to it. You know, where the statue is in there. And so you have to start to wonder, like, why did people do that?
His hands are in a position too.
Yeah, it's interesting, right?
Yeah, his hands on his left knee, it goes like his hand all the way across to the other side.
Yeah, exactly.
It's different hands that he's got on his head as well.
Right, and if you read, like,
Left hand versus right hand.
right, and so there's like,
Oh, son of a bitch.
there's hand under the chin.
Well, maybe these images are reversed, because I'm seeing some with the right hand on his chin. So that one down there, Jamie, the one below that, yeah, the right hand's on the chin. So there's different versions of the thinker.
Right. So then maybe let's go back to the one that I saw was the one at Stanford.
Okay. But in these poses, in the statues, the hand is always on the chin, but in the images where people are imitating it, the hand is on the head.
The hand is on the head. And you find references choose either it being fist under the chin or slightly under the chin, which is what it is now, right? It's kind of very light, or on the foot. And so now I'm not necessarily saying that all of this stuff happens. Like I just missed a lot of this in this faulty memory, and that's the currently accepted explanation for the Mandela effect. Well, a bunch of people are wrong, right? But what you find is that the more significant that something happens to you, the less likely you are to get it wrong, right? So if you're Jewish and you asked your parents, why are these bears Jewish? Right? And your parents didn't say, oh, it's not really Bernstein, it's Bernstein, right? That's proximity to that subject, right? There was a blogger online, I forget her name now. She was a journalism student in Chicago. And she said she went to South Africa to interview Nelson Mandela in prison and was told that he was too ill. So she literally came back and she started with EPR. And then she says, well, I remember him dying shortly after. No, if you just went to South Africa to interview Nelson Mandela and then you remember him dying, that's proximity and significance. You're less likely to get it wrong than just a random guy. Right. Or if you're heavy duty Christian, you're more likely to memorize certain passages, from the Bible. Right. So again, I just missed it, and then what happened was after I had written the simulation hypothesis about this idea that the whole world is computation, a friend of mine from MIT, working at Google, came in and said, hey, have you heard of the Mandela effect? Yeah, I heard about it, but a bunch of people remember different stuff. Right. He goes, well, the simulation, I thought this was one of the best explanations for the world of simulation. Now, I was surprised for two reasons. One, most guys who work at MIT or Google, they tend to be very left-brain, right? So the Mandela effect is not something that they generally pay attention to, or UFO, or stuff. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that if you're running a simulation and you go back and you change some variables and you run the simulation, lots of little things can happen along the way. And if you think of all the Mandela effects, and I like to use the Mandela effect as a way of illustrating this idea that a simulation can run well with the context, right? But you believe this actually happens, up to you. But if let's say the thinker has three different possibilities, then you got, let's say, the Bernstein variable. Let's say you have Curious George. Does he have a tail? Does he not have a tail? Right? That's actually a good one. I don't remember which one it is. But if you look it up, I don't think it's a tail. You don't think so? No. Let's see if we can bring it up. All monkeys have tails. Curious George is a monkey, right? Yeah.
Right, like all apes are monkeys, but not all monkeys are apes.
Right, that's more of a superset.
Right.
Right. But Curious George is a particular drawing.
Yeah.
Curious George does he have a tail? Let's see.
Yep.
He does have a tail.
He's got a tail. Wow.
He does. Never had a George. He never had a tail. So I think the way you remember it, which is without the tail, is the current consensus reality view of what it is. But so let's go back to my point about these different possibilities, right? Okay. So imagine each of these is different possibilities. You got like 50 of these effects, or 100 of these effects. Now you basically have this huge graph, right? In this one, you don't see it like this, but here's George had a tail. In this one, you didn't. What you have is this network graph of possibilities, right? You have many different possible paths.
The glitches in the matrix.
Exactly. So now you're sitting on this idea that maybe the glitches in the matrix, that something weird has happened. But it could also be that we have switched. Right? You're now in this timeline, you remember. You have like a deja vu, or you have like a weird memory.
Right. So even though you can Google, no, I was wrong about Mandela, in your mind, in your memory, you're like, no.
Right. Or,
I know he's right because I remember it. I remember being sad. I remember the news stories.
Right.
I remember talking about it with friends.
Right. People get that specific with their memories. And so I think it becomes harder to just dismiss some of these, all of the free names for races you probably
Right. There's some faulty memory.
Yeah, there's some faulty memory going on here, but at the same time, some weirdness. It's not just a movie line. It's like entire movies that have had on VHS. Like let's look at the one, the Sinbad one. Right? So supposedly there was this movie called Sinbad.
Sinbad the comedian.
Yeah, the comedian. Like in the 90s. But people remember having, with their VHS tapes. And they were sitting there and they were rewinding it. They were talking about specific scenes from it, right? And Sinbad was like, of course, I've never made that movie. I think it was called Shazam. Yeah, that's right. So it's called Shazam was the one that people remember. But Shazam was the actual movie with Shaq in the 90s. So most people say, that was the real movie, right? And get all Shazam, right? And get all these people remember Sinbad.
They were in this, they made a joke on April Fool's Day that they made like a fake movie where it looked like that was real. So people stole like snap back up and it was real. So they kind of confused this Mandela effect.
It did. In fact, Sinbad shot a scene just for the hell of it. Because he said people say that in the movie that was never in, right? So he shot a scene and put it up on YouTube. Isn't that strange? Okay, but again, whether you believe this or not, what simulation idea, as far back in the rabbit hole, is this idea that you can run something multiple times. And when you do, you may be remembering a previous run of the simulation, right? So, there might have been a run where, let's say, you never went to hospital, and maybe you remember something from it, but it brings up the possibility of something we're seeing in the adjustment for Matt Damon and Emily Blunt. So that was also based on right? So Philip K. Dick keeps coming up in these discussions. Ping pong for some reason always keeps coming up in these discussions, but so he wrote a story called The Adjustment Tree. And in that story, there are these guys who are kind of there adjusting things while you're not looking. And that made it into the movie. They kind of look like angels in the movie, but they had like these little books that showed what was going on and things were off track. And it was like try to get them back on track. So the movie was, the adaptation had exactly the same storyline. But so Tessa, his wife told me, this came from when he went in the bathroom and he tried to hold the light. There's chain lights back a lot in the 60s and 70s, somewhere near LA, I think. Fullerton or somewhere around there, I forget where. And he's like, well, this has been a light switch. Like he went and knew it was a chain because he'd done it hundreds of times, but it was a light switch. So if you change something, did somebody change from the chain to the light switch? But nobody had changed it, so he couldn't figure out what was going on. And so he kind of theorized this whole idea that they're as we run different versions of the simulation. Little things end up changing. Remember things different. So anyway, where that brings us is right back to that complicated physics experiment that I was talking about an hour ago now, so, which was the delayed choice experiment. Remember I said there was a quasar sending light to us, a billion light years, and a million light years away there was a black hole, and the decision about whether to go left or right should have been made in the past, should have been made a million years ago. But the weirdness becomes as long as that decision is made now, when you measure it. Until then, both possibilities actually exist. So most people can understand the multiverse idea as being something that starts here and spreads out. I go to college in Boston, I go to college in San Francisco. Those are like two different storylines. I married this person and I married this other person. Right? So those are multiple possible futures. That's pretty easy to grasp the idea of, you don't believe the future out there, you say human choices end up in different places. But the weird thing that is really hard to get such a mind around is, what if there are multiple possible? What if there was a path where light went left? What if there was a path where light went right? Or what if there's a path where didn't kill the dinosaurs there's a past what if there's a past where the guy in Tiananmen Square got run over by the tank? And what if there's a past where the guy didn't get run over by the tank? And so what the cosmic delayed choice experiment tells us, and they've tried to do this, and they do it using double slits, but they suck like some light through like one of these two slits to a satellite that was like 1,000 miles away or something. I forget exactly how miles, but it takes like whatever a fraction of a second to get there. But there's some appreciable time between when it has to go through the slits and when it reaches the satellite that it can measure. And it turns out that it confirmed what Wheeler was talking about in the research experiment, that choice of whether to go through the slit or left or right wasn't actually made until the satellite measured that. So what it meant was that there were two possible paths. Now that's a very short period of time we're talking about here. Less than a second. But in the case of the cosmic pictures, we're talking about 1 million years ago. A decision would have had to be made 1 million years ago whether to go left or right. Because that's what we think of as the past. But the delayed choice experiment is telling us is that doesn't actually happen until now. So what if these Mandela effects are going right back to your very first question, one of your first questions, which is how do I know this is what happened in the past?
So in some possible world, it's burning stain bears. And in some possible world, it's burning steam bears. And this minor deviation sort of gets confusing in today's world with some people. Because some people have this memory of a different reality. Right. And it seems very, very real to them and they're confused. Like the light switch.
Right, exactly. It takes us right back to both the physics idea that the past is not what we think it is. Right, and there was a guy at Schrodinger, again, he actually made an obscure speech in 1940, where he said, not only are we choosing which slit, the double slit experiment goes through now, let's say Schrodinger's cat is alive or dead. But we're choosing from one of several simultaneous history when we make that observation. Right? So that means there's a whole history where the cat came in from the front yard versus the backyard, and before that, the cat belonged to somebody else. And, like there's a whole history that goes with the choices that are made. And so this is not a very well understood aspect of the weirdness of quantum mechanics. But I think it gets to this idea that maybe there's multiple possible paths and that we choose them as we want. Now, if you think of this as a simulated reality, then it becomes a little more understandable. So I said the main argument people have in the multiverse idea is that the physicists, for some physicists like the Copenhagen interpretation, it's called, the music before it came out in Copenhagen, and other folks, that there's a probability wave and it collapses into a line. I don't know how it works. Some physicists like this multiverse idea because they're like, we know how the mathematics work, but the problem is it ends up in all these physical universes. Now, I've never seen a planet throw itself right now, but enclosing to me how this happens at a very small level and then it grows, right? You need to clone a sheep. You still have to look below the sheep to clone a tree. But if it's a simulated reality, then both of these things actually make more sense. Because on the one hand, you only render that which you're seeing as a player. On the other hand, what we're calling multiple, universes are just different realms of simulation. And so in computer science, we're always dealing with limitations. So we don't just run an infinite number of but like if you're playing a game and the AI is trying to figure out what's going to happen, try this scenario, then try that scenario, then try that scenario, and pick the best scenario. And so in that case, you cut off the other timeline and you go fast forward, and from there you simulate different things and figure out which one you might want to do. So you've got a method information. But you don't have to have an infinite number of physical universes per se, because when you say this is a universe, all of the universes currently are running this program. You could have run another program for a little while. Say you shut that down and you can run this program. Right? We could even run them like today's so you can run a whole bunch of things. And that's what gets to the idea of a quantum computer. What the heck is that quantum computer doing? That it can explore all the million possibilities and come back to us within a few seconds. Yeah, well, what does a few seconds mean? A few seconds in our reality, the program stops. Like if people are watching this on YouTube, they have a window, but they might have Microsoft Word running, they might have a spreadsheet, they might have Instagram in the window. What's happening is this process is in the foreground while they're watching YouTube, and then all these other processes are running. Right? And so when the process runs, it just knows I'm going to the next step, and then the next step. It doesn't necessarily know how many seconds it has. So what the CPU does is it stops executing this window, and it runs the background program. And then it comes back and it runs this one for a while. So technically speaking, you're not really parallel, but you don't know it because it just appears like they're all running at the same time. Right? But if you're inside one program, that program could have been called. You could have run any number of programs or processes inside, and then it starts running you again, and you think no time has passed.
I could imagine how you would experience paralysis by analysis, dealing with all these different possibilities and scenarios constantly, just playing them all out in your head. You kind of get stuck.
If you're trying to do it yourself, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's why you have to limit it. Right? You can't do all of the scenarios. You try to figure out what is the best one, and you make that choice in the game. And then you start moving forward.
And a lot of people don't want that game. They don't know where to go. They get stuck. I don't know where to go.
Yeah.
I have a call.
Yeah, and I think there's an element of forgetfulness that gets so stuck into. So I talked about NPC versus RPG, role-playing game where you have an avatar. I think there's something in the middle too. This is the idea I'm playing with, which is that people could be players, they could be characters, but then they go into NPC mode. Right. NPC mode. I mean, I know NPCs use a lot now with pejorative and narrative, right? Whether it's a dominant narrative, if you're just going along with the narrative, right? But if you think of NPC as a collection of neural networks, right? It only knows what's been taught here in that world that the NPC lives in, right? If you're actually, you have a soul player outside of the game, right? Your character knows more than what's happening in the game, but you're not playing. You may know you're going to get it. You may know there's something else coming up because they can see the player can look at what's going on and figure out what's going on. So what happens is when you go to NPC mode, you're just kind of running like this is all there is. And you're not paying attention to our intuition. That is the unit that ties this back to what do you think our intuition is? Well, I think some people think that the intuition is just neurons firing, right? That's intuition. I think it's something more. And I think it gets back to this fundamental question of consciousness. The fundamental question is consciousness derivative from the physical body? So if you have just the neurons in the brain, and you have all of the, connections, what we call connectivity, is that result in consciousness? Or is it the other way around? Is it that consciousness exists outside the physical body, and that we are tapped into that physical life? And so this is a fundamental debate within science, religion, spirituality. Most scientists say it's all physical, that's all it is. You die and that's it, right? And yet, your opponents, it's just basically like that. And most religions say, yeah, they say that there is a part of you that is outside of this world, and that is it. And even on the day, I was just in Tucson, science of consciousness conference at New York. And, everybody has their idea about what consciousness is. And I think it's a good open question. So in fact, I was asked to speak at this conference in Birmingham last year, which is an Islamic service food, which is they're talking about when does life begin? When does the soul? Same debate we had about is abortion okay at the beginning, is it not legal? When does the soul connect with the body? I said, well, let me offer you guys a different perspective. In short, if you think of it as a video game, it's the moment at which you put on the headset and you forget everything that's been happening with the soul. It was like an Ayatollah around there. It was pretty weird because I was talking about NPCs and video games and stuff. But it was actually pretty well received. But that is getting back to the idea that consciousness exists outside the body. And when we inhabit the body, while we're here, sexual functions and inside nutrition or fluid states or whatever. I'm not never going to be able to do that. So many people come to me and say, oh yeah, I think there's a solid line, the big line, I want to see it. I can see it. So I don't think I want to finish that much. It's start to see these states where they realize that something about the world isn't quite, and that it's seen, whether it's the global incident continues to be a state or a good experience.
How do DMT experiences and psychedelics in general, so they, when you do experience them, they feel so bizarrely real, so much more real than this current reality where both of us presumably experiencing the same thing? It seems more real. And you get not just a sense that all things are connected, but that you see it. You see how all things are connected in this very strange way that you're not going to be able to describe. There's no words that can solve that and make sounds so you can understand what I've seen.
So how do you start?
You don't. You clumsily use mouth noises to try to get someone to see what you're saying. And the only way anybody really understands what you're saying is if you do it. And I don't know what you're saying when you do it. It's just magic. You see the same thing that I see. And a lot of people describe it in a similar way. But then the problem is how much of that description is based on your understanding of other people's descriptions of it. Yeah, are you relaying? So definitely, a lot. How do you think all this relays into the UAP phenomenon, UFO phenomenon, the entities, whatever the hell they are? Sure. Okay, sure. So, how does this relate to UAP, UFO phenomenon?
Well, so, the UAP phenomenon is interesting because it ends up being a lot of different things to different people. Yeah. And, this question comes up when you're talking about whether it's physical graphs, or you're talking about things like the abduction phenomenon, with beings that are stepping into and out of physical reality, and moving into war and stuff. And, it's an area that I think deserves more study. There's been new projects in Hollywood and Stanford over the last year or two. With the Galileo project, they're taking a very scientific view that is using new telescopes to try to get accurate data on strange objects in the sky. And at Stanford, we've got Galileo and Soul Foundation, which is studying broader aspects, including policy, as well as like the religious and social side of it. Before he talks a lot about the overlap between religion and UAP. One of the things that I found was interesting about UAP is that when you look at the reports, there's some that just are so bizarre that you don't know what's going on. And so I spent some time with Chuck and Rabbi, who I don't know on the show. And he's been studying UAP since the 60s. Project He French Grand Prison. Exactly. He was the inspiration for the French Grand. Right? In some cameras. And so, he and I sat down a few years ago and talking about all this stuff. And so he said that he was a computer scientist. So, he really likes this idea that there's a simulated reality that could be accounting for a lot of this stuff. And so he told me of some cases where there would be one person who goes out and see the UFO, and then the person standing next to them would not see the UFO. So, that begs the question, is it really there or not? Was it somehow projected into physical reality? So think about another case. This is really interesting. So there was a case in Northern California or Southern Oregon. It's not very near the trees or the pine trees. And supposedly, witnesses reported this UFO came and it landed, maybe 45 feet in there, it landed on the ground. There was some, residue or something that the UFO investigators were investigating. So, Jacques likes to, just like we do with your luggage fees, he likes to sit with people for a long time and then come back the next day and talk to them again, to see if there's new things to figure out. And once all the other investigators meet, he said, there's something I don't quite understand. He said that it came down at 45 to the window and it landed here. But that means it would have had to cut right through the tree. And they said, yeah, that's what it did, but we don't want to say that to anybody else because it sounds crazy. So really, physical. And so, my question is, my favorite thing, there's a lot of things. Alien theory, aspects of the religious hypothesis, interdimensional beings. There's the gin that we talked about earlier. Right, and then jobs where I was folk tales from Europe. And these beings that live there, you can go back and find similar tales in the Middle East related to the Jewish. So come back to that in a second. So there's lots of different theories. But when you think about whether the UFO is physical or not, I think we're asking the wrong question. Because it's a question of when is it physical and when is it not. So in this case, we have a situation where it's almost like it was being projected into our reality, right, as like a holographic thing. And so there's in video games, there's that time while it's blended. And during that time, you can walk through it, you put your hands at the table. And once the table is blended, it's pretty soft. Now I can't put my hand through it. And so it's almost as if they're coming out of our reality and they're being hologram. But then once they become physical, once they render, they're actually physically here. People look up as a physical thing. And I talked to many people over the years. I looked up and it was a metallic, saucer-shaped craft. It wasn't some night in the sky at night that could have been the planet. There was this metallic thing right above my head. Right, that was spinning. I don't know what it was. And so, I think there's a element of this rendering going on. And getting back to the case where one person sees the UFO and one person doesn't. I was at the Soul Foundation conference in Stanford, and someone was talking about a case where there were people in a car, and they looked up, and one person saw a object, the other person saw something that was their head, but they described it different. Right? Like they didn't describe it as the same shape, whether it's also cigar shaped, right? With the exact shape. They were like different shapes of the object. And they were right next to each other. Right? And so we get into this, I think we get into this case where reality may be more permeable than we think. And that's where the intersection between the UAP phenomenon and the simulation theory concept comes into play. Because in simulation theory, and looking at it as a field in particular, you can account for stuff that just seems too weird if you get it included physically. And I talked about this earlier. Let's suppose you and I are in the field. One of us looks up and sees the UFO, and the other one doesn't. Well, in a video game, that's only not strange, it's a trigger to do that. Right? You just say you're level 30, you have the UFO skill set to see UFOs. Your level, I'm only level 2. My character can't see the thing. Looks up and says, hey, no UFOs up there. And so I'm wondering if there isn't an element of what I call conditional this phenomenon, which is why some people see things and some people don't. It's almost like they're being projected into reality. And if you look at the Tic Tac quiz, for example, right, they show this weird phenomenon where they kind of dart from one place to the other. Right? Almost like somebody has a light at their shot. So I'm not saying they're not physical. I'm saying that maybe they have this ability to render into the physical world, but then they can you can take an object from one place, render it in a video game, or somewhere else, like in the XY coordinates. Right? You don't have to. It doesn't always have to go straight through. And I wonder if that isn't part of what's causing this phenomenon to be so strange. And that, I'm still talking about what we think of as the nuts and bolts parts of the phenomenon, right? The craft are considered nuts and bolts. Then we have this whole other phenomenon. Part of what I'm studying, I actually did a study where I interviewed a number of different professors who studied UFOs from different universities and talked about how their colleagues were. And the problem is, I think, in the scientific world, they basically say, no, this is a done deal. We know this is a bunch of bullshit. From back in the 70s, 1969, 70, there was the Condon Report. I'll give you an example. So I spoke at the University of Toronto last year at an astronomy and space exploration forum. And the speaker before me was like a NASA biologist talking about about how planets or whatever might work on different planets. And then I heard this talk about UFOs from science fiction to legitimate science again. Because what happens in this topic is it goes through these waves where scientists start to take it more seriously, and then it gets checked out. What I call science-like hedging, the Condon Report, was one. There's been another report recently from Arrow, right? Basically, say, well, there's nothing weird going on here in this classified program. That's it, we're done, right? But Congress isn't buying it. So because Congress starts talking to people who have seen things behind the scenes, whether in classified programs or elsewhere, that just don't fit the explanation, right? And so what happens is, so you just talking, my basic point was that we don't know what these are. I'm not saying they're alien, I'm not saying they're what we call crypto-terrestrial. I'm not saying they're time travelers, although that's an interesting, one. But if you guys or students are curious about this, you should follow your curiosity, because that's how science progresses. When people don't set artificial boundaries, we'll have scientific dogma. What never happens is, so I gave this talk, and that was my main point. I didn't say what they were. And then you have this professor from MIT who studies exoplanets, what's their name? She comes on after me, and this is what I heard, because I was in the hall that they were aware. And she said, that's very disturbing that you're talking about UFOs in an academic setting. And my father believed in this stuff back in the 80s. He tried to get me to read some books. So I gave him a book that said in the 80s that this is all false, this is all nonsense, like they shouldn't talk about it. And I believe that is the kind of dogma that is preventing this topic from being taken seriously, the stigma around the subject, when in fact it represents something that's quite unexplainable.
Well, it's also quite foolish if you're having unique experiences. it's quite foolish to write them all off, especially when you understand what we're capable of doing currently, right? Like we're capable of putting a rover on Mars right now, right? We're capable of changing like telescopes in space. There's a lot going on that we do. The idea that that can't be done in any other way, and if it did, we would have solved it. Like that's so the arrogance of assuming that is so ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, if you study the history of science, you realize that you get these areas of legitimate science and fringe science, and sometimes things move from fringe science to legitimate science.
Well, quantum mechanics in general.
Yeah, it's so bizarre, right?
Right, it's so bizarre. It's way less bizarre than us being visited by another being from another planet.
Right, I mean, that's, in my opinion, that's not even out of our current model of reality, right? It doesn't take, a redefinition of the world as a simulation or time travel or anything really bizarre, right, for an extraterrestrial explanation. So, to me, that's almost the most prosaic explanation, because it's one we would understand, at least most of our science. Okay, we don't know exactly how they travel, but we know there's other planets around other star systems. We know they're habitable zones. It's not that unreasonable that they might have visited us at some point in the past, right?
And then there's our understanding of other dimensions.
Right, now that's where I think you start to get into more interesting areas. And a lot of times in the media, so science fiction tends to, sometimes in a good way, sometimes in a bad way, the narratives in science fiction tend to influence the way we think about things, right? Sure. And so there's been so much science fiction that these are aliens that the debate becomes, no, it's impossible, they can't be aliens, or yes, they are aliens, and that's it, right? But that is a debate based on our current understanding of science. If we had this debate back in the 1800s, there were these things called the airships, right? Nobody really understood what they were. And if you go back to biblical times, right, there were, the wheels, and there were all these weird flying chariots, and things we didn't know what they are. But each time we try to interpret them based upon our current understanding of technology, just like the metaphors I was talking about earlier in religions, the same happens with these kind of events, right? Chariots is the best way for people to explain something in the sky, because that's a technology to understand. So today, aliens is a way to explain UFOs, because at least we, just like the planet Krypton, right? It's past the 10-year-old test, right? You can say aliens, whereas, back in the time of Kepler, who actually many consider to be the first science fiction writer, right? Even though he came up with Kepler's laws of motion, he wrote some fiction about visitors and other planets and stuff. Right? Back then, it was so bizarre to talk about that it was just outside of what people understood, but it was also outside of what the dominant institutions at the time, which was the church. And during Galileo and Kepler's time, the church was the dominant institution, and so you didn't want to say things that are outside. What's happened now is we have science has become the dominant institution, and so people within academia, feel like they're constrained and they want to be careful in the same way that people were back then to talk about this weird stuff. And so I think when you get into some of these other explanations, it's more likely because the phenomenon has so many different aspects. Like, so for example, I was talking with Whitney Streeter recently. I don't know if you remember him. No, he wasn't aware. Communion, which, because Communion has had that gray head, alien head on the cover, it's become kind of the dominant. But he was talking about a story recently, which again sounds so bizarre, right? About a young man who, he talked about this on the air, so I can share it publicly. But he said there was a young man who claimed that he had met this young woman, and they got into a physical relationship, and then one day she calls him over to her house. Okay, this sounds totally batshit crazy. And she says, I'm a gray alien. And then she transforms into like a gray alien. And then she transforms back into a human. And then she says, and I'm pregnant with our child, and I'm going to take that child back to our people, and you're never going to see me again. Okay, so from our normal understanding of reality, that's just ridiculous, right? In so many ways, right? But when I was looking at the stories from medieval times in the Islamic traditions, there's actually almost identical stories of men who would meet these jinn women. They would have children with them, and one day the jinn women would say, I'm taking your children back into the world of the jinn. right? Who are like these entities that exist in a parallel dimension, but they're here, but they're not here, so they step in and out of physical reality. And it was like almost identical to the story that people are having today. And so, is it possible that many of these old folk stories are describing entities that exist outside of our physical reality, and they're able to come in and out? And when you think of a woman turning from a human to an alien, what does that sound like? To me, it sounds like she has an avatar, right, that is projecting, just like you can do inside a video game. You can like change your avatar at various times. Maybe there's certain rules that only allow it at certain points in the game. You're allowed to do that. And maybe they know how to do it because they're more advanced users of the simulation than we are. Or maybe they're already projecting into our simulation. So I think some of these other explanations may be a better fit than the simple alien. The fact is, even though I think, I think they're all. Look, I've met probably 4 or 5 people who have told me off the record, confidentially, I don't think they mind if I express it without mentioning who they are, that they have been part of the reverse engineering program, where they have seen the anti-gravity stuff that we have created based on UFO, based on things. And I think that gets back to the recent, the whole recent debate has been within Congress around, do we have a reverse engineering program? Right. Is it in the government? Or is it in private industry? We have that guy, Dave Brush. And so I've been peripherally involved in both of those projects, with the Galileo project at Harvard, which is taking a very scientific view, and then the Soul Foundation, which is looking at this broader aspect, which includes elements like shock delay and assault and others talked about.
When you talk to these people that say that they're working reverse engineering things, where do they think these things came from?
Some of them say they're extraterrestrial, some of them say it's more complicated than that, but they haven't gotten into detail with it exactly.
How can you let someone get away with saying it's more complicated than that after what you just described for the last 2.5 hours?
Right, I mean, for me, it's not even complicated.
Okay, come on, trust me.
Yeah, most of this was before, many of these people I met before I had even written my simulation book.
That would frustrate me no end. Someone says it's too complicated.
Well, me too, or they can't talk about it, right?
Right, is that what it is?
It's a bit of both, right? They can't talk about it.
How did they know?
Well, so I've met many people who've seen these craft, right? Dozens and dozens. But there's a few that I've met that actually seen these craft, actually seen them in. There's only a few that I've met
on basis.
Yeah, that said somewhere within the government, like they're not even getting very specific about where. They're not allowed to say that, right? But that we have some technology that was reverse engineered from some craft. Like, again, if we consider these reports, let's say you don't believe any one of them, that's okay, baby. Just like I was saying with the religions, if we consider most religions start from somebody peering outside the physical world and coming back, same with near-death experiencers coming back, you want to find what are the common elements, because those are more likely, in my opinion, to be true, right? If 1,000 people say they've been to China, and we have scientists saying, there's no such thing as China, I've never seen China, it's not in our maps, therefore China doesn't exist, right? That's the kind of attitude we often get from the scientific community. And so I'm just extrapolating what was the thing in common that different people have said to me, who have first-hand experience with the government. There's plenty of people who have said
what's in common is these physical things.
That there are physical objects that
defy explanation.
Defy our current understanding of
science, propulsion system.
What we call, especially metallurgy, and especially,
Oh yeah, I was really into that already.
Locally,
Dude, you got some sort of composition motion.
And so, I am of the opinion there is something there that we have reverse engineered.
Let's check it out. Let's see if it's working.
But they don't have
Exotic Lab.
Their reports from people. But I think they're pretty reliable reports. Now, what does that mean, though, exactly? Right? How do they actually work? Does it use some physics method? it's really weird to think that there's the physics that we study within the academy and scientists, and then there's another physics that the government knows about. That's just bizarre. That's Alan Hynek, who is in charge of the scientific consultant for another group, but he said we forget sometimes that we're evaluating these things based on, at the time, 20th century technology. But we forget there's going to be a 23rd century technology, and there's going to be a 30th century technology. Right, so imagine what our proposal technology might be a thousand years from now. And I think that's how we have to view what UFOs are, is that it could be something much more advanced than what we are capable of today. But also, I think they perhaps show an understanding of the physical world that we just don't have. Right? We're still caught in a very materialist paradigm that says, if you start off in this office and color, you have to travel faster than light, or you have to travel more energy than the light to give you. That's, again, a very particular paradigm. It doesn't allow for you can re-render at any XYZ coordinate inside the physical world, which is what I think of from a video game.
These people that you talked to that have worked on back engineering,
But that have seen these things. Yeah, some of them work, some of them were just called in for some reason or another.
did you ask them how far we've gotten in figuring out how these things work?
Some people say we have figured out at least the basic anti-gravity, like the basic gravitation. Several people told me that. So that's again in common that I've heard from more than one person.
And when did they figure out how to do that? How long ago?
That varies. People that I talked to obviously are hearing that in the last, since
In my head, when I don't think I don't know. Every day, but it's not like second you pray. Funny like a melody in my head, and then you
I don't know how to evaluate
what up, shouty? Hurry up, motherfucker. Shawty's like a melody in my head, got a girl can't now. And my iPhone stuff on the play. Shawty's like a melody in my head. Shawty like a melody in my head, I can't keep on let me Shawty like a melody. Shawty like a melody in my head. Shawty like a melody in my head. Shawty like a melody in my head. Dog, how is the minimum banning? You have 141 people in here and no one banned me yet? Dog. No one's believing you, dog.
I mean, if he's a liar, what a great liar. So you just have one lie? You just stick with this one lie?
Yo.
Forward forever?
Dog.
Yeah.
Yo. Shawty like a melody in my head. Yo. Oh shit.
You know?
Yeah.
You're never gonna make up to be a regular, pretty much straight-laced guy who makes up this one banger of a lie.
Shawty, oh, you been banned.
This is George Knapp when they investigated when he took the most.
Shawty like a melody in my head and again. Everything is right.
Well, that part, I believe he was there, and he even, there's even
I wonder if they like my message. Oh, calm down, man. All right. Shawty like a melody in my head. Gonna come on, gonna sing it now. Yo,
And these
Dog.
people that say that
Get the
they
fuck
work
up,
with
dog.
back engineering things,
The
do
IRL.
they tell
Give me
you
it.
what the source of these things are, how they were
Where
acquired?
what? This bitch.
Some would say that they're extra.
No, dog. I don't want to fuck with her. She's trying to throw a fake bacon.
Right? That's a very,
Captain
it's a very
G.
oblique way of saying without
What's up?
saying
Right.
that at least some of this is extraterrestrial.
And it could be possible that more than one different types of phenomena are
Sorry.
I think that's very
Like a melody in my head.
the time travel hypothesis is
Yeah, nah, 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 you
if you
bet.
think about it, what would be a reason for such extreme secrecy, right? Like we put technology quarantines through the IA
Sorry,
on
like a melody in my head.
they have a bomb or Iraqis doesn't
Got
have
me
that.
singing.
It went to war anyway, but right, so we try to pose these restrictions. And whether we have the right to do that, that's another question, political situation, but why do we do that? We say, well, maybe the technology is dangerous, right? What happens if everybody has nuclear weapons? Right? Somebody might start setting them off. Now, what if there's something about this technology that actually disrupts physical reality or changes time? Right? I mean, you can't have everybody.
Sorry, like a melody in
Now
my
we're back to
head.
that multiverse graph that I talked about. Basically, every time somebody makes a change, it's like that. It's Star Trek. Seriously, at the time wars, people are constantly going back and changing things all the time, right? Or what was that old Van Damme movie?
This is one?
Time Conflict.
Yeah.
Croc.
That's it.
Number two.
And there's a guy named Dr. Michael Masters. He wrote an interesting book about this idea that the gray
This
big
is
eye
sucks.
could be, he's an evolutionary biologist.
What if they, hold on, they got a fucking band. Oh,
Yeah,
dog.
that's how I always think of it. I think that this
Bad
sort of
habit.
iconic, this image.
Shoddy, you gotta go back. There you go. There you go. There you go. Rothschild. Yo, dog. I love how, like, no one's allowed to talk about it. This guy, Guild Wars. Poor Guild Wars over here. And then Vassar. And then Bayer. I bet that's what that means. That means huge, big, amazing person. That's exactly. In Hebrew. And then Vassar. As his Alright, are you done? Shoddy, like a melody in my head. What's this bitch doing? Making wine?
Right? And so then we become these spindly things. Our brains get bigger.
Yo,
Our
bitch.
brains are far bigger than chimps.
Bitch.
Right? And then this thing
Pay
becomes far
attention to
bigger
me.
than that. It continues to
Oh,
evolve
it's
and
this
grow.
one.
Especially if we physically integrate with technologies like Neuralink or like something else, or no longer have the need for biological reproduction.
That's
Now we don't have gender anymore. We don't have
Maybe.
genitals. We don't have a mouth. We communicate telepathically.
Dude, how about these
That
guys?
thing kind of looks like a person a million years in the future. It doesn't look like something from.
Shoddy, like a
Did you ever
melody.
see Arrival?
Yes.
Great movie, right?
Yes.
Interesting.
Ted Chiang.
They look so different than us, right? But the Greys don't look different than us, really. They do, but they don't. They look like what we could become.
Right. I mean, they look kind of close to us.
Pretty close,
right?
Shoddy, like a melody.
You know,
It's my
some
head.
people also
That I
believe that the
get
Greys
one
are
thing.
actually
Oh,
non-biological.
dude, I'm gonna watch that with him.
They're not actual biological.
Which also might be what we're going to become.
Like an iPod stuff anyway.
And even if we were to get technology to go from solar system to solar system, we would send AI, right?
Sure. Why would we send people and have them die? Especially if you have an artificial person that you need to breathe air. And you don't have to worry about what the atmosphere is like over there.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. It makes much more sense. There was something called von Neumann machines. So you heard that. So von Neumann was one of the pioneers of computer science. Like, he was a mathematician.
Like you been, man?
Like today, the architecture we use on computers is called the von Neumann architecture. There's a CPU, there's memory. He was a brilliant guy, but he came up with this idea that if we were to send out probes, what we would do is we would have
Sure, I did that advice to
that are
Steve.
capable of replicating themselves. So we would send out with a bunch of raw materials, and then they could assemble those raw materials into new machines. And those machines would then reproduce the raw materials, and they would go out and they could colonize the galaxy for us, potentially. I don't know if you ever read.
Shawty like a melody in my head, melody, Shawty like a melody in my head, everything Shawty like a melody in my head, Shawty like a melody in my head. There we go, let me say it right. Yeah, that was my second. Play. Shawty like a melody in my head. Shawty like a melody in my head.
Sees the image and recognize he's being silly. It's very strange.
Yeah, I saw that video, and there were other ones where it was translated in real time, or one AI is talking to another AI, and it was described. Yeah, we have to be a little bit careful because having been in the tech industry, usually these are like canned demos, right? And when you actually use the product, it's not quite that good. But that said, it's getting better and better all the time.
Well, we did use the product last night.
Oh, you did?
We were talking shit to it.
Yeah.
I was asking, what about stupid people? Like, what about universal basic income? What about humans? Like, what are you going to do when automation takes over? And it's giving me these very interesting answers. So it's the future of humanity.
Right. Now, where does it get? So, if you think of the LLMs, where do they get
Say
their
yeah.
information? What they're basically doing is scouring the internet. But they're also predicting what is the best next word. Right. And so it sounds intelligible, but it's not quite at the conscious level. So I'll give you an example. I've had students turn in assignments on me, right? And there was one about the simulation hypothesis. And they had this great article that it was referencing. And I'm like, wow, that sounds like a perfect title for an article about simulation hypothesis. Why have I never heard of this? I'm kind of an expert in this area. And it had a URL there, which in academia they were called TOI. It's basically a URL you click on. So I clicked on it. It turns out it was fake. There was no that URL was made up by ChatGPT because it was predicting what the next word should be and what the next letter should be in a URL. And so then I looked at the professor's names who wrote this article, and so we emailed these professors. I never wrote an article like that, right? So it just completely made that shit up. So you have to be careful with today's AI, but we're getting there, right? What I call stage 9 to this on the simulation point, which is when the AI is as conscious as we are in terms of how far we can tell.
Right, this is the term hallucination. It doesn't have an answer. It doesn't say, I don't know. It tries to invent an answer.
Right, and what it tries to do is statistically predict what is the best next thing to say, which is not necessarily, for an expert, it's kind of like Wikipedia, right? Where Wikipedia, when it first started out, everyone was like, don't use Wikipedia to reference.
What up, baby? How are you?
But eventually, it got to the point where
I'm just.
Wikipedia as
I made my bot even stronger. Instead of now spamming once in every one person's chat, it spams 10 times.
to figure out what he did after I represented it. And Wikipedia has a lot of potential censorship going on too. So I wrote an article for CNN not that long ago, about a month ago, after the whole Gemini, the woke Gemini scandal. Remember that?
Yep.
Where they were, for people who don't know, they were having it generate images of
Nazi soldiers were like multiracial.
Yeah, we're like multiracial.
Asian women.
A black guy and an Asian woman.
Native American Nazi soldier.
Right, exactly. And so, that created a whole uproar. But what it does is it shows that, as AI becomes the way that we interface with the world's information, and it's moving in that direction. Right, for my students, they use something like ChatGPT before they'll do a Google search. Because it summarizes things for you. Right. So in a sense, there is this worry, and that's why Google went so heavily to try to get Gemini out, was there's this sense that chatbots and AI will replace search. But before search, if you think before Google, how did we navigate the web? There was Yahoo, which was like a directory, right? And then there was a site, which was like a little bit of a search, but it was more of a categorization. People would have web links, right? Web rings, I don't know if you remember. Like there were all these ways, and then search became the dominant paradigm for the last, since when did Google come out, late 90s, early 2000s or so. And now people think, well, okay, AI is going to become the next paradigm for how we get that information. But the problem is you get into a situation where the tech companies then, in this case, they were using their own rules. Now, they were doing it for a good reason, which is in the past, AI has been biased against minorities, right? So if you said, show me a picture of a CEO, it will show you a white guy. Or certain professions, it will show you a generic picture. And so they were trying, but they went over the line to the other direction. But it shows the ability with which we can manipulate this stuff. At least with search results, they might be lower, but you can never find them unless we were. But if the AI doesn't show you, right, as part of the summary, you're going to assume it's not there. So I think it could become a really powerful tool for state-sponsored censorship.
Yeah, that's the fear.
That's my personal fear. I'm not so worried about will AI take over the world. Right? And a lot of people will just use ChatGPT as a reference in the movie Her. Yeah, so the guy who made the movie, Spike Jones, he saw an earlier chatbot, which was called like the Alice.
Oh, that's so fucking funny.
And he saw like, how it was interacting with sort of a person.
Funny shit.
Lady who said called it Alice. I think it stood for something, an acronym for something, I remember. But so he then created, this voice, Scarlett Johansson, that talked to you. But what happens at the end of it? Remember?
I didn't watch it.
You didn't watch it? Okay. So what happens at the end is that the AI has different priorities. So she doesn't really want to be in a relationship with him. She goes off, spoiler alert, it was 2013, so I think we're okay. Right? 10-year-old movie, like The Matrix. Spoiler alert, simulation. But the AI decides to go off on its own. What it really wants is a virtual space that it can interact with other AI.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't have the same necessarily priority. And I think that's where we make the mistake when we're worried about AI taking over, is we're kind of assuming that AI will have the same kind of priorities, desires, and needs that humans have.
Yeah, and why would it? Why would it have a desire to succeed? Why would it have a desire to procreate? Why would it have any of those desires other than just existing?
Right, and so you mentioned The Arrival, Ted Chiang, wrote that. So he wrote an interesting story, short story called The Life Cycle of Software Objects. And in that, so the metaverse is this idea, I mean, you've talked about it, right? So the metaverse is this science fiction idea where it's a virtual world and you have 3D avatars or characters wander around. And so in the story, there's semi-intelligent AI pets in the metaverse. So people raise these pets and they use some technology, but it basically becomes like a real pet, right? It becomes semi-intelligent. And then the companies that created those shut down, which is something that happens in the company all the time. And people are like trying to keep these AI pets alive when they do these. But one of the features that the AI pet has, so remember, it runs around in a virtual world, one that we created. But there's a feature where you can download it into a robot body. So a physical robot body of a dog. So you get your AI pet from the metaverse, and you have it downloaded. And what happens is that the AI pets are like, this sucks. Like, I can't teleport anywhere. I can't do anything in this world that I can do in my virtual world. Right? So they prefer to be in this free-form virtual world. And there's this debate about whether you need a body or not to be fully conscious or to reach AGI, artificial general. It's still kind of an ongoing debate.
Listen, man, this subject we could go on forever, I think. I really think we could, unfortunately.
Yeah, we can't
get anywhere. But it's so fascinating, and I really, really appreciate you investigating it so thoroughly that you can describe it so well. And I mean, it's something to ponder.
Yeah, it really is. And you know, part of the reason why I ended up writing about this and talking about this subject in general was because it brings together these different threads of how we search for truth. Right? I mean, religion is a search for truth, philosophy is a search for truth, science is a search for truth, but they all use different methods. But in the end, what if we're all trying to get at the same truth? And that's part of why I like the subject, and like even when I teach a class on it, it's about all that stuff. It's about as interdisciplinary subject as you can get.
Well, it's absolutely fascinating, and appreciate you coming. It was a lot of fun. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much for having me.
My pleasure.
Bye, buddy.
I have some new tour dates to tell you about. We've added a third show in London on June 16th at the Edmonton Apollo. We also have shows in New York City on May 31, Belfast in the UK on June 6th. That's an added show. June 7th is sold out. Idaho Falls, we've added a show on June 27th. Salt Lake City, Utah on June 30th. And Las Vegas, Nevada on July 5th and 6th at Resorts World Las Vegas. Get all your tickets at theovon.com/TOUR. And if tickets are too expensive, just wait. We'll come back around. Make sure you buy them through our link and not off of a secondary site. Thank you guys so much for your support. Today's guest is one of the best-selling authors of the last 20 years. You may know him from his books, The 48 Laws of Power and Mastery, as well as The Art of Seduction, and more books. We're going to talk about relationships, human interaction. We cover a lot of ground, and I'm grateful to talk with Mr. Robert Greene. Thank you so much. Really, please. That's really, really nice of you. That's a wonderful gift to have 48 Laws of Power right there. Yeah, thanks for coming. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Yeah. Oh, thanks. Same. Yeah, thank you for all the inspiration. Yeah, thank you for taking the time to think and write down your thoughts and things that feel something or things that you feel are worth sharing with the world. Yeah.
Well, it's what I've been doing for 26, 28 years now. Hopefully I keep going another 20 years.
Yeah, unless the government puts like a word limit on people.
Or something translation for some reason.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't think so. I think we would, sometimes I wish the government would put a word limit.
Oh, sure, on a lot of people.
Yeah. Because then you have to really articulate.
Books are just talking.
Maybe only in talking, because books, it's more of a choice people can go to choose to look in it, you know, and read it. But talking, it's like, yeah, you only got
You got 1,000 words a day. And of course, some people that have more severe aggressive, they're really obnoxious or irritating. You cut down like 200 words a day.
Yeah, maybe your neighbor's voting on the tab, or there's, but yeah, I think it would be great. And if you're like, yeah, like, especially if you're, for guys, like, a lot of guys would be like, hey guys, come over to the house today. You know, Marjorie only has 4 words left this month.
That'd be wonderful, yeah.
So the good times over here, you know, we're going to be able to do whatever we want.
Well, the ancient Greeks had this thing they would put on little clay tablets, fragments of the clay pot. You could write down the name of somebody that you wanted to banish from the city. And every year they would collect it and they would banish the person who got the most votes. So inevitably the most obnoxious person in the whole city. Like how wonderful that would be.
I would love that. Well, you would think if we get to vote people forward, we should be able to also vote people up the island. Yeah, right? Oh, that'd be so wonderful. And it could even start in your own home, you know? With your kids. I mean, I think it's up to the it'd be quite a topic for family discussion. Oh, here it is right here. Ostracism. Was an Athenian democratic procedure in which any citizen could be expelled from the city-state of Athens for 10 years. So you get a chance to get it together. While some instances clearly expressed popular anger at the citizen, ostracism was often used preemptively. It was used as a way of neutralizing someone thought to be a threat to the state or a potential tyrant. Though in many cases, popular opinion often informed the expulsion. Broken pottery, shards were used, served as a kind of scrap paper. That's exciting. Yeah, let's bring it back. Yeah, let's bring it back, huh? Be a movement. Yeah, you've written so much, man. 48 Laws of Power, Mastery, are the books that I've absorbed the most of, which is so nice to have this.
Oh, what the fuck is that shit?
Really lit up and gave that thing. And a lot of what we talk about on this show for a lot of young men and women is purpose. You know, and what it means to have purpose and how to find purpose. And you talk a lot about that in Mastery, about purpose. Do you think that everyone has purpose?
Well, it's a difficult question to answer. I mean, I believe that everyone, the way I look at it is, you feel we're born with a DNA that will never be replicated in the past or in the future. It's a unique marker of you, right? So genetically, there is something different about you. Weird, odd, great, whatever you want to put it, okay? And it's like someone's planted at your birth, what makes you different from everybody else. It's even what makes you different from your parents, right? I mean, you do inherit their genetics, but it's always different, okay? And so, it's like a seed at your birth. If you cultivate that seed, if you cultivate your uniqueness, it gives you a purpose in life. It's why you are unique. You can look at it as if somebody, or it's just nature, intended this to be this way. But it's what makes you you. It's your energy, it's your character, it's your awareness, it's your sense of humor. It's what draws you certain things that you hate about certain things. It's you. If you listen to that, it's like a voice inside of your head. Instead of listening to all the other bullshit that's around you, what your parents are saying, what your teachers are saying, what your friends are saying, if you listen to that voice clearly, it directs you, it gives you a purpose. Now, I'm saying everybody has that potential, but quite clearly, not everybody. In fact, few people actually go that far. So if you see somebody out there in the public eye, yourself or others, reach a level of fame and success, you can say that there's nobody else like them out there. They're unique. They're one of a kind, right? You can say that about Steve Jobs. You can say that about Elon Musk. You can say that about political things, etc. Yeah.
Mr. T.
Yeah. Okay. 50 cents over that worker. There's only one person like them. That's because they found their uniqueness and they brought it out and they cultivated it. They're not afraid of it. And that's what gives them their purpose. A lot of people are afraid of being different. That's one of the worst things that could happen to you. Because it's what makes you different. That is what makes you powerful. So to answer your question in my long-winded way, everybody has a purpose, and not everybody follows it. Not everybody connects to it.
I guess there's a lot of fear in it now because you're going to be different. You're going to have to choose to.
What is that bullshit?
The eyes of the tribe are going to turn towards you if you try to step out into a different march than the group. You know, sometimes I would see sometimes you ever be like on a floor somewhere and you just see one ant by itself. So they go like, this guy is a gangster.
Well, they're called scouts. I mean, I wish they were gangsters. What they're doing is they're looking for food or something, and they're signaling to the army, hey guys, here's where it's happening. It's following.
Yeah, I thought they were dudes that were like, you know what, I'm gonna do something different.
So that would be the more interesting interpretation.
So there's something. So it's not that some people don't have a purpose. It's just that some people are able to hear a voice inside of them that directs them more towards their purpose.
Yeah, I mean, so what is it? I call it in master. I call it a primal inclination. So we see that in certain people. So at a very, very young age, and I mean it happens to everybody, but you forget about it. So you look at like Albert Einstein. He was like 4 years old, and his father gave him a compass. And he was like mesmerized by it because it meant that there was some kind of force out there that was moving the needle of the compass, invisible force. For a child, that was an overwhelming thought. There's something out there in the universe that is moving so that you can't see it. It had a lasting influence on his whole way of science and wanting to discover these unseen forces. Tiger Woods, when he was like 2 years old, his father would be hitting golf balls in the garage, and he would be going, the little baby Tiger would be going crazy, like, I gotta do this. He was so enamored with just the physicality of it. He had to do it. I could go on and on and on with athletes, with dancers, with writers. I'm not putting myself on that level, but I had a relationship when I was 6 years old. There's certain words just mesmerized me. I couldn't believe that there was a word that meant something. I was entranced by the sound of it, by the look of it, etc.
Yeah. Well, even just to think that a bunch of letters would get together and party like that. You know? Yeah, because I remember like first they taught us letters, and I was like, okay. But then that word showed up, and I was like, oh, okay. We're in the gang. Yeah. You know, there's some real turf wars out here, right? Yeah, so I guess the best way for a parent then to probably help associate their child or give them the best opportunity to find or to bring their purpose to a boil would be to present them with more options, do you feel like? Like, is that kind of what you're saying?
Well, yes and no. I mean, parents try to do too much sometimes. So children are more interesting and more powerful than what they're smart than we think they are. We don't give them enough credit. So they find their ways to the things that excite them and interest them. What you're looking for in your child is that spark, that look in their eye of excitement. They can't control it. I'm so excited by this, I have to do it. It could be physical activity, it could be music, it could be math, it could be technology, it could be objects, it could be colors. You have that excitement. Don't try to tell them, oh, I don't know, you can't make a living doing that. You want to be a rock and roll star, you'll never make a living. You got to just become a lawyer. Cut that crap out. Let them go into their lane of excitement. Encourage it. That is the sign of what I'm talking about, that purpose that you were born with.
Is there like certain ways or times or moments that you would create for yourself, or that you would suggest people create for themselves to try and hear that voice of purpose?
Well, it's a very interesting question, and it's a very difficult one, because I get a lot of people writing to me saying, you know, Robert, I hear what you said, I've read your book, but I have no idea, I can't hear it anymore, right? I'm lost.
Right, because there's still a lot of guys who are young adolescents and middle-aged and who are like, well, I still don't know what my purpose is.
Yeah, well, so when you're young,
Baby Joker.
Like you're 16, you'll find it. And I've helped people who are younger find that path. It's easier. By the time you're 30 or 40, it gets more and more difficult. When you're 50, I don't know. It's possible, but it's harder and harder and harder. I didn't really find my niche until I was about 38 years old. But until then, I knew it was writing. I just couldn't figure out what kind of writing. But you have to go through a process. The problem that most people have is they're not connected to themselves. They're too outer directed. They're not inner directed. So what you need to be doing is you need to be looking at yourself not listening to others, not listening to what's on social media, not listening to what your peers are saying, but listening to yourself, who you are, what really truly excites you. You have to cut out all that other stuff that your parents told you, or that other people are telling you. And so you're looking for signs of things that bring back, you're looking for your childhood again. For that child inside of you that got so excited about those things that you forgot. Yeah. There is not a child on the planet that doesn't have that. In Mastery, I have a story in there about a woman named Temple Grandin. Temple Grandin was born with severe autism. It looked like she would have to be committed for her entire life. The hospitalization. Right? She was very deep on the spectrum. But she had a teacher that kind of slowly drew her out. And she discovered at a very early age that excitement was animals. And a lot of autistic people and people on the spectrum have a very intense relationship to animals. It's humans that they can't quite relate, but animals excite the hell out of them. Yeah, but humans can be so trashy too. Yeah. And they can be so deceptive and tricky, but animals are genuine, right? She found these animals I love. And she became a scientist dealing with animals, animal behavior. And so somebody born with deep autism found her way to that voice. Yeah. So I bring that up as if someone like that can do it, anybody can do it. But it's that she really wanted to break out of the shell that she's been in. So it's the level of desire. If you're 20 years old and you're lost, or you're worried about it, but you're hungry, don't want to be like your whole life wandering, you can't. A lot of people don't have that energy, they don't have that desire, it's not strong enough in them. It's going to be a very difficult process.
What about Temple Grandin? I know she created a more, what's the right word, heartwarming way to receive the animals.
Yes, I mean, you put it more or less correctly. I mean, her idea was cattle. She had a very deep connection to cows and cattle. They're going to be slaughtered anyway. She's not going to end. She herself eats steak, etc. She's not going to end it. But if you're going to have to kill them, so that, for people who eat meat, then let's do it as humanely as possible. Yeah. So she created a way. One of the worst things is the whole process of how we slaughter animals. It's so horrifying for them, right? So she had found a way to make them comfortable, so that they don't really know where they're going when they're going to be led to the slaughterhouse. She knew exactly how to comfort them, how to make them feel soothed in those moments.
A little more bait and switch, just something just not make it such a horrific.
Yeah.
Not make it such a haunted house.
Yeah. Because also, when they're so distressed, they release all these kind of hormones and things that are actually very bad for us as well.
And then it's in the food. I believe that a ton. So does everyone have the chance to find their purpose? Say it's somebody like, they accidentally got a girlfriend pregnant in high school, something like that. They, and they got really put off track, developed a lot more responsibility. Because sometimes responsibility takes away the freedom that you have, even just the space in your life to feel anything. But those people they don't not have a purpose. Maybe they just haven't been able to reach it.
Well, yeah. I mean, this could happen to everyone. We're all human beings. We're lost. We don't have, we can't see the future. Especially when we're young, we make mistakes. We do things that we later regret, etc. And I've dealt with people who say, I'm stuck in a horrible job. I have, just like this scenario, I have a child that I have to support. Family to support. And I'm looking for a working therapy, whatever it is.
Like, selling things, selling, braiding hair at the beach, something like that.
Telemarketing and back to it. So what do I do? Well, the first thing you have to do is you have to realize that you have to want to get out of it. You have to want it badly enough. So you got to figure out a path out of this trap that you're in. And it is a trap because if you're living paycheck to paycheck, it becomes a habit and it's going to stay with you your whole life. So every time there isn't a paycheck, you're going to freak out. You're going to go get this quickest, easiest job that you can get. You have to break out of that. So I tell people, even in the most despondent circumstances, first of all, think of what is that child that you love. It doesn't have to be specific. It doesn't have to be a very specific job. It's just something that excites you. All right. Okay, we want to start moving in that direction. So let's say you're flipping burgers, but what really excites you is video games and programming. Which is fine. That can be a path in life, right? But you want to be a programmer. You want to be the person creating video games. All right. So let's do some research. What is the first step that usually, what's the entry level job that people take? What is the education that will lead to that kind of stuff? All right, here's step, it's like 3 possibilities. You go to school, you study this, you get a job doing that, whatever. Okay, you can choose one of them, right? And you're going to start doing it right away. So you still have your job, you still pay for your family, but you're going to go to school at night. You can take a side job. When you go home at night, you're going to study things on the internet, which is an amazing resource that nobody had 30 years ago. You're going to learn new skills in your spare time. You know, even in the only 2 or 3 hours a day that you have. You're going to create a little space in your brain for moving in that direction. A little wedge it's going to open up. And I had this feedback. Just knowing that that's happening, that just knowing that's a possibility, that I don't have to be flipping burgers, that I don't have to be this horrified, soul-sucking salesman my whole life, and that I'm paying for this other route. It's enough to excite the hell out of it. It's enough to get you out of it. It's enough to give your life some meaning and some purpose.
Yeah, and then you will follow that sort of thing. That energy is like, it really becomes a magnet in your life.
Yeah. How did you find your way? What was it to go back?
Yeah, I remember, well, I wanted to, I think I wanted to make my mother laugh, you know. My mother was always stressed out. and I thought, no, it's fine. It's terrible. It is what it is, you know, and she would, but sometimes she'd go lay in her bikini outside and have a beer or whatever. And so we left her alone on that during those hours. But otherwise, I think I wanted to make her laugh. I don't know, the second I saw, this may sound crazy to some people, I remember being like in a, it might have just been my bed, or I don't think it was a crib, because I hate, when people say that, I remember at 4 months old, like, yeah, I can know, you say, you don't remember it's not here, yeah, you would use it. But I remember one time I was sure being in my bed, and my brother like poked his head up, and I just remember it just made me laugh. And it was like the first thing I remember that made me feel so good. And I loved it. And then when I saw, like, if somebody laughed, that they, even if they were sad, like, if you could get them to laugh, that someone could be crying, and then a laugh could get through that. And man, I just found that it was like watching lightning. It's like, oh, yeah, it was just like watching lightning. I think, and so, I think I loved that. And then the other thing the happiest day I had in my life, I was a student actually on an exchange thing, and I was in India, the country, and we worked at this children's home, clearing the land or something, so they can make a playground there. And I still remember it was the greatest feeling that I ever had, just this one day. So yeah, those are things in my life. The India part of it, I was probably 20, but the laughter was just most of my youth. I just became obsessed with laughter. Because it was a trump card. It was like, it could be a sad moment, it could already be a happy moment, you could take it to another level.
Let's just imagine a scenario where you're 26 and you're you, and you somehow got off on the wrong track somewhere. Would you be able to like remember that and remember the power and the feeling that you had when you that laughter and when you were a kid and then go back to it in some way?
Yeah, I think I would notice. I think I feel like it's kind of easy to know what really makes you feel good. I just think that sometimes circumstances have sailed our ship, kind of far in other directions, and so we may be able to appease ourselves, but we may not get to a level of mastery of it in this lifetime, just because of circumstances, you know. And then if people, another thing I notice is like a lot of times, you know, some people aren't always going to be trying to achieve and do more. I notice a lot of times I enjoy also just feeling content. Like if I can feel content, that is a victory, right? Like what do you mean? Like just if I can feel at peace, right? Like not only that, maybe I might be a little bummed if I'm not striving for something, but I'm not upset that I'm not at a level or in a place with something or certain thing, right? So being just content. Like there's nothing wrong with being content.
No. The only thing is, if you're completely lost in life, if you hadn't become a comedian, you've gone on the wrong track, it's harder to have those moments of contentment because it gnaws at you and you become a little bit bitter. And as you get older and those childhood dreams start getting fading, you feel resentful and some dark energy can start taking over. And that contentment can be harder and harder to come by. But to have moments of peace, to have moments where you're just happy and you've got your kids are all you're raising them well, et cetera, that's fine, that's beautiful, that's another form of mastery. I just think, and I could be wrong, because I'm not inside the skin of other people, and I've only known myself, I have to say, but if, but, you know, I have the feeling that if you don't know what you're doing, and you're just flailing around in life, it's hard to have those peaceful moments in your day-to-day existence. You may find them, but what will happen is you will try and grab, this is the nature of the human animal, you will try and grab that contentment through quick things, through drugs, through online porn, through whatever it will be, that quick, instant little buzz of gratification. Oh yeah, and that'll become your habit. And you'll feel kind of, I don't know if it's contentment, you know, you'll feel something, some form of pleasure. But those pleasures become harder and quicker, smaller and smaller and smaller, and quicker and quicker and quicker. And so it's a trap that you fall into. So I still believe that if you figure out what you were meant to do in life, it opens up doors to having other moments where you don't have to constantly be pursuing, you don't have to constantly be striving, you know. Like I can sit down and I can watch a basketball game tonight and enjoy it and not feel like I'm wasting my time because I worked so hard during the day.
Right. Yeah, I think that's kind of what I'm getting at is it doesn't have to be occupational, finding your purpose.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, because sometimes I think the best thing that a person could be a parent.
For sure. Believe me, we need more of them.
Yeah.
God damn, I should be in like a job that people should get a degree for.
Really good. You know? Yeah, I would subsidize. If
Oh,
government
that's
subsidized parenting, good parenting, wow, I would
That's really good.
Yeah. Oh, well, there should be at least a pamphlet when you leave the hospital that says, hey, these are 7 things you have to do, right?
But you know, I think I don't have kids. It's easy for me to say.
Oh, yeah, me either. So we're just obviously a couple of drifters yelling at people.
Yeah, right.
But no, I do think, though, that there should be something that tells a parent basic things, because you can't just assume everyone has the knowledge just because they can conceive a child. You need to know it. Today's episode is sponsored by Prize Picks. That's how you pick them. If you like firing on sports, like I do, Prize Picks is the best daily fantasy sports app for you. What I like about it is it's unique. You can fire on all your favorite sports like NBA, UFC, NHL, and many more. But instead of choosing teams, you choose individual players. Now, each player has a set projection, and you either choose more or less than the set projection. For example, if you think Luka Doncic is going to have more than 17 rebounds, then you're like me. While if you think Josh Hart is going to have less than 9 points you would choose that. If you're smart with sports and you know what players are going to perform on what nights, Prize Picks is the best app for you. Download the app and use code Theo. Prize Picks will match your deposit up to $100. You can get in there, you can pick them, and you can enjoy it. That's Prize Picks. Pick them and enjoy it. You know, we got sued by Clyde the Hitchhiker. No, Kai the Hitchhiker. He came at us with all he had. He sent us probably 11 letters in the mail and different types of charts, all type of things. And he kept suing us, and we kept beating him. And we used Morgan & Morgan. That's who did it. Thank you guys at Morgan & Morgan. They are America's largest injury law firm. They have over 100 offices nationwide and more than 800 lawyers. With over $15 billion recovered for over 300,000 clients, Morgan & Morgan has a proven track record of fighting to get you full and fair compensation. That's right. Morgan & Morgan have been fighting for the people for over 35 years, and they fought for us. If you're ever injured, have an injury, you can check out Morgan & Morgan.
Jeremy.
Their fee is free.
Fucking hilarious.
For more information, go to forthepeople.com/thispastweekend or dial
Dog, that guy's amazing.
#529 for your cell phone. That's forthepeople.com/thispastweekend or dial #529 from your cell. This is a paid advertisement. Is pornography causing a problem in your life? It's a good question. It's a real question. It has in mind. It has at certain periods in my life.
Hey, Caspian C, can you hear me? They just, I was just in this guy's stream and I spammed him. And then somebody gifted me a subscription to him after they knew that he banned me, just to be funny. That's happened like 5 times now. It's hilarious. That's money for people. I mean, that's like $30 that people like have given.
And Valor Recovery is a program to help men overcome porn abuse and sexual compulsivity. That's right. Their coaches are in long-term recovery, and they will be a partner, mentor, and spiritual guide to transcend problematic behaviors. There is zero commitment if you reach out to them. It's just the first step in trying to figure out if they need some help, if you should get some help. To learn more about Valor Recovery, please visit them at valorrecoverycoaching.com or email them at admin@valorrecoverycoaching.com. The links will be on the YouTube. And again, if there's no commitment when you reach out to them. But I promise you, only something positive will come when you reach out and figuring out if what type of help, if any, is benefit you. We talk a lot about how unique humans are, you know, and just how rare, like how unique is it that our person exists? How unique is an individual?
That's something I'm going into in my book, and I'm trying to tell you how you must realize how strange it is for you to be alive at this moment. I don't know if that's quite what your question is.
No, I think it is kind of. How rare is it? Like how, like sometimes I want to be able to remember how rare I am. Not just me. I mean that as a voice of a human. I want to remind myself more often that I am one of one, and not me, but every person.
Yeah. Well, the way I try to describe it in my new book, I'm not going to go into the full thing because it'll take hours. But first of all, the idea that our planet has life on it is incredibly strange and weird. It was like an accident. It's too fortuitous. We know billions of other planets that have no life, right? So something snapped 3 billion years ago, 4 billion years ago, that we don't understand. All right, from that point on, life evolved in this weird fashion. And there was this moment about 600 million years ago called the word escapes me, it's a period.
As a lower?
No, it's before that. It'll come to me later. It's
600 million?
600 million years ago. Suddenly life became complex. It'll come to me somewhere. Maybe it's the Cretaceous period. Spring or something. Cretaceous. So, suddenly complex life.
Cambrian explosion.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry, not to cut you off. But 600 million years ago, the Earth experienced an evolutionary event which has never been repeated. The Cambrian explosion, which saw a huge increase in new life forms, many of which laid the foundations for the body plans of all subsequent life. Well, how good is it?
So this guy, Stephen Jay Gould, wrote a book about the Cambrian explosion and how there were these forms of life, and he has pictures in his book of these really grotesque looking creatures that lived in the ocean, because all life was in water then. And if only one plant survived, which is the plant that all bodies basically have, right, the head, et cetera, et cetera. But if that hadn't happened, it almost didn't. The strangest, most weird-looking forms of life would be walking around this planet. You have to see these pictures to believe it, right? Anyway, that happened. Okay, then I go on and on and on. And there were the dinosaurs. And the dinosaurs disappeared because of, you now know, because of a meteor, what do you call that? A meteor hit the
Big Bang.
Yeah.
Or like
Yeah.
the meteor wiped everything out.
Yeah.
It shook the whole thing, huh?
About 60 million years ago, right? It ended into the extinction of dinosaurs. But that meteor could easily miss planet Earth. It had shifted just a slight degree. It could have hit somewhere else, but it landed in exactly the spot in the Yucatan Peninsula that caused the greatest amount of damage. If that hadn't happened, dinosaurs would still be roaming the planet, and then we would. Humans, about 80,000 years ago, nearly went extinct. There were only about 8,000 of us who had been decimated by various illnesses, etc. We very nearly went extinct as a species. Okay? So, humans surviving all of that, surviving as life evolved, surviving as life evolved in the way that it did, the dinosaurs just did it, mammals is extremely unlikely. And then add on to this, the fact that your parents met, and there was a chance that the chances they met was probably a bit unlikely. It could have easily been somebody else who was your father, right? And then you would still be you, but you wouldn't be you exactly different. Multiply that by 70,000 generations going back to the earliest humans. If they had met in a certain way, if they had met each other, you would be completely, you wouldn't be you at all, right? So the fact that you are here, the odds against it are so astronomical. But I say in the book, you must sit down on your knees. And it's like almost like a religion. You must think it is so strange, it is so miraculous, that I'm so grateful that I am who I am. It is incredible. There was a reason for that.
Yeah, I think that's something, that we also, it's like that you were here, like you were there was purpose in you. There was the universe chose this. Whoever you are, the universe chose you. Whatever pain, whatever prosperity, whatever this walk is right now, that you were chosen for it. It's like, I feel like it just gives, I don't know if it helps me have some ownership when I'm thinking of myself, or I don't know what it does for me, but I think it's important to hear that, because I think more than ever now it feels like that individuality is getting lost for how rare we are to exist. Like, no, only some of us have the same fingerprint. None of us have the same fingerprints, right? That's crazy, bro. You know? And I think also is this. I think everybody has the same. Nobody has the same sphincter either, which is the 11th fingerprint.
Never thought of it that way.
Yeah, so that's crazy. Just to think that at both ends they really got to see it all, very rare, uniquely. But it's definitely just. But I feel like for as unique as we are, we're losing individuality sometimes, and that's a problem that I feel like is going on today.
A lot of it is social media. I mean, you don't want to beat that drum too much, but I think there's some truth to it. We're too much in tune to what other people are doing, and it's hard for us to think about what we want, what makes us different. You know, a lot of young people going to high school. I mean, I remember when I was in high school, being weird and different, you could be laughed at. But I think it's much, much worse right now.
Really?
Yes, I do. I mean, I was kind of a loner in high school. Kind of as a hippie, I had very long hair, did a lot of drugs.
Yeah, right. Oh, there you are right there, Robert Green, right there.
That's 19-year-old Robert.
Oh, you look like you were looping right there, zooming on.
Yeah, we were doing a lot of DSS. You can see the tie-dye sofa behind me.
They had a tie-dye sofa.
Yeah, look at that thing. Yeah, we were like getting into the Grateful Dead, if you can believe it.
Oh, yeah. American Beauty, yeah, that album was out, yeah.
That's Dead was before the Man's Dead was that came out this time.
Who would you take it with, by yourself, or did you take it with friends?
Oh, we took it with friends. You want me to go into this? I mean, the drug that we really liked at this point, we're talking about the 70s, I'm an old dude, was Perry.
Wow, I never got to do it.
It was really big. This was in Berkeley, and it was like the trendy thing. There were these buttons from Cactus, from Mexico or Arizona, and if you ate them, you would like be incredibly sick. So you had to pull out all these little hairs so that you could digest them without throwing up. Then you had to actually what you had to be put these tiny little pieces of peanut butter, but the milkshake so you didn't have to just swallow it. And you keep tripping like, I can't believe it. It was just unbelievable. Totally transcendent. The most spiritual drug of all.
Really?
Yeah.
How would it get more, like, because spiritual is a unique word to use, because LSD would get, like, freaky and weird at times. Mushrooms would get more spiritual, I felt like. So peyote, you felt like we were more spiritual than that?
I think so. I mean, I did it probably maybe about a dozen times when I was younger. And I've done LSD and I've done mushrooms all this crap on you. But
I think it's important. A lot of people do these things, especially psychedelics are coming back more than ever now.
I would say I don't do them anymore. I mean, I've tried little tiny microdosing mushrooms.
Yeah.
I don't do it anymore. But it had a very positive impact on me. It opened my mind to things that I will never forget. Like experiences that still resonate in my brain that I may not create for myself, but I create for other people that I try to return to. Yeah, spiritual sensations that are very powerful. So these drugs could be used, I say, for very positive purposes. They shouldn't be used just for partying and for forgetting yourself. But they can be used to open what Albus actually called the doors of perception.
Yeah, that's a great way. Yeah, that's the biggest thing is just the perception. Because perception is how you change everything about your life. Like, mushrooms have helped me many times to have perception adjustment, to realize where I was being, not giving myself enough grace, or just being trying to be controlled, and just to really just have a little more. Because the mushrooms is like a sponge, just to add a little bit more space into your how you view things or see things. And it can be anything, a relationship in your situations. I mean, they can help so much, I feel like. And they're being used more than ever, it seems like, Because, I've microdosed before. Microdosing, I'm just like, during the day, at one point, I'll just start seeing a mosquito and I'll kind of follow them around the house for a minute. Then I'll go back to work. But that's about as weird as it gets. That's pretty damn weird. Yeah, it's kind of curious, Yeah, just a little air traffic control. Let's see where he's going. Yeah, tell me for a scout. If you're trying to get away from something, blink once, So how long did peyote last? Did it last for like a long time?
You mean like when you took it down? Well, it would probably, like all those drugs, you would take effect after about 40 minutes or so. It never does fun. Man, we keep tripping for like several days.